He's pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers. A cross kill. Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble, though. Full cheap on the board.
With the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
He gets blink counterspelled by Calvin. Come on, match point. I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizK, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Drill's in trouble. Stun no trinket. Cedu, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel him. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God.
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is true shot aura, however. They gotta be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake counterspell. He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspelled and Gators back, close it out. Freezing trap again. He triggers it into a fear. Fades the fear. He still gets feared. Borg is MVP. Garcia's in trouble.
In trouble. He's trying to get the cross kill. Can he get one more? Trumps the trinkets up.
One more Shadowburn. One more.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Cup number 3 of Midnight Season 1. My name is Aya. I'm here with Super T's, Venruki, and D Machine. It is a great weekend. It is Cup number 3. We are on the last Cup before we start heading into like the kind of the official road to BlizzCon. The clock is really ticking for these teams. We can start to get into it, but oh yeah, we've got lots of pets here this morning.
Pet
also,
competition right now.
we're just as excited. Yeah,
He's not about it.
one for dog, 2 for cat to the chat. But we're so excited to get started. I'm sure these players are as well. Like I said, it's been the road to BlizzCon all season, and that road is ending for some of these teams. As we can see, we've had the first 3 qualifying cups. Then we're going to be moving into the gauntlet. That is a team's last chance to qualify if you did not get high enough in the standings. And then, of course, we've got that the finals for the season 1 here of Midnight. Cross-region shell map. EU and NA will be facing off. Only one team will be making it out alive from there. And then we've got 5 total teams from EU and NA. And then we've got 1 team joining us from the Chinese region. They're joining us here for AWC as well in BlizzCon. $300,000 on the line if they make it to BlizzCon. But let's talk about that a little bit later. First, let's talk about kind of what we've been missing. Of course, 12.0.5 happened last weekend. We did have a bye week. We wanted to give some of those players just a little bit of a time to adjust to the new meta. There certainly is a new meta, and we could definitely talk about that. But alongside that, we've got Void Assaults, we've got the Ritual Sites, we've got the Void Forge. You get those extra bonus rolls at the end of your key or the boss or whatever it is that you're doing. And of course, Decor Duels as well. I've got nothing yet with my bonus rolls. It's real sad, but we've got Decor Duels as well. I had the pleasure of hosting a sort of a Decor Duels stream with Warcraft. Was very fun with some other amazing streamers. This was a fun moment. We put a bunch of sand traps out in the gate before the other team left. It didn't work though. I don't think. Maybe we won. I mean, it kind of worked, but they figured it out real fast. I wonder if you can see them get all stuck. Yeah, you can see them stuck in it. It was good. It was fun. It was real fun though. Have you guys had a chance to check out Decor Duels?
I have.
I was gonna say I haven't been utilizing any kind of traps, so maybe that's why I've been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools in there, but if you haven't checked that out, definitely make sure you do that. You can get 500 the currency if you get to it. I forget what they're called, but if you get 500, which is really not that hard to do. It's pretty quick that you can level up, get those skills, get those bonus rewards, cosmetics. There's decor for your own house as well, and then the bee mount for 500 points, like I was saying, which is really cute. It's like a little void bee. So definitely go check that out. Let us know if you've been enjoying Decor Duels or anything else with 12.0.5. But let's talk about the changes as well, Super Tees. What have we been seeing for buffs and nerfs with these classes?
Well, we've seen a little bit of buffs, a little bit of nerfs. I think the biggest implications of this tournament are the Mistweaver nerfs, bringing that healer down. Really, unless you're a Mistweaver main, it seems like a lot of players have opted to switch off of this. And I think in Europe, it's a big test for a lot of teams, because in Europe, a lot of players, they focused on the priest for quite a long time, but it looks like it might be a bit of a druid meta that is arising as a result of those nerfs. And then obviously I think the outlaw rogue is a very important specialization to fixate upon right now. A lot of teams are crafting their composition around this, and we can see the devourer Standing right next to it, that has been a composition that some players have opted for, was the Outlaw and Devourer Demon Hunter. I don't know if we'll see it 100% today or not, but it's very interesting to see what the teams are doing to adapt, because this is their last chance to qualify, and there's a lot of questions being drawn into some teams. Like on Waz's stream, he was saying he wasn't sure if they were even going to really be able to get top 8. They were worried about being able to get JT onto every healer that he might need to be able to get onto in this amount of time.
Make sure you thank your healer this week, because they got a lot of work for them. But yeah, let's talk about the open bracket. Of course, it open signups. Any team could compete, but they had to make it into the top 8 to be playing today. Then you were checking out that open bracket on Wednesday. What did we miss?
Well, you missed some amazing games, as always. I feel like I picked out a few special moments here. I think one of the highlights for the open bracket for me was the team OK Let's Go. Watch Smite's health. 3, 2, 1, and gone. So they're playing a super aggressive Void Weaver RMP. Now, if you like fast-paced games, this is definitely going to be the team you want to have your eye on, because they either win really fast or lose really fast. Unfortunately, they did lose this game to stop NERF Mistweaver, but ended up going on quite a tear in that lower bracket and making it into the top 8. So really excited to see OK Let's Go come in a little bit later on, and also see from Stop NERF Mistweaver a little bit later on as well. One of my favorite series of the open bracket, though, was this one. You can see this amazing play here by Relza as he uses Vortex. At the same time, Tessie uses Ray of Frost. Raikou has Counterspell, but he cannot use it. So he's getting Ray of Frosted and then ends up going down off the back of that amazing Vortex there. And then one of my favorite moments of the entire open bracket was the same series that came down to a cross kill 2 versus 2. Now, you're looking at an all-star 2 versus 2 game here. You got Waz on Rogue versus Tessie on Mage, JT and Relza going head-to-head on the Resto Druids as well. So it was an incredibly close game. Waz ended up surviving this moment right here at like 1% health, and then turned the pressure onto Relza and ended up dropping him. It was a big all-in from Relza, but unfortunately it didn't pay off, and Echo was able to win. And then this is a good series also, Burger King and Laptop Gamers. It came down to a game 4 that was about as close as you really can get, but super back and forth game. You have Zeepai actually coming in on the Rogue. So Burger King bringing in their own Rogue here. Laptop Gamers ends up striking back here with a Resto Druid swap in game number 3. But this is the moment I like the most. Lone Tar completely tapped on mana. Zeepai and Maro looking like they're both going to die. Looks like the game's just completely hopeless. And then Maro pulls the trigger with Combustion, Adrenaline Rush, and they turn the pressure on Corki. And there's just nothing left for Maze Evoker to keep him alive. So super fun games in that open bracket, and it's just a highlight of things to come today, or preview.
Ooh, I cannot wait. And something else I know that we might be seeing hopefully this weekend. We saw a little bit in the open bracket. D Machine Devour, Demon Hunter, of course, new class, new spec that came with Midnight. Can we talk through a little bit of how that spec works, just in case we do see it this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of touched on it a little bit. The meta has shaken up. The potential of seeing something new is definitely there. Something to note about the Devour Demon Hunter, and just like Havoc, it is a very slippery specialization. It's a caster, though, with a 25-yard range. But the biggest thing that you really need to look out for is that Void meta. It is a huge amount of burst. Some of the bursts the biggest burst that we've ever seen in the Midnight. And so when you see that ability going off and you see that violet looking Demon Hunter lighting people up, you're going to see health bars just absolutely melt. I'm really excited. I hope we get to see at least one today.
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll be looking forward to that, and hopefully we do. But let's now talk about the rosters that made it out of the open bracket. 8 teams still competing here in EU. Of course, we have those North American games tomorrow, but then walk us through the rosters that we're going to be seeing compete today for EU.
So if you guys have been watching Cup number 1, Cup number 2, there's going to be a lot of familiar faces here. Of course, we have Echo, Burger King, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, an exciting team because they're going to keep playing Mistweaver despite the nerfs coming in, and they're one of the only Dev Evoker-based compositions or teams that are going to be playing. Then, of course, we have Streamer Zone coming off their Cup 2 win, DOBOB as well with all-stars like Flappers, Tessia, Relza, and Nala, Last Dance with their Jungle Cleave, Tony and Casu doing it once again, but the two kind of newcomers here are OK Let's Go. We highlighted them a little bit from, you know, the open bracket preview. They play that Void Weaver RMP with the Assassination Rogue, super aggressive team. They're either going to win or lose in 2 minutes every game, pretty much guaranteed. So if you like fast games, that's going to be the team you are going to be going for. And then HABOS BABOS. They've been keeping their head above water in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. Haven't made it to the broadcast, but earning minimal points. And now this is their opportunity. Dex finally with that Resto Druid. This is his time to shine. You know, he's been battling against a sea of Mistweaver monks. And now this week on Resto Druid, they could win it all.
Yeah, they certainly could. Going to be keeping an eye out on those teams throughout the day as we go through the standings, of course. Super Tees, we were talking about it, or excuse me, D-Machine, we were talking about it a little bit this morning. Of course, just kind of a lot of stakes going on right now. Of course, they're all trying to get to BlizzCon, but some of those teams, unfortunately, that dream is going to die today.
It's kind of wild to think about, Aya. We are in Cup number 3, and I can't, you know, emphasize this enough. This is the last chance for a lot of teams to be able to even earn a chance to make it to BlizzCon. So up next, we have, of course, the finals and the gauntlet. Top 3 make it all the way to the finals, guaranteed. Top 8, however, will be making it to the gauntlet. And so there's going to be teams that need to make a deep run today. We saw OK Let's Go, as Venruki has highlighted, a team that is extremely explosive, but they're going to also need to be extremely consistent to get through this lower bracket to earn enough points to make it to the gauntlet if they even want a chance to make it to BlizzCon. And then, of course, all the other teams with the asterisk still next to their name, still in the fight, still trying to make it to that top 3 position to guarantee their lock-in to the finals. But however, in the gauntlet, seeding matters so much. There's buys. There's a lot of buys in the gauntlet if you're familiar with how it works. So every single one of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to earn whatever point they can get. This is their last chance to make it to what I imagine is every single one of these teams' aspirations, BlizzCon.
Absolutely. We'll keep everybody updated as well as we, you know, make it throughout the weekend in terms of standings for both regions as well, because there's a lot going on there in the standings, of course. But let's finally talk about the bracket, of course. Top 8 made it out from the open bracket, Super Tees, and these are some fun games that we're seeing lined up today.
Yeah, I mean, this was the craziest open bracket we've had for Europe, and likely going to be the craziest tournament as well to qualify for the finals, because just look at that first round, all the red and blue numbers. Echo almost lost to DOBOB. We covered that. Last Dance almost lost to Special T. Pretty much every team has a chance here. HABOS BABOS, they've been having a rough run, but in this third cup with Dex on that Resto Druid, like Venruki said, looks so good. They 3-0'd BORGIR King. Like, how did they just manage to do that? That's absolutely wild. And then obviously the matches of today, Echo versus Last Dance. I feel like, you know, JT's been expanding his healer roster. He's been on that Restoration Druid, but Last Dance, they've been focusing in and lasering in on their mains, and they are a menace on their Hunter Feral Druid right now. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're also just lasered in on their composition with their Devastation Evoker, Beast Mastery Hunter, and Feral Druid kind of mix-ups that they can do there. And then HABOS BABOS, they're kind of a wild card. They're playing some compositions we've seen a little bit of, like the Mage and the Warlock, and I do wonder how much that's going to enable them success in the tournament. They could be a major dark horse on the bottom end of the point standings and possibly being able to win this entire thing. And then unfortunately in the lower bracket, OK Let's Go, they're trying to get into the gauntlet. Currently they're not. They have 20 points. They have to get a pretty deep run to actually get into top 8, and their first opponent is BORGIR King. Like, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. If you want to root for an underdog, root for OK Let's Go right now. That would be the biggest upset if they win this, and they have to win it if they want to qualify. And then Streamer Zone versus DOBOB, that's a grand final quality match. It's the second match of the day, and one of them is going home.
Yeah, a lot of tough matchups for sure. And looking at all of these matchups, Ben, if you had to pick one for your matchup of the day, what do you have for us?
That's a good question. I mean, there's a lot to look at here. There's a lot of matchups that are going to be good. You're kind of putting me on the spot with this one, but I would say for me, it's going to be Stop Nerf Mistweaver, just because I want to see how Bank can perform on Mistweaver Monk, despite it being kind of phased out of the meta. I still think it's pretty good, but he's going to stick with it no matter what. They're still in the upper bracket. They're playing this Devastation Evoker, and they're going to be going up against HABOS BABOS, which is Dex on that Restoration Druid. So this is his moment. Like I said, last kind of opportunity to make it into the gauntlet, so you can actually qualify to BlizzCon. There's a lot on the line for this team, and I feel like it's finally his opportunity on the Resto Druid to kind of make his final stand, and I think they might be able to do it.
All right, well, I'm excited for that matchup, but before we get into talking about this first series of the day, unfortunately, we gotta look at the predictions leaderboard.
Oh, man.
I think I know what it looks like. I think we're all hurting because Zico is... I don't think any of us are going to catch up to him.
I would have
He's
if
fallen off a
Chandon
bit.
sandbagged me, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's,
Zico's fallen off a bit, you know?
A little bit, yeah. You're kind of
The
you're kind of
chat
catching
might
up.
catch him. You know, he's been overconfident with us, but I don't
wait,
think he
how
realized
is
where the
chat
chat
so
was sitting.
high?
He
I
doesn't
don't
realize
know.
where the
They always
chat's
do
been
really
sitting.
well.
The chat can still beat him. There is somebody that can still catch him.
Chat,
Right,
you know
chat.
what
It's you
to do.
guys at home.
Yeah, you got to lock in, chat. I'm talking to you
We
right
need
now.
you right now.
Sitting at your desk, tab in because the predictions are going to start for this first series of the day. It's BORGIR King versus OK. Let's go. We've talked about this series just a little bit already, but I mean, we've got two. To start off the day, Super Tees. What a great day.
Yeah, what a great day, really. I mean, we've got these guys are finalists on BORGIR King. I'll never say their name right, but I'll try my best throughout the day.
We'll get there
Maybe they'll
eventually.
get eliminated here, and I won't have to worry about it. But
horrible.
Okay, let's go. Like, they're playing a very unique version of Rogue Mage Priest, and that could either be an amazing strength or a terrible weakness that sends them out of the tournament immediately. And I don't know. It's such a volatile investment. I think they could do well into the Restoration Druid, though, that Lontar has been specializing in. I think a Resto Druid could struggle in like the opening stages of burst damage available from a comp like that. But if they don't win very fast, they're going to be out of here really fast. So this is, I don't know, like safe bet is probably BORGIR King, but I'm kind of maybe thinking about risking it a little bit. I'm thinking about it.
All right, well, we can get to predictions in a minute. We'll let chat kind of think on their predictions as well. But Ven, I mean, if you're this fresh team, fresh blood, and you're facing off against a team like BORGIR King, I mean, how does that affect your mental in your head, in your mind?
Well, I think this is right. They actually beat Streamer Zone. They're the reason why Streamer Zone are in that lower bracket. So, I mean, just something to think about. You know, very similar compositions. They managed to take down P-Make pre-block a few times with Dissonance basically just one-shotting him. So it wasn't looking bad for them. But they're going up against a tough team. So it's like one of those things. Do I go with my heart? Do I go with my head? I'm actually going to go crazy here. I'm already deep, you know,
Now
in
I'm
the hole in the
annoyed that you got
predictions.
to predict first.
Yeah, I'm going okay, let's go.
Now I'm going
It's
to look like I'm copying you.
3-2. 3-2 for okay, let's go.
3-2. All right, Sid, you want to go next?
I'm going even bolder, okay? I'm one-upping you right now. Okay,
ahead.
let's go wins 3-0.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh,
Wow.
that's
I'm all in.
crazy.
Yeah, that's bold.
Dude, I mean,
Okay.
if it pays off, it pays off. I'm
wish-
3-2. I just want to throw it out there that I'm also 3-2 before I continue to copy people. Please,
I
go
think
ahead.
this will be the fastest series of the day. That's my guess.
Now I
In
don't know
favor
what
of
to
OK
predict.
Go. Sorry, I should probably
It doesn't
clarify
matter. It doesn't matter who wins. This is going to be the fastest series of the day.
You think
Like,
it's going to be a 3-0 on either side?
Yeah, like watching Dissonance heal, like this spec doesn't heal very much, but it kills people. It literally does the damage of like a mage. It actually is a third DPS that can barely heal. So it's like, it's a very sketchy, but if it works,
Can
it
your
works
DPS
great.
stay alive, though? I mean,
Yeah, that's the problem. If
All
you fall
right.
behind, it's over.
I feel like I should go. What does Zico say? Hold on. Let me see what Zico says before I say
I already
my
know. I
prediction.
can. He's 100%.
100%
getting
on
the same
BORGIR King.
BORGIR Yeah.
I'm going to go 3-0 BORGIR King. Before,
Yeah,
Before,
he doesn't take many risks with its predictions, you know. So
Well, I
And
mean,
that's
it
maybe
doesn't
why
pay
he's
off
on
for him.
top and we're on the bottom.
yeah, yeah. I am curious though. So 3-0
Yeah,
BORGIR
but
King for me. 3-2.
Think
Are you
about
getting
those
some
small, those there is times where upsets happen, right? And when you're right
Yeah.
during those times, feels so delicious.
Yeah, little rookie.
that's why you got to be like me and just go with the underdog every time, and then you know, occasionally you seem like a genius.
I think my problem is I like flip flop. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to the underdog this time. Okay, now I'm not gonna go to the, and it's always the wrong time, and now I'm at the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that we can't agree. You know what I mean? That's kind of
That's
a
good.
good sign of the competition, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I think it's good. All right. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting started here. This is an elimination round as well. We're here in the bottom bracket. It is BORGIR King facing off against OK Let's Go, the newcomers that have done tremendously well in the open bracket leading up to this point. And it is kicking off now on the Grand Arena.
Get ready. Get ready to see sparks fly. I'm telling you, these games are guaranteed less than 2 minutes. I actually can't see them going on longer than that. One thing that's really interesting about this is we're seeing an assassination rogue. So it's a specialization we have barely seen this expansion so far. But the nice thing about it, if he does play assassination, we'll have to wait and see. Lontar is actually going to be playing the Evoker, which is nice.
Ooh. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of commentary, especially in the NA scene, that the top 2 healers are Holy Priest or Prev Evoker, but we see a lot of Wrestler Druids in EU, so the meta is definitely still shaping up. But oh my gosh, a big opener. Sap goes out onto Dissonance, and it looks like Nilitar, the mage, is the one who's actually under fire so far from the combustion and the adrenaline rush of Burger King.
Yeah, really explosive start here for OK Let's Go. Lontar under fire, like you said, time dilation, but at the same time, Nilitar finally taking some heat. Maro playing that fire mage right now. Pain suppression will trade. Dissonance can get cast off. So far, he's really struggling, going for the triple death there, getting out of the sleep block, but a new sleep block will come in into a full polymorph, and Nilitar will go into the ice block. This crowd control is unrelenting. Burger King is looking to strike first blood here. Kidney shot out onto Mage Pet as he trinkets and trades out the Cloak of Shadows, but they are falling apart.
Oh my God, and it's over already. That is an unbelievably fast game, number 1. That's gotta feel good for Burger King to go up against what looks like OK Go's main answer in this composition to just completely get outplayed, dismantled, whatever. That was impressive. I feels more of a blunder on OK Let's Go, perhaps. I don't know. They just were also deeply controlled.
Yeah, Dissonance, look, his damage is the same as Maro. So I'm not kidding you when I say they're playing triple DPS. Like, this is why I predicted that the games are going to be fast, is because Dissonance's healing is super limited, but his damage is absolutely through the roof. So they just need to find those windows. It's actually one of the reasons why I really like what Burger King has done, because time dilation is an incredibly powerful cooldown to avoid one-shots. And they have 2 charges of it too, so you can trade out time dilation, slow down the damage. It still happens, but because it's so slow, it's a lot easier to react to. It's a lot easier to trade cooldowns. It's a lot easier to heal through. And I think Burger King has come out of the gates with a very solid answer for what OK Let's Go is doing. But you can never count this team out. I watched their games, like I said, in the open bracket. They can just randomly kill somebody. So I think for Burger King, it's going to be all about that control onto Dissonance. And for OK Let's Go, they just need to find a window.
Man, that was quite a showing from Burger King. Just the absolute aggression and control. Either way, I'm just excited to continue in this series because it looks like both teams here are prepared to be aggressive. We knew OK Go is going to be one of those teams that is kind of an all-in strategy, a go face if you're a Hearthstone player. But Burger King, they have a variety of compositions at their disposal, and to lock in the one that we see here is just an absolute treat. Game number 2, however, I'm imagining OK Let's Go is not going to be doing anything different. So if we see that same matchup again, I would be very excited.
I think we will. That's what I said. This series is going to be 10 minutes. Like, it's actually crazy how fast it's going to be. So the thing is, you know, talking with Dissonance and watching his stream, like they're happy that they just made it to the top 8, and I think that's one of the reasons why this team is kind of deadly, is because they have nothing to lose. They're already like, we made top 8, we made the broadcast, that was our goal, and they've already taken down some Titan teams, so they definitely still have options available here. But I think Burger King, like when I think about what comp they have, Nilitar, is he going fire? I think he might have actually switched over to fire, which is very interesting. But I was going to say, the thing that's so interesting about Burger King's comp is they just have so many reactions to getting one shot, right? Like even Maro being a fire mage, you're not going to die pre-block. You have Cauterize. So Maro has a little bit of an insurance plan there. Lontar with the multiple charges of time dilation, like he's going to be really difficult to take down. And then Zeepai on the Outlaw Rogue is just going to be beefy in general, you know, with Cloak of Shadows, evasion, double vanish. So Burger King is going to be hard to kind of find these one shots against.
No, absolutely. And when it comes to the side of Lontar, you were talking a little bit about that time dilation and the Prez Evoker's ability to kind of like spread the game's damage out. I mean, that is so potent against a team that what we like to say is very go-oriented. When we say go, we mean setup. We mean cross CC on the healer and the kill target. You know what I mean? Maybe even cross CC on the third player just to prevent peels. Those like setup goes that are around diminishing returns is kind of like the composition that Rogue Mage is just so well known for, as opposed to, you know, the attrition compositions or the compositions that are able to go the distance, maybe even take advantage of dampening. And the reason why I go through that explanation that probably feels so obvious for us in chat is because I was actually reading up on some of the subreddits for PvP, and there was a pretty popular one talking about how they didn't understand the lingo, and it made me start thinking, wait, we actually have a lot of words that we take for granted, a lot of terms we take for granted that maybe newer players have no idea what the heck we're talking about. But if you are a newer player and you are watching this AWC show match, this might be the lower bracket, but these two teams are playing compositions that are capable of going the distance for sure. But Burger King, obviously the favorites. I mean, look at this prediction.
But also look at Maro's contributed damage.
8.4k.
Maro basically did nothing. That's like half a fire blast or something like that. I just saw him just faking out, spamming poly, getting control. And the thing about OK Let's Go is like you think about like a traditional RMP and how they win, and it's exactly what you said, right? Like you're getting setups, you're controlling the healer, you're controlling the DPS. That's not really what they're doing. Like when you're watching their games, it's literally just Dissonance going, I'm one-shotting this guy, I'm one-shotting this guy, I'm one-shotting. Like they're just literally attacking and trying to just win with raw damage, hitting whatever target. Nobody is safe, and it's what makes this team super deadly. They are difficult to predict, but I will say, I feel like Maro did a really good job controlling the game there. All three members of Burger King, I feel like they're confident in this matchup. They're looking good, but you can never count out OK Let's Go. Game 2, hook point, small map. Let's see what they can do.
Dude, we went to a small map because OK Let's Go chose it. So already gas pedal. And then we see the mage go to a fire mage. Even more gas pedal. This team's just like, oh man, our strategy of just like running at their face didn't work. Let's run at their face harder. And that's just something I have to respect here. But the question is, can this strategy take down the defensive wall that is Burger King? These guys have been playing for so long. If you are unfamiliar with Lontar, Zipai, and Maro, these names are absolute legends within this scene. They have been around for so long. They have been on the BlizzCon stage. They have been on multiple LAN stages here. And OK Let's Go have a lot to prove.
All right, Dissonance getting in there, getting some damage rolling onto Zipai right away. Blind out onto Dissonance. It looks like he's going to sit it. Maro gets a full polymorph. Dissonance immediately trinkets out of that one. They are just swarming him with crowd control. Look at Lontar just spamming out sleep. Militar is already dead. The healing isn't there. Dissonance cannot control his character. He cannot do damage. Mage Pet looks like he's just going to die. And Burger King has full control of this match. Completely smoked. I mean, Burger King from start to finish was in the driver's seat. 40-second game again. Like,
oh my God.
I'm not gonna lie, this is looking not good for OK Let's Go. Like this is awful.
I need to say this because like I always see, you know, Twitch chat, the meme is always like, don't talk in Twitch chat unless you're 1700, 1500 rated or whatever. But the level of play that we see from the top AWC teams versus, you know, some of the more up and comers it's difficult to articulate just the level of experience difference that you can see from a ladder team like this. OK Let's Go. They took down Streamer Zone 3-2 in a very long series, but this is just an absolute showing from Burger King's just dominance here so far. I mean, this just doesn't even look like OK Let's Go is able to get their footing before they're being, you know, the leg is getting swept and they're just going down before even the minute marker. This is pretty dire for OK Let's Go. They now have to win 3 games in a row to take this series, Ven. We are in the lower bracket, but this is also their chances to make it into the gauntlet that we're seeing just kind of dwindle before our eyes.
Yeah, I love what Lontar's doing. We have to shout him out. He is just running on top of Dissonance. He's using, you know, his what is it, like the knockback, the knock up of the evoker.
Right, the racials. Yeah.
He's using the racials to interrupt his cast. He's spamming sleepwalk on him. And one of the issues for Dissonance is your Shadow Word Death is actually how you do damage. So Void Weaver is all about, you put up a Shadow Word Pain, you use Shadow Word Death, and it just procs the Shadow Word Death over and over, and it causes a lot of burst. but that means you're using your crowd control break rotationally for damage, which means you don't have it for getting spam slapped, and you don't have it for getting spam polyed. And I feel like this is just a really good showcase of the level of game knowledge Lontar, Zipa, and Maro have, and Burger King. They're experts. They know exactly what they need to do to shut down this Void Weaver. Spam poly, spam sleepwalk, spam counterspell, kidney shots, blinds, and he just cannot heal the pressure. Maro is just going full control mode, and in a lot of cases we're seeing Lontar actually do more damage than Maro, so just expertly done in terms of their strategy.
They're just so good, man. Getting the opportunity to be able to stand behind a lot of these players at LAN events and just like listen to their comms, listen to their demeanor, listen to their energy levels in these like high intensity moments. I can just imagine what the comms are on the side of Burger King with just like the full control. You know they're having a good time. Burger King, obviously, on match point at this point, and I know am I incorrect? Did Aya predict that this is going to be a 3-0 in favor of Burger King? She's looking like she might land a perfect score.
Yeah, CPTs and you aren't looking so good right now. Not gonna lie, this is a rough one. Man, you just want to believe that they can do it, but Dissonance actually just can't do. I don't want to say he can't do anything, but I want you guys to really pay attention to what is happening to this priest. Okay, so this game likely going to be quick. And it's going to really just come down to how much control is on Dissonance. If he can cast, they can win. If he can't, his team is going to fall apart really, really quick. Let's look at what Burger King's able to do to this poor Void Weaver priest.
All right, the gates have open. Mage Pet looking to get a sap on the Lontar. He gets it. Okay, let's go. They got to get something happening with this combustion. This is a big go, but Mage Pet immediately getting cheap shotted, stopped on his go. He kidney shots as well. It's immediately going to be nullified. Maro could be taking a little bit of damage. The sleep goes out onto Dissonance. Nothing to follow it up yet. Cloak of Shadows committed by Mage Pet. Nilitar, though, he's got to be careful. This easily could be his ice block. Pain suppression does go out. Can Dissonance get the damage rolling to be able to get the throughput, to get the momentum his team desperately needs? A much better game number 3 so far, but can they keep it up? The CC changes doesn't seem to end on the Distance into another sleep. This surely will be the block and the cauterize, Ven, and Burger King are taking back control.
Dissonance gets interrupted once. Do they have a second interrupt? He gets kicked again. He just is having such a difficult time. No trinket. Full kidney shot. Will likely trade out a pain suppression here. Looks like he's going to hold on to it. They make a swap on Lontar. Lontar could die. Emerald Communion trades out. Nilitar still low on health. Dissonance. No trinket. If they can just get any crowd control, they're going to win the game. The full polymorph lands. Do they have a sleepwalk to follow it up? Knock there. Lontar looking like he might want to go for it. Unable to find it. The Garrote silences from Mage Pet. Keeping the game, keeping their team alive. And now Lontar, all of a sudden, he is in trouble. The damage is rolling in. They're trying to control Dissonance, but they're just not doing as good a job in this game number 3. Dissonance on the run right now, trying to avoid some of that imminent crowd control. He's stuck between Maro and Lontar, though. Polymorph is available. Sleepwalk is available. What are they going to be able to do? Good control on Zipa by Nilitar for the time being, but an interrupt on Dissonance. The damage is overwhelming, and Nilitar falls.
And an interrupt! I guess there was a blind to follow it up, but man, that damage, when it's there, it is there. And Burger King take a convincing 3-0 versus OK Let's Go. An up-and-coming team that was able to take out Streamer Zone 3-2 will now fall in the lower bracket, and Burger King keep their tournament lives alive. What an absolute domination, and a dominant performance, I should say, from Burger King. Honestly, to be expected. These guys are unreal, but okay, let's go. Sometimes, you know, that ultimate aggression is exactly what you need to take down some tournament veterans, but not today, Aya. Not today.
Not today. We're seeing the final moments of this series here. You guys are jealous. I got the first prediction right. 3-0. That's right. But
everyone loves my predictions.
At least I said it was going to be fast. The fastest series we'll ever see. So
yeah.
I think I was right about that one.
I love series like this. Even if it was a blowout, I'd wish it went a little bit back and forth, but aggressive playstyle is my jam, dude.
I think the total arena game time of the series was like around 3.5 minutes.
You definitely had that part right. Very, very quick series. Excuse me, my dog is excited. But 3-0 Burger King, he's so stoked. But they're going to be moving forward. Also, how do you feel like this composition then, or the way that they played, is going to be helpful to them with these upcoming series? Do you think that they can keep up this momentum?
So I'm gonna reveal a spoiler that some people might not be aware of, but I think there's a high probability we see a lot of outlaw rogues and a lot of mages in this in this third cup. So the fact that Zeepa is playing outlaw, I think that's great. You have Maro, who's an absolute all-star on mage, one of the goats, like one of the absolute best mages to ever exist, and then Lonestar as a healer. Evoker is his jam. Like, if he can actually play Evoker, this is a composition. It brings a lot of damage, a lot of control, and yeah, they definitely have a great shot if they're playing this well.
All right, well, I'm excited to see what they are capable of for the rest of the day. They're going to be staying alive at least for one more series, unfortunately. Was that another dog barking? We just got lots of dogs and pets interrupting our broadcast today, apparently. But they're going to be staying alive for at least another series. And the next up series that we've got, Streamer Zone GG versus DOBOB. That is another elimination series. We can see it here at the bottom of the bracket. As Supatiz was mentioning this morning, this is a grand finals quality of a series, of a match between these two teams. We've seen them face off against each other time and time again, but now only one can remain after the series, after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on the second series of the day here to Streamer Zone GG versus DOBOB, and this is another elimination series. We're down in the lower bracket. Supatees was saying earlier this morning that this could be a grand finals series, but unfortunately, Supatees, we're down at the bottom. One of these teams has to go home. I mean, what do you feel like is going on behind the scenes in terms of the emotions of the players?
I mean, I don't think it's that unfortunate. I think it's pretty epic. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Like, it means a lot to win this to get into the top 3, and both of these teams are contenders for a top 3 position. Streamer Zone currently hold it. However, if they lose, then there's a lot more opportunities for other teams to snag that position, particularly DOBOB, which is right on their heels at 140 points. So this is a very stressful situation to be in. They were probably neither of them were expecting to see each other this early on to make this vital decision to the outcome of the overall leaderboard in those finals qualifications. So I would imagine that the stress levels are at their peak. There is an interesting dynamic as far as like LAN experience between these teams as well. I know that Jamie on Streamer Zone, he's had some LAN experience, but the rest of his roster pretty much coming fresh off of ladder experience. So I feel like for them, this means a lot to try and get to their first LAN. DOBOB, they've got Flappers and Relza, which has been a duo that we've seen qualify to BlizzCon tournaments in the past. And then they obviously have 2 new members of the roster as well that they're trying to flex in there with Tessia and with Nala. So it's an interesting mix of, there are some LAN veterans to kind of like hold the hands of their teams if they get to that stage, versus these guys are really playing for the first time to have that experience.
Oh yeah, and you can bet that they're going to be drawing on that experience throughout this series. Zico, both of these teams absolutely desperate to win this one, stay alive, get those points in.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch a little bit more on what Sid said, it's, you know, we've been talking especially about PMake, like how he kind of started coming from the ladder, started performing in the AWC, started qualifying, and now he's actually won his first cup. For somebody like that to then actually qualify for their first BlizzCon here on such a strong roster, it's got to be an incredible feeling. I feel like PMake in the last cup proved that he is one of those top-notch mages, despite, you know, the competition being so high for that role. So I'm excited to see if they can make it all the way on the side of Streamer Zone. But yeah, just a lot of new blood who hasn't actually experienced BlizzCon before. Might get to do it for the first time if they can just hold on strong for a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe. Just got a little bit left to go. We're in the last leg here before teams start qualifying to BlizzCon. But we've got the chat predictions in. 63% for Streamer Zone GG, 37% for DOBOB. Zico, you're at the top. You're in first place with predictions. What is your prediction for the series so that we can all copy you?
I am actually going heavily in favor of DOBOB. I feel like DOBOB. Yeah, I know this. I think this is I don't think this is a meta prediction. I actually don't think this is.
I don't think it is either.
I will be surprised if I see other people who are having a similar prediction. But I'm going 3-1 for DOBOB in this one.
Okay, 3-1 DOBOB. Supatees, what about you?
Oh no
What?
way!
What? There's no way that there's...
Did you think you were going to be alone, Zico?
I thought I was gonna be alone.
You
thought won the last cup.
I think the Resto Druid flip is kind of shifting these top teams' positions. I think like it's about who can adapt to the Resto Druid better. And I honestly really liked watching Relza in the open bracket against Echo. I feel like he was very confident on the Resto Druid. So I don't know how familiar Next is with that particular matchup. And I feel like if you're kind of shaky on the Druid, you're not pushing in for the Nature Swiftness clones and the stuns, then your team just falls behind and can get snowballed on. So I'm actually going in favor of DOBOB too. I think it'll probably be 3-2 though, just to be a little bit different. I'm copying your homework, but made it a little different. Just to make it not look too obvious here. So DOBOB, I think, wins this 3-2. We might all be disagreeing with the chat. We should actually just do this just for the just the meme of disagreeing with the chat.
Everything you guys are saying makes sense, but I also feel like chat is so smart. Maybe I should go Streamer Zone and be a little different. Ooh, this is a tough prediction. I feel like I might just go Streamer Zone just to be different. I'll go Streamer Zone 3-2. We'll see. I don't know. This is my chance to catch up to you guys. Or I mean, I'm already last place, so you know I can afford to take some risks. But Streamer Zone GG, at least on the casting desk, seems to unfortunately be the underdog. Which I mean, like you guys are kind of saying, I'm already surprised, but it really is that it is that difference. Like we had that off weekend, we had that patch come in, and we're seeing a lot of sort of meta shifts within these teams, especially in that open bracket. So we'll see if that affects this series in particular. Streamer Zone GG facing off against DOBOB. This is a huge match for both of these teams. One of them is unfortunately knocked out after the end of this series because only one can keep moving forward, Zico.
Yeah, I think that it comes down to the fact that DOBOB, I think we're all expecting to see Rogue, Mage, Druid mirrors here. And I think that DOBOB really convinced a lot of us after they had that nail biter against Echo where they took them to game 5 and it was a 2v2 in the open bracket. I think a lot of us are like, we saw that and now we're putting our stocks in DOBOB here. We're investing our channel points in DOBOB. And we'll see if they can make it happen. Streamer Zone GG, definitely a tough opponent. Winner of the last cup. These two teams are very, very even in terms of standings. Streamer Zone, they need to win here to maintain their position in the race for that top 3 qualification for the finals against Stop Nerf Mistweaver. And we're already seeing an opener here on PMake, Sid.
Yeah, he's blasted down to half, but we see Resto Druids responding with the Tree of Life here from Next with that Innervate, so he's going to get a lot of bonus healing there. He chooses to use Nature Swiftness Cyclone on the Rogue, which honestly, during the Adrenaline Rush, I don't actually hate that. That's the big window, but he's going for it again. The Kidney Shot Nala, and they're swapping to him. Rels is ready for it. Iron Bark is activated. They're going to switch off Iron Bark. Switching targets is really important against the Resto Druid. And these Cyclones that we see coming up from Next, I feel like he's getting better Cyclones, honestly, early on here. He's got a lot more control on Nala. But even despite that control, Nala is actually still out-damaging Brunhilde. PMake is taking some hits, trying to blink around his Frozen Orb and utilize that to kite and avoid damage. They have Iron Bark now as well. We see Cheap Shot on Relza, but no follow-up. Counterspell on Next. So using your Counterspell on the Druid is risky because that opens Ray of Frost as a potential lethal.
Yeah, but PMake did just use his Ray of Frost there, so I think it was a good window to do it. Now a potential setup here onto Next. Going to get the Ring of Frost. PMake gets interrupted, and then he gets interrupted again. Excellent work here from Nala on the Outlaw Rogue, and now they're doing a little bit of a... No, they're not. Actually, they are swapping to Brunhilde. Big goal here onto Brunhilde. Nice Dragon's Breath, though, by PMake to interrupt the Ray of Frost there on from Tessia, and now Tessia could be in a little bit of trouble here. Can they get some crowd control? And I really like that you're highlighting the Druid, Sid, because I feel like the Druid that can push and actually get the crowd control on the other Druid is going to have a huge advantage in the matchup. So whatever team can find those crucial Cyclones and those crucial stuns could put their team ahead.
Yeah, the Nature Swiftness Cyclones and the Ray of Frost and the Adrenaline Rush. I think those are the 3 main pivot points for either team. They Ice Wall Brunhilde off and blast him. They get his medallion. Critically low on health, but survives as a result of that embellishment. The players in this tournament are using the Void Stone embellishment, which is actually a crafted PvE item that you're going to need some Mythic Crest if you want to get it on the live ladder. But in these matchups, it's been vital for surviving some of these burst damage moments. So it kept Brunhilde alive here. He's still just trying to steamroll towards the Mage. PMake falling a bit behind, though. May have to trade out an Ice Block. Next is struggling. It's just so much damage. He has to block with no crowd control. That is utter dominance right now. Tessia is leading the damage meter significantly. They Cyclone Next, and they switch on Brunhilde once again. They're trying to get some pressure here with a Smoke Bomb. How much will they get done? Tessia blinks out. Barriers up. Nala cloaks. Both players are low, though, and now Relza is struggling to deal with the pressure. Iron Bark. Double Dragon's Breath defensively. And Tessia looks like he's deflected that. He's repositioned, but it cost Relza a tiny bit of mana. I feel like Next got a bit of a better Innervate at the start of the game, and I do think mana is going to be a major issue for either side at some point in this game. But we see Relza moving into Cat. Here's to see what he's going to do here. Now he's a bear. He gets stunned. They can't polymorph a bear, so it's smart for him to shapeshift anticipating a stun like that. The Dragon's Breath him instead, but here comes the blind. They're swapping on Brunhilde once again. He's going to evasion. And they're polymorphing at the same time. Brunhilde should be able to... Oh, a Ray of Frost around the corner from Tessia. That forces the Cloak of Shadows. I like Tessia's positioning. He's always cheeky on this Mage. He just finds a little corner, blinks around it, finds an Ice Wall, finds that little movement advantage in order to get his team ahead. But now he's falling behind as he barriers through the burst damage of both PMake and Brunhilde. Ring of Frost attempt on Relza. Doesn't get it. He's interrupted, but they go for blind instead. Good compensation. Can they find crowd control out of this? They bait the counterspell and go for the Ray of Frost. PMake is just sending damage. PMake is trying to brute force his way through this game, whereas Tessia seems to have a little bit more finesse. Relza moves in with an in-cap Cyclone. getting the edge on next, opening an opportunity to get an ice block. Pretty close, but not close enough. Ironbark blocks it as both teams stabilize.
Yeah, I feel like they've been doing a great job here on the side of DOBOB, playing around that trinket that they forced from Brunhilde. But Tessia could be in a little bit of trouble here. Might be forced into his first ice block. He will have to use it there. Bit overlap with the Tranquility of Relza. But next, huge mana lead here. They got Brunhilde's trinket earlier with that big ice wall play. And they actually managed to get an ice block of P-Make as a result of that. But just because Nex has been kind of forced to hold on to his Ironbark for a long time. But now that Brunhilde has his trinket again, he can be a little bit more careless with that Ironbark. He might have to pop it. Actually had to use it already in this exchange. P-Make, though, manages to get a huge heal and get top. But yeah, I'm worried for the mana in this situation. P-Make, though, is forced into another ice block. That's his last ice block. He is going to have one more that rotates back up after his hypothermia. So he has stalled long enough. Tessia gets interrupted there on his ice wall. And P-Make is not even playing the ice wall, but I feel like Tessia has been getting a lot of value. Here we go. Ice wall comes out. There is the Ray of Frost, but P-Make manages to duck around it and catch a big heal there from Next. Nala now going for the blind play, though. Can they rush P-Make down? Tessia gets interrupted. Do they have any follow-up here on to Next? Nice! They get the Ring of Frost. Beautifully done there by Tessia. Do they have the damage, though, to actually force something? P-Make with a beautiful interrupt. But look at Relza. He's sitting down for a big drink there around the corner, but Brunhilde stops it. Full blind onto Relza. They're going after Nala. Nala with no trinket. Might just go down right here. Huge damage coming out. And Streamer Zone takes game number 1.
It felt like they had the finesse on the side of DOBOB, but they were losing on efficiency. They were losing on mana, and then they just found a critical moment there with no trinkets, win condition with blind and a kidney shot, and they were unprepared. So Streamer Zone, they came in here, they're flexing, they get the kill. Tessia leading the damage meter, surprisingly. Nala kind of struggling, like 2.3 million overall damage. That's a significant gap. And I don't know if that's because he's getting Cyclone more, or what's going on there exactly, because that is way too large of a gap, I think, for one druid to be able to overcome. And the rest of the druids are obviously attributing some damage from their Trents, actually. When they use Swiftmend, it calls in one of those Trents. You can see it behind Next on the left there, and those Trents apply Moonfire, and it actually adds up to quite a lot of overall damage. And then they are going to occasionally be throwing in Star Surges with a PP talent that buffs up their heal over time effects, but Star Surge also hits for like 30,000-40,000. You see these Wraths coming in as well from the trees, as they can use Wrath instant cast in tree form, so the druids can offer some damage utility in these types of situations. There were close calls for P-Make. It felt like DOBOB were ahead on blocks, but they saw this win condition. No trinket on Rogue. They sheep him so he can't avoid the kidney shot, and then they switch the sheep over. Just clean cut and cool there from Streamer Zone in game number 1, and I'm curious to see if my predictions are going to be the actually opposite of what the result is. The reverse perfect, like like you picked the opposite score exactly for every single possible. I think I'm cursed. I think you don't want me to vote for your team, honestly. I might have to set up taking donations or something to not vote for a team, or maybe I need to step back and not vote just because I think I'm cursing people.
No, what you need to do, Supertees, is you need to DM me your prediction before you make it.
So we can do the opposite.
So we can make me look as good as humanly possible here. Because there's always going to be a winner and a loser. So we could do that, and then we can kind of, split the credit in the end. Because then you will have everything wrong, I'll have everything right, and then
okay.
we'll use that to our advantage.
Our advantage.
Yeah, so we get rehired next season. DOBOB, though, picking Cage of Carnage. This is their signature map. Yeah, this is a DOBOB map for sure. When DOBOB is despi for a win, this is the map they pick. I feel like they did this a lot against Echo last season, and they were able to get some big wins in that FMP matchup that we saw them play back when that was meta. But now, Streamer Zone, DOBOB, game number 2 here. Very, very important game for both of these teams. DOBOB trying to hold on in the standings here. Streamer Zone trying to pull ahead, because any game that Streamer Zone wins kind of puts a target on Stop Nerf Mistweaver's back, right? Stop Nerf Mistweaver, it's a bit of a race going on right now between these two teams, right? Streamer Zone is ahead by 20 points. So if they lose, then all Stop Nerf Mistweaver has to do is win one game to make a tie. So for them, they are hate watching Streamer Zone right now. They want them to lose. They're praying for DOBOB. They're like, come on, get some big ice walls here and take it home. So yeah, Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're preying on their downfall, and Streamer Zone, they're just holding on. And we'll see if they can actually do it.
Okay, top 3 qualifications on the line for Europe's Grand Finals. Who will take it, Streamer Zone or DOBOB? The teams have had to adapt and overcome adversity with 12.0.5's release as the meta has shifted, and these healers need to be rooted down on their Restoration Druids, which is the healer of choice here in the European region. Although North America, when we get to that tomorrow, I think is going to be slightly different unless they choose to adopt what they're witnessing here. But the Resto Druid, a lot more volatile than we were seeing with the Mistweaver monks prior to this. If you fall behind, it is very difficult to recover. And if you manage to get aggressive and swing momentum, you can snowball a game for your team as well. So a volatile matchup here, a lot on the line. We are seconds away from the gates opening and the cages pumping them into the arena, and there will be no going back from that point. This is a map that Relza is going to have to be a king on with his Ursul's Vortex. We saw that against Echo, and it got a kill on Raikou, so I'm curious to see how the Druids navigate it. The Mages just immediately trading Frozen Orbs in the middle of the map, trying to get things going. They blind next. They start on PMake. PMake actually choosing to Trinket. He might not be playing Blink Stun, as he chose to Trinket out of that stun lock right there, which would be an interesting adaptation if he is running the Shimmer. Curious to see if they can punish that at all.
Oh, I love watching Shimmer and Mage gameplay. I think Tessia is playing the regular Blink there. You saw the icon, but they're going after Nala. Big potential here. They're casting the Ice Wall. They are isolating Brunhilde here on the opposite side of the battlefield, but it looks like Next is able to pre-heal him there in that situation, so they don't get too much value. And I think that's a big reason why they like this map. Yeah, see that Vortex there on the side too. They try to suck PMake down there with the Vortex out of line. And they're also using these ice walls beautifully, but here comes a smoke momentum on Nala. They want to get Nala's Trinket here, but Tessia, nice Dragon's Breath, shuts it down. Nala will recover, and it's a big kind of game of chicken here. Who can force that Rogue Trinket first? Gonna have a big advantage later.
Ooh, Cyclone on next here, but Relz is in a gouge. Brunhilde in a Polymorph. They dismantle the Resto Druid. Relz, that was a mistake from Brunhilde there. Now Nala's pretty happy to dismantle Brunhilde and take some damage away from him in this position. Nala's doing a much better job on overall damage. PMake is taking some big hits here. Ray of Frost as Tessia gets through the counterspell. They're just raying each other right now in the midfield. And PMake is losing the exchange as his healer's counterspell. He almost goes down without ice blocking. If they can chain crowd control onto next right now, they might be able to close it. Relz is there, but Brunhilde peels him away with a cheap shot, denying the Cyclone. But Tessia is taking damage. PMake is still getting hit hard. PMake is blinking down to the bottom side of the map. He doesn't want those knockbacks and ice walls to be his downfall, but will he be able to get back to his healer in time? These Resto Druids really struggle on momentum. If they ever fall behind, you can see it. They just can't top PMake. Finally getting him back into the game, but he gets Vortexed on his blink back downstairs out of line of sight. Next is in tree form, bouncing on that far ramp away from PMake. Dragon's Breath interrupts the Ray of Frost. Tessia gets cycloned, but Relz is in a blind. PMake the target. We see Nala now stunned into a Cyclone as Nex is getting crowd control. Relza Ironbarks Tessia through the burst damage here. It's well placed. He's looking for polymorphs. He goes for Ray as he sees the counterspell on Arcane. He drops the ice wall to line of sight PMake away from his team. Can they blast him? He blinks down to the bottom side. Next to next so that he can heal him, but he gets cycloned. It was a Nature Swiftness one. Although Nature Swiftness isn't really a great healing tool anymore. It is almost entirely used for Cyclone at this point in Midnight. PMake blinks back downstairs. He gets kicked, but he goes for the Ray. Big swap on Nala, trying to bait his Trinket. He doesn't fall for the bait. Nala holds on. Both teams recover. Relza actually has the mana advantage right now, which was important last time. And Nala has improved a lot. He took it personally with that rogue diff.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I feel like Nala has stepped up in a big way. It's almost like he heard you, Sid, because he is absolutely blasting the damage. They're doing a phenomenal job here with the mage damage. And Relza trying to push him for CC there, but he gets gouged into a Cyclone. Nice shutdown there. Good intercept there coming out from Brunhilde. Now here comes the swap onto Nala. Do they have a shutdown? Nicely done there by Relza. Get the Cyclone onto PMake to interrupt the Ray of Frost. But still, Nala had to trade out the Cloak of Shadows here. Manages to recover. Next is around the corner there. Tessia is looking for him. Potentially trying to get a crowd control. Nice Ursul's Vortex there onto Tessia as well. Tessia has to blink away here from the orb. And he is taking quite a beating right now. But next in a full blind. Don't have any follow-up CC for that one. Brunhilde, once again, look at PMake. He's taking so much damage here. Beautiful Iron Bark, though. Beautiful Greater Invis as well. PMake with a nice counterspell as well. Great defensive maneuvers here from Streamer Zone to kind of recover from that situation. Now Relza forced to trade out his Trinket on that blind to manage to save the Rogue here potentially. Brunhilde also taking a lot of damage here, but still has his Cloak of Shadows, still has his Trinket. So Brunhilde not in too much of a worry at this position.
Brunhilde has his Adrenaline Rush and a Smoke Bomb. I wonder if going Druid is at all a possibility here. I think if Relza moves in again for Nature Search and Cyclone, I'd actually like to see a swap to him, but they're just blasting Tessia. Ice Wall comes down for Tessia to respond. P-Make blinks back to next. They should be able to sustain here with that barrier and a big heal. They're going on Nala. Massive push on Nala once again, trying to find that weak link, and he Trinket evasions. Is he going to fall through it? Ice Lances will still connect. 1 second left on the Cyclone, and Nala survives by the skin of his teeth. Grappling back to P-Make to try and get momentum for his side, but P-Make still has 2 ice blocks. They really need to force one here, but they don't have cooldowns to do it. There's no Ray of Frost. There's no Adrenaline Rush. Tessia is getting low at the same time. Mana is starting to fall out of their favor, and Streamer Zone, I think, are looking better and better.
Yeah, that was a really, really sketchy situation there, but Nala manages to survive. Evasive maneuvers, the Crimson Vial there as well, making a lot of work for him. He can thank his lucky stars that he's alive, but now P-Make under pressure. They're going after Nala actually once again here. Ray of Frost is going to connect. Nala 10 seconds more on his cloak, but no Trinket. Tessia at the same time though is getting blasted, dropping low and forced into the ice block. Relza still sitting in his crowd control. Next is looking for the Cyclone. He finds it. If they can CC him through the block here, they might actually be able to take down Tessia. But no. Oh, nice knock by Next onto Relza into the Ring of Frost, but Tessia not out of the woods yet. Does he have enough healing? It's hard for Relza right now. He's on hypo. He can't access that second ice block for a little bit longer, but it does look like he will recover. Nice push from Streamer Zone. This is such a close game right now, but still P-Make under heavy fire. Mana starting to hurt for both of these healers. Relza in stealth actually gets Cyclone. The Trinkets out of the Cyclone. This opens up an opportunity here for the blind potentially later.
He used it though.
I
think they overlapped.
Oh, they overlap. Yeah, you're right. They overlapped it, and now as a result, they get the smoke bomb, and they force the ice block with the Ray.
I think he might have blinded into the clone or something right there. But that's removing a win condition. They were in a really good spot. They still don't have Trinkets, though. And they have Adrenaline Rush in 30. They have a Ray of Frost. So they can connect this on the Rogue and 100-0 him. Are they going to make that decision to swap onto Nala? We see the engagement. They are. Ring of Frost has been secured, and it could be game over if they get the Ray. They can't connect it. They don't even need it. They clone out for follow-up. And Streamer Zone looks so good, so clean. It's making me wonder how it was possible for them to lose in the open bracket. They lost to OK Let's Go, which Burger King just completely dismantled. I was wondering if they were just like super shaky and they couldn't adapt at all because of that. But now watching these, I'm like, I don't understand how they could have lost because they're looking so good with this. And even despite Tessia and Nala stepping up on the damage, they're still falling behind and losing the match overall.
Honestly, that was like here. I was just about to say this. Nala should have died right here. Like I don't like to use the word luck, but he got a little lucky there to survive that one. Like just a little bit more damage from Streamer Zone, and the game would have already ended. Doesn't matter. They don't skip a beat. They got the Trinket there from Relza. They get the cheap shot onto Relza into the full Ring of Frost. Next is there. Look at him ready to go with the follow-up Cyclone. And Nala tries to make it over there to interrupt it, but even if he did interrupt it there's no way he was going to survive that. It was just too much damage coming through here for Streamer Zone. And Streamer Zone, like you said, they are playing phenomenally. Based on what I saw in the open bracket, I was like, okay, Streamer Zone didn't look that good.
It's over.
They
I
lost.
thought it was over for them.
Yeah.
Like it was just meta's not in their favor. It's over. Streamer Zone reign is gone. But no, now here they're looking fine.
Absolutely. And on the flip side, DOBOB looked so good in the open bracket because they had that game 5 2v2 situation against Echo, and I was like, I feel like DOBOB is gonna be even better. Like usually when DOBOB loses like a series like that, they've come back and been even more clutch. But so far, I feel like both teams are playing really well. Streamer Zone is just a little bit more coordinated. They're just doing a little bit better. These rogue goals are absolutely massive for them. And like you said, despite Nala stepping up on the damage and actually out-damaging Brunhilde, it's more about the setup, I think, that Streamer Zone was able to get more frequently. Force out those trinkets.
It's like they attack Mage until they have Kidney Shot, and then they go Nature Search, Clone Druid, Kidney Shot Rogue, and send damage on Rogue, and then go back to Mage and wait until that's available. And they're just rotating that as just a standard strategy. And we've seen that from teams in North America. The teams that just come up with a simple basic strategy and repeat it over and over are the teams that come out ahead. Whereas DOBOB, it kind of feels like they're really hyper-focused on Mage, and we don't see any kind of coordinated strategy other than just let's keep attacking the Mage and toss out Nature Swiftness clones when we can. And the swaps to Rogue from Streamer Zone are just paying out more for them. Now DOBOB, they have a chance to possibly get a top 3 position, but they have to win almost like every single series. But they have to win every game now in this series if they want to do it. So 3 in a row. DOBOB trying to contest for a top 3 position in Europe's grand finals to then qualify for BlizzCon. They're taking their time with their comp. Do you think Flappers is coming in?
No, I think they're talking about strategy here. I don't think we're going to see them change, but maybe? I feel like a Feral Druid in this matchup, though, would get bullied hard. Like, Flappers would have to pre-bear every single kidney. He would have to do some crazy things to get the upper hand here against the Outlaw. I don't think that's what we're going to see. I think more likely I don't know, actually. I was thinking maybe we get to see Holy Priest, because that's Relza's main. But I doubt it, honestly. I think we're going to see the exact same thing locked in for DOBOB. I don't think we've seen Tessia really play the Fire Mage yet. Maybe one or two games, so I don't think that's changing. And I don't see how anything else would change. Sub-Rogue? Nah, they're just sticking to it.
All right, this is it. They're locked in. There's no going back. They took their time with that. You can tell that it's tense. There's a lot on the line in this game. If they don't win this, they're in the gauntlet, and who knows what's going to happen between now and the gauntlet. The meta could shift 2 more times before we get to the gauntlet. So, like, you want to be in the comfortable top 3 position knowing that you're there for the big grand finals as opposed to the gauntlet. The gauntlet is the most volatile position to be in. So both of these teams contending with each other for a top 3 position. And Nala is going to be one of those players here on the Outlaw Rogue. And I do believe that a lot of rogues have decided to switch over to the Trickster hero talent tree build, as that is the one that got buffed. You can see the smoke cloud icon on the top right. I think that talent in particular received a lot of changes, and during their Adrenaline Rush window, they do so much damage. So I got to do that switch myself. I'm still behind the times on Fatebound. So if you're an Outlaw Rogue and you haven't made that adjustment over to Trickster, the Unseen Blade, it's providing a lot of extra damage. It's a really good pickup. I think a lot of these Outlaw Rogues are opting for it. And then the Preparation talent is also a super fun one for Rogue. It just resets a lot of your powerful cooldowns, like your Adrenaline Rush, so you can get like 2 pops, which Outlaw Rogue previously didn't have for its class as far as burst damage. So that's why we're seeing a lot more of it. The drawback is that you don't have a lot of stuns, but if you're fighting a mage, you don't have any stuns anyways. So that's why we don't see Subtlety nearly as much. It's just because of the blink stun removal that mages have. But here we are. It's game number 3. It's match point. DOBOB fighting to stay alive, to get into the top 3, and to avoid the gauntlet and the uncertainty of what could unfold as far as meta presentation into the future. If you're a DOBOB fan, they're going to absolutely need your energy. Although I think in the chat, you guys all voted Streamer Zone. You guys are pretty happy with that because we didn't. You guys are going to keep beating us in the predictions here. But we're going to Empyrean Domain, which is a complete flip as far as map. This tells me that DOBOB, I think, they're a bit scared. They went to their cage and they didn't win on their cage. They have such an insanely high win rate on Cage of Carnage. They didn't win there. So they're going to Empyrean Domain. They took a long time to lock in their comp. I think Streamer Zone might have them shaken a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Streamer Zone are feeling pretty confident. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're looking at these games right now, and they are probably a little bit worried as well what level Streamer Zone decided to show up with for this final cup. And DOBOB looking to at least grab a win here in game number 3. Will they be eliminated or will they hold on? This is a elimination series in the lower bracket. Next is in a blind. Nala is in a cheap shot. Relza has to Trinket and NS clone Brunhiri on the first blind. So already we're seeing Streamer Zone kind of pull the first punch here and force the first major defensive.
All right, Relza in a kidney shot, Ring of Frost. I mean, Streamers don't have confidence. They're just playing aggressive. They're standing on top of them, going for the win already. Is Nala going to fall? He trinkets out of the smoke bomb. Relza connects a heal. He's in tree form, praying that his heals will be enough. It can be very stressful as a druid coming out of crowd control and all your hots have fallen off to recover, but Relza manages to hold it together. However, they both don't have trinkets, and we've seen that be a checkmate position every single game. When Relza doesn't have Medallion and Nala doesn't have Medallion, they crowd control both players, press Ray of Frost, GG, go next. And there's no go next this time. It's just GG, go home for DOBOB if they die to that setup. So let's see if Streamer Zone can make this play. They have NS Clone. Next is jumping in. He's getting combo points for a stun. He's ready to move in. He gets met by a Dragon's Breath. Tessia intercepts. Ring of Frost misses, though, so it's fortunate for next. He chooses to abandon the push. He used his Nature Swiftness there, and it didn't get too much value. Tessia just almost died amidst all of that chaos as well. But without the Nature Swiftness clone or a blind, I think it'll be tough for them to get on top of Relza. Maybe they just kill with damage? They just kill with damage? Tessia has to ice block. They swap on Nala. Here comes Nex. He gets to the main stun. There's still no trinket. Cyclone around the corner. Nex is trying to fake the counterspell. He can't fake it. They go for Dragon's Breath instead, but they don't manage to get momentum swung off that ice block just yet as Tessia recovers. Now they clone up next. They're swapping on Brunhilde possibly. Looks like they're still hitting P-Make. In-cap Roar, Polymorph. Unfortunately on diminishing return there with each other, so not going to be too much consequence. Here comes Ray of Frost, but Tessia is low. It just feels like momentum is in favor of Streamer Zone. We're not seeing those types of opportunities present for DOBOB. Like, Next has Medallion seemingly all game. Brunhilde has Medallion seemingly all game. Whereas Streamer Zone, they're just getting more effective control and burst.
Yeah, Streamer Zone, at least some good news here. Relza was able to sit through the blind there, but they are severely behind on cooldowns here. DOBOB playing on the side, on the back foot right now, but Tessia could rotate back his ice block. They're even behind on mana. I'm trying to find like one good win condition for them here, but finally a Cyclone connects onto Next. Can they force something? B-Make just standing in his own Ring of Frost defensively to get the double roar, and Next now met with a kidney shot from Nala. Can they find the follow-up CC? Tessia looking for it, not able to find it, but they chain it with the Disorienting Roar from the Druid instead. They swap onto Nala. He might just die here in this position. Brunhilde looked like he maybe lagged out there for a second, but back in the match. And Nala is going to be completely fine in this position. Going for the full blind onto Next. Trying to take down P-Make, but Nala also going for the sap there. Not able to find it. Tessia gets gouged. He's not going to get any follow-up. Really didn't like that blind attempt there by Nala. He wanted to sap him, but Next kind of read the situation there and was able to prevent it. And now they don't have blind. They don't have good offense. I just feel like Streamer Zone's goals are way more deadly than DOBOB's goals right now.
It seems like they're more coordinated. Whereas DOBOB, I feel like they're just kind of like throwing out things, but not with all three players. It's like Nala's trying to do something, but nobody else is ready for it. Or Tessia's trying to do an ice wall play, but maybe no one else is ready for it. Tessia's just dead to damage. He's the block. He blocks at 1% health. I mean, he just cancels it to go for the Ray. He cancels it at 20%. Relza is sweating right now. There's no ice blocks for 50 seconds. They're going to be eliminated from the tournament. They're going to lose their chance to get a top 3 position. Relza just used his trinket. You have no blocks. Relza has no trinket. It's match point. They gouge the Ray of Frost, and now P-Make out of nowhere takes some huge hits. Finally, some aggression. They get an ice block out from P-Make. Brunhilde's grappling over to Tessia to close this game. P-Make is blinking forward as well. Frozen Orb across the map to snipe Tessia. P-Make is getting in on top of Relza. Nala grapples back to swap on Brunhilde, but no control on Next means he'll easily heal this. They drop the wall. They immediately shatter that wall, though. No pressure going to be found as a result, and now Relza's mana looking dicey. Tessia has Ice Block in 13 seconds, but Brunhilde has Adrenaline Rush. If he can connect here with Adrenaline Rush, it's going to be very scary. They in-cap Roar Brunhilde. They're stalling his pursuit. They dismantle him, but he's actually pretty happy to get crowd controlled right now. He hasn't actually popped. And he might go Nala, too, with this kidney shot. There's the kidney shot. Here comes the Adrenaline Rush. Immediate Trinket Evasion. That's a good response to the Smoke Bomb and the Adrenaline Rush. And then the kidney shot Brunhilde with no Trinket to try and turn it around on him. But there's no control on Next. And this is what I mean. Like, they send on one player, but there's no communication for Relza to go for a clone. And if he's not CC'd, then what are they going to do? P-Make, a little bit low here. Relza, though, into a Cyclone. Tessia really wants to hold on to this Ice Block. He's fortunate he faked an interrupt, so he's able to polymorph Brunhilde here. During these couple of seconds, Brunhilde rooted and trying to connect using pistol shot. We swap back to Tessia. He's going for the Ray on P-Make. A dicey situation, but Relza, like you said, he drank. And that is his one saving grace right now to put his team back in this match.
Yeah, they drank during that one kind of half-coordinated go there. They were just buying time for Relza to actually drink, but Relza has to trinket out of the blind. Nala could be in big trouble here. He's got no trinket. They get the stun on Relza's trinket. Beautiful play by Next, and they take Nala down here. He does have the Cloak of Shadows. He should be able to hold on for a little bit longer, and Relza, with that drink now, is able to power up Nala, and P-Make is the one on the back foot. Tessia pushing in here, potentially getting ready to get something onto Next. He gets counterspelled on his Polymorph. Now Glacial Spike is going to come in, but Brunhilde is there with the second interrupt onto Tessia. Tessia blinking back once again, activates the Shadow Meld, now getting aggressive onto P-Make, but it's Relza on the back foot. Next, though, mana is not looking good. There's the Ice Wall, there's the Ray of Frost, but his Ray just got cancelled there. I don't know what happened to it, but now Brunhilde should be able to survive here, but still, they're going to burn through a decent chunk of Next mana, and that is the win condition right now for DOBOB. Dampen Streamer Zone.
They got his trinket, too. They're polymorphing Brunhilde. Looks like Nala, he's been the weak link every game. Is he going to go down? They're pressuring P-Make. Can they topple him here? Dampening a 30% healing reduction. Relza with a mana lead. Tree form up for Next, though. Big heals should be available. Can he handle the dampening? Tessia is getting low at the same moment. Relza struggling. You just keep him at 80% at the moment. Brunhilde polymorph blind on Next. Good coordination on P-Make here from DOBOB, but Not enough damage to really force anything. Rel's is repositioning with Innervate. He doesn't want to get spell stolen on it. Star Surging, buffing his Hots, Cat Farm to dodge Polymorphs. He dodges Dragon's Breath around the corner there. Nala gets Vortexed on his grapple. He's stunned. He has Trinket. He doesn't want to Trinket because it's not Adrenaline Rush and it's not Smoke Bomb, but he pops Evasion anyways. As dampening is high and it's going to force it. They stun Relza. The follow-up on Relza has been insane right now. He's been crowd controlled for so long. Tessie has to ice block. Adrenaline Rush gets popped. They polymorph Nala. I think they want to go Nala here. He's still low. They're polymorphing him, holding him low. Tessia, Ray of Frost on him. They're getting toppled even despite having a mana advantage. I think Next is drinking in cat form off in the corner. He gets cheap shot. We'll have to see how much mana he ultimately was able to get. Nala's the target. Is he going to fall? Next into a Cyclone. P-Make. Will he be able to hold on? He has 2 ice blocks. P-Make's in such a good position, and even despite the drink, Next is still evening out on mana. It's getting worse and worse for DOBOB. Tessia on match point, 8 seconds away from his ice block, 6 seconds away from his ice block. 5, 4, it looks like he survives. He's looking for an ice wall. He's fake casting. They drop it. They're trying to go after Brynhiddy, but Brynhiddy just kidney shot Nala. That wall's doing nothing. Ray of Frost, but P-Make just gets KO'd. They have everything. They have everything, and he just gets knocked out. Oh my god, if they end up losing this series off of that, they are going to be kicking themselves. They are so far ahead. They have everything available, and he just gets absolutely rocked. I need to see a slow-mo replay of that kill right there, because it looked like they were about to just flip and win, and then P-Mac just dies.
Yeah, that was a pretty insane amount of damage that connected on P-Mac. He had 2 ice blocks for that one. But ended up dying there. And it's crazy that Stream Zone were turning that around. DOBOB, this was not a great game for them. Like, from start to basically when it ended, it was just all about Streamer Zone. Felt like they were just losing the entire match until they found that kind of miracle damage situation. And it is, let's see here with the ice wall, they had a little Ray of Frost there connecting, and then Nala actually connects a huge amount of damage. So P-Make, I think his last global was a Dragon's Breath there to interrupt the Ray of Frost. And he just died on that global. So we're going to have to see the death log. Because definitely the Ray of Frost did a decent chunk there. But it looked like when Nala connected also, there was just a massive amount of damage that hit him all at once. So you can see it here. The Ice Wall did get some value though. I mean, Next he still has to get around it, you know? Like he's not healing in this moment. And then there, he just, boom.
Okay, well, it happens to the best of them, right? It happens to the best of them, and they had every cooldown. We've seen every mage die without ice blocking at this point. It's not just a Venruki staple. It's literally every single mage on every single team has died without blocking, even despite it, like Next put in so much to get his team to this position, even with Relza drinking, and to go down like that. You got to be just level-headed. Like if they're tilting at all, if they're raging at each other, like this could spiral them out of the match. And it's just a massive connection. As all 3 players, a Star Surge with some damage grappled in from Nala, probably a big Blade Rush I think we'll see in the death log in a second here. Blade Rush hits really hard with the set bonus that you get on the tier set. So yeah, only 51k, but he did a 51k into a dispatch for 30k, and that's Star Surge. What is, I need to copy Relsa's gear, because like I haven't seen a Star Surge hit that hard. There's no way. What did he tricks the Druid by accident? Like what? Tricks of the trade on the Druid is better than the mage, man. They should tricks the Druid. Ray of Frost can get interrupted. That can't. Just tricks of the trade the Druid, man. 122. That's the biggest Star Surge I've ever seen.
Guys,
you don't expect the Druid. You don't expect the Druid to be the lava. I mean, it's like it had to be Ray or it had to be Blade Rush. No, it's Star Surge.
I mean, you can see on the damage log here when Tessia got interrupted. He got Dragon's Breath at 50% to stop the Ray. At 50%, Tessia was out of the game. And then from that moment until he died, it was just the Hand of Frost from the Ray hitting one time, and just the Druid and the Blade Rush Dispatch, like, just deleted him. Absolutely deleted him.
Okay, I mean, Outlaw Rogue.
We found what killed him.
We figured it out. The real culprit here was Relza. He's just snickering in the back. They don't know it was me. They don't know it was me the whole time, but it was me and my Star Surge. 122,000. That's like a rising sun kick. I've never seen a Star Surge hit that hard. And if you want to copy Relza's build and hit people in the game with 120k Star Surges, here's his build, here's his gear, and here is his layout. And he is running that Heart of the Wild, although this is particularly used in cat form to generate combo points with Feral Frenzy to get maim stuns. That's typically how it's used. He's not running Boomkin form, so it's not like he went Boomkin form and that's somehow he did that damage. He literally just pressed Star Surge and it just hit really hard for his team, and it's a super important rotational ability for Resto Druid. You might not think that it is because it's typically this is like the main staple ability for Boomkin, but for Resto Druid in PvP, it's very important that you're spamming that button on cooldown in conjunction with its PvP talents and with its mana benefits, as well as hitting for 120,000. So a really important button to make sure you got on your action bar, and it just got Relza the win right there on match point, facing elimination, basically falling behind in every single category, and now possibly tilting Streamer Zone here as we're moving into game number 4, as DOBOB are vying to compete for a top 3 position, which is guaranteed qualifications to Europe's Grand Finals. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, same matchup, same comp, similar strategies on this large map as well, which seemed to work for DOBOB as they played a bit more conservatively, tried to focus on drinks, get to the late game, and hope that Streamer Zone would make a mistake, because I feel like Streamer Zone, when it's going head-to-head with setups, that they are the ones coming out ahead.
Absolutely. I think we figured out what it takes to beat Streamer Zone in a mirror, guys. You just need a Resto Druid, Outlaw Rogue, a Frost Mage, and a Boomkin on your team, and then that's what it takes. Let's see if they can repeat that again. I'm not sure if how repeatable that is. I mean, this is where Streamer Zone gets tested as well. This is where DOBOB picks up a little bit of momentum. Definitely not over yet. We are on Ashamane's Fall, and we are going to see both teams kind of doing a similar opening right now. Both teams going after the Mage. Brunhilde gets caught with a cheap shot into a kidney here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able... Nah, I don't like this that much. It looked like they wanted to commit onto Brunhilde, but it was on diminishing return, so they didn't really force too much off of that exchange, not even the Iron Bark from next. And now it is Streamer Zone's turn to do a go here. Can they get something? Interrupt the Ray of Frost. And so far, the Mage race seems pretty even.
Blinds on each Druid. Both Druids sit through it, and they comfortably survive, although Next hasn't used his Iron Bark yet, but Tessia's just ran out, and he is getting clobbered. They managed to claw back. Tessia's back in the match. You can see these Star Surges just flying in off to the sides from these Druids. Relza jumps in to get some combo points on that kidney shot, so he's got combo points built up for a maim stun. They're going on Nala with that maim stun, and now you can see he's going to survive with the Void Shield barrier. He's going to absorb damage. Bringer Frost hits both Brunhilde and P-Make, but not too much consequence. Tessia gets counterspelled. He might go for the Ray of Frost. You see a kidney shot on Relza. Big engagement. Who's going to be the target? Is it going to be Nala or is it going to be Tessia? They can't find it. They disrupt it with a kick. He's going for it again and he gets counterspelled. Vortexed away. Here comes a Ray of Frost from Tessia as that Vortex is pinning Brunhilde and he can't interrupt it. I like that coordination to guarantee the Ray. Tessia repositioning back, but still getting hit hard by P-Make. He gets gouged on his cast. P-Make blinks away from it. They cycle in Tessia low health. It wasn't the Nature Swiftness. Next can still make that play. I'm curious to see if Next decides to play more passively. Like, both Druids are a bit reluctant right now to cross the map. Next is getting a little bit closer to the fight right now in that tree form, blasting in Wraths on the stun lock. I like that he's adding damage on that stun. Tessia goes for a Ray, but he fakes it. Next jumps in to avoid the Ice Wall. He jumps to Brunhilde, so he can't Ice Wall him off. Next is very aware of Tessia's tricks with that Ice Wall. He tree forms to immune the Polymorph. Good positioning from Next. He's adapting to this well. Relza sits through the blind again. He doesn't want to leave that as an opening. And I think that's a big adaptation on Relza's part. I feel like before he was just kind of rotationally trinketing blind, which is in the past in Rogue Mage Druid Mirrors, that was what you had to do. But it seems like if you can get away with it now, you really want to.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Tessia, oh my goodness. Does not Ice Block right there. Full Ray of Frost now gets channeled onto Nala. Can they take him down? Can they force his cooldowns? They really want to. Now a counter go here onto Brunhilde. The smoke bomb drops from Nala, but they don't get too much with this. The wall might be enough to extend the setup there. They force the evasion, but you really want that Cloak of Shadows. You really want that trinket when you're doing those big hit goes. But still, P-Make's taking a lot of damage as well. And I like the DOBOB is switching it up. They're going back and forth between the Rogue and the Mage, trying to rotate that pressure as much as humanly possible. Relza sitting down for a drink already. It might cost Tessia his Ice Block. If they can hold on to this Ice Block, it's huge. Relza actually sneakily manages to get a little bit of mana right there. Just a couple of ticks. But that could be what makes the difference later on. So far, it has been Next and Relza kind of neck and neck on that healing meter, basically mirroring each other's globals in the entire match. Tessia will have to Ice Block here, though. P-Make ducks in, looks for the Ice Lance, looks for the Glacial Spike. Tessia with the counter Ray of Frost here, manages to recover, though, on the side of Brunhilde. And so far, it is a very even game. No one really has used any major defensives. Next pushing in for CC, not able to find it. P-Make trying to get the counter go. It's interrupted on the Ray. And so far, everyone is just dead even. No one has used any defensives yet.
Glacial Spike on P-Make. Relza crossing the map in bear form. Wants to get a Nature Swiftness clone, but he got rooted on it. He has his NS up right now. He got it. He connects the clone, and this is a good setup on Brunhilde. They pop Adrenaline Rush. They're looking more coordinated. They swap on P-Make, and they get an Ice Block. Just that simple. Just lining up Kidney Shot with Nature Swiftness Cyclone gets you a major cooldown. It's just one of the setups that the teams need to be implementing. And then they have the Ice Wall. It's kind of like this wild card setup that can actually force a cooldown as well. So if they're coordinated here with these Kidney Shot, Nature Swiftness clones, as well as the Ice Walls, I think they might be able to pull this off. They set up with a Maim stun on Brunhilde. I also think experimenting more with the Druid stuns, too, because the Outlaw Rogues, they kind of run out of stuns after they run out of Vanishes, so the Druids actually need to add a lot here. They go for a Smoke Bomb on Nala. Relza just tranquility behind a pillar. He totally countered that. And now P-Make is ice walled away from his team. No way! He's critically low. His second ice block was forced. And my God, if DOBOB end up reverse sweeping this series off of that kill in the last game, because they're looking so much better now, they just need some time to warm up. Relza's put into the blind on his Nature Swiftness. Next is they're spell stealing the Nature Swiftness. No, it didn't get it in time. They cycle him, but where's the Kidney? Brunhilde evasion, so they can't Kidney Shot. Good evasion from Brunhilde right there. The in-cap roar next. P-Make, no blocks. Next, trinkets into a Dragon's Breath. Is P-Make going to fall here? Next needs to make a tough decision on where to use this Nature Swiftness. I feel like Next is playing more passively this time, and maybe it's not playing into the strengths of their team. We haven't seen him really get anything going for his team as far as crowd control, but Tessie is dying to pressure. Nala can't help him. He's in a Cyclone. Trying to get back there, but now he's rooted.
Oh!
Nala's out of the game. Tessie has to block. Streamer Zone strike back. It's still match point for DOBOB. They need to keep this going if they want a chance to qualify for top 3 in Europe.
Yeah, and they do it. It's a very, very even game still. P-Make 1 minute left until he has that next ice block. Next with no trinket. There is an opportunity here to KO P-Make, and they do it on the side of DOBOB. They just need to get one setup, one cheap shot, or Druid CC. There's the NS from Relza.
He didn't get it.
Next is not offsiding it. He can't get it. Next is doing a great job here avoiding it, but there it is. Full Cyclone is going to connect. Can they take down P-Make though? But no, P-Make is already out of there. He knows, he sees the opportunity that DOBOB is looking for, and he denies it, and now goes back into the middle, feeling very safe in that exchange. That was their big hit here, and now mana starting to become a huge issue on the side of DOBOB.
Oh, Relza got some combo points there, I think, with the Feral Frenzy. So he's got a fully loaded combo point bar for a Maim stun. Relza's moving in. He wants to get something. He jumps towards next. He Maim stuns. There's no trinket on him. No ice block for 10 seconds. In cap roar. Can they finish P-Make here? No follow-up. He should be able to heal back up to full. And now Tessie in trouble. Relza has to trinket. The smoke bomb's down on Brunhilde. They're trying to make a play, but Next has Tranquility rolling behind the pillar. They drop down the ice wall to continue it, but they shatter the wall immediately. They cycle on Brunhilde, realizing that that kill was botched. That was a bomb and a wall, and it got basically nothing. It was very unfortunate for DOBOB because their mana is tight right now. Next is moving in for crowd control, jumping into the middle, and finally we see him make a play. NS clone, Kidney Shot, counterspell the peels, and they're going after Nala on match point. Can they manage to close it out? Not enough damage to do so. Nala peels with a Vanish and a cheap shot, switching back onto P-Make, but P-Make now has an ice block. Tessia is falling behind. Things are going to get chaotic. Dampening is getting high. 34% healing reduction. Tessia on match point, facing elimination. Star Surge comes crashing in. He gambles it on the ice barrier to absorb the hit. Now he's casting Glacial Spike, trying to get momentum going on Brunhilde, but Brunhilde still has the medallion available. His smoke bomb comes up in 13. They Kidney Shot him. They're just sending damage, trying to win with pressure. Relza is completely out of mana. Backs against the wall right now. He gets Blizzard on his drink. Tessia is almost dead. Big damage incoming. He gambles it again. He gets 50 blocks at critically low health right now. And can they do it? Can they still win this at a 40% mana deficit? His ice block comes up in 15 seconds. They swap on Nala with no trinket. Relza is drinking. He's Tranquility's behind the pillar. He just got enough mana to trank, but it's not enough. He's NS cloned in Streamer Zone. Advanced in the lower bracket.
Wow, that was looking dicey for Streamer Zone there for a second, but they managed to pull through. They hold strong, and I don't know what it is, but Next just seems to have better mana throughout all of these games compared to Relza. Now DOBOB definitely going to be in the gauntlet here. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with, so we're still going to see them, but they're going to have to really battle their way through that. Streamer Zone, meanwhile, are putting now pressure on Stop Nerf Mistweaver in that upper portion of bracket. But let's see these last couple of seconds. You can see Relza is completely tapped in this situation, and that is despite the damage looking slightly actually in favor of DOBOB in this position. Next had to do more healing, but somehow he has less mana. They find that smoke bomb window, 2 seconds on the clock of Nala, but it's not gonna come back in time. And that is one of the things that make these teams so good. They find those very narrow kill moments where you just have a couple of seconds before a trinket is back or before a cooldown is back, and they manage to capitalize on them. Nevertheless, Streamer Zone will stay alive so far for now in the tournament. And NERF Mistweaver, they're gonna have to do something. See it one more time here at the end. Get the
Rose is so sad. He drank to get enough mana to trank, and he died through it. Like, he got an Esclove, but he literally channeled it almost fully, and he still died through it. He's so sad. He was like, oh my god, I might be able to save you. I just got Tranquility off cooldown. I just got a drink to press it. Maybe we can stay alive. Maybe we can still get top 3. Like, look at him behind the pillar, drinking. Oh, she didn't even get anything right there. How did he get the mana then? Because he definitely got mana at some point. Maybe Tree. He's in cat form. He gets a tick of mana to press Tranquility, and then tranks. And he gets like 2, 3, and 2 seconds of it. He's still just dead. So sad.
Yeah, I would definitely be sad too after that loss. Very unfortunate. Streamer Zone GG, like Zico said, going to be moving forward in the lower bracket. Do you feel like Zico, we're going to be seeing more Resto Druid from next?
Absolutely. I think that all of these rogue mage teams are kind of adapting more towards the RMD. We have seen a decent amount of RMP as well in the open bracket, but I do think it's going to be primarily about that RMD. I mean, that's most likely what we're seeing from Echo as well. So I think Next definitely looked really, really solid on it, and he should definitely keep playing it because his mana management, I think, was a big reason to why Streamer Zone looked so comfortable in this one.
Definitely. We've got Streamer Zone GG and Borger King staying alive down in the lower bracket. We've got 4 teams up in the upper bracket still. Super T's out of the 2 teams, Borger King or Streamer Zone. Who do you feel like is most likely, just out of those 2, to make it out of the lower bracket?
I mean, they don't have to go head to head for a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know how it's Z-Pi Rogue. I need to see more Z-Pi Rogue. I feel like that's the big question for Burger King, is that can they adopt a Rogue for this tournament? Because it seems like all the Windwalkers just disappeared. I don't know where they went. Like, they just all gone. It just disappeared randomly. Overnight, they went extinct. I don't understand how. So they've had to adapt Z-Pi in on the Outlaw Rogue. Is he ready to go toe-to-toe with Outlaw Rogues that have been grinding for years now, right? I think that's a big question because the rest of them look so good right now. So I'm leaning more Streamer Zone probably right now just because of that.
All right, well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye out on that. And with that, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we're going to be hopping on up to the upper bracket, and it's going to be Echo versus the newcomers Last Dance. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the upper bracket. It is Echo versus Last Dance. We've had 2 series. 2 teams have been eliminated. Now we're in the upper bracket, so whoever ends up losing this one, Ven, will have another chance in the lower. They've got to face some tough teams down there, but let's talk about these 2 teams. First, I want to talk about Last Dance, of course. We know Casu on that team in particular, so it's kind of him against the world right now.
Yeah, Last Dance, one of the few teams not playing Rogue Mage, and they're convinced that there's a Rogue Mage cartel. Echo might, in fact, be the leader of the Rogue Mage cartel, and they're going to have to go head-to-head with them. Because the thing is, Last Dance are one of those teams where, they're not happy with the state of Rogue Mage, but they're also still in the upper bracket. They've been doing phenomenal. They're going to be playing Jungle Cleave. Even though Marks Hunter's got toned down a little bit, Beastmaster is still really solid. So I feel like Last Dance, if they can take down Echo, that's this is kind of like their main opponent. If they beat Echo, then I feel like the sky's the limit for this team, and they might actually be able to win the cup, which would be very impressive.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Ven. But on the side of Echo, of course, we know that this has been such a consistent team in the EU region. Unfortunately, didn't probably get as high of a placement as they wanted last weekend. Zico, do you feel like that's shaken their confidence at all?
I feel like usually that makes them hungrier. I mean, they're still at the top of the leaderboard, and I think usually Echo tends to come back stronger. So I don't think so. Too much experience on that roster. If there's one player maybe that can be shaken, yeah, I mean that's brutal. Maybe JT could be shaken a little bit, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think Echo's feeling good.
All right. Well, it looks like chat is also feeling good about Echo's chances at 97%. Shot up even a little bit more. Their Last Dance, unfortunately, at 3%. Then this is a team that we know has a very strong roster, has very strong players individually. We've seen many of them time and time again in AWC. But do you feel like this number that is getting a little higher, 7% now, is representative of their chances?
I don't know. It's kind of a wild card for me because, mages have been doing really well with Mistweavers healing them. So, lots of powerful absorbs with the Life Cocoon, lots of cooldowns you can trade out during these scary moments. I feel like for Last Dance, they might actually have a shot. That might be, a little bit of copium, but I feel like the Pharaoh Druid with the Beast Mastery Hunter traditionally has been effective at taking down mages, so I definitely wouldn't count them out, and they're one of the best teams to do it. So they do have a chance, but they're going up against Echo. But like I said at the beginning of this, if Last Dance beats Echo, then that means they could probably beat everybody. Echo's probably going to be one of the best rogue mages that they do fight. If they can beat them, then they have a shot to win it all. So this will be telling for the rest of the cup.
All right, Zico, do you want to start us off with predictions?
I had to start last time. I have to start again?
If you don't feel confident about your first place.
Okay, fine. You know what? It's been a big debate on the desk if we should vote with our heart or if we should vote with our brain. I am once again going to be going with my heart, as I have been this entire season. I'm going to say Echo takes this 3-0.
Okay. Then, what about you?
I don't have a brain for this one, so I'm just going with Tony and Casu. I think it's gonna be a nail biter, but I think they're actually gonna win 3-1. 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also gonna go 3-1. I would love to see Last Dance take this one. I love what they're doing. I love that they're in their own lane, but it's Echo, and every time I go against Echo, I end up getting burnt, and I just feel like they're going to take this one. But Last Dance, the lower bracket as well, I do feel like they have a very good shot down there, and you never know. Maybe we get a rematch between these 2 teams, no matter which way it happens, of course. I don't want to count them out immediately, but Zico, we heard Ven's thoughts. What about you? What do you want to see from Last Dance to try and win this, considering they're the underdog, at least according to some of us?
Probably their best bet is to go BM Hunter, Feral Druid, and Holy Priest. I think that's the comp that they look the best on in the open bracket. They got the most wins with that. And that's kind of been, their main bread and butter for all these years. Just playing jungle, different specs, different variations. If things get desperate, they could always tag in Casu on the Dev Evoker.
My prediction's looking a bit sus right now.
Follow your heart, Ben.
Yeah.
Follow your heart.
Tony was in my stream accusing me of also being in the cartel because I play, an arcane mage, but I don't
Arcane
know.
mages are not in the cartel, okay?
What does that mean?
Come
That
on.
you're like pro RMP or like what is being in the cartel?
Yeah, I'm
cartel mean?
a part of like some secret society that just wants Rogue Mage to always win. Even though I never play Rogue Mage and I really don't care. I'd be happy if the jungle wins, and that's why I'm going in favor of them.
Okay, I'll make some tinfoil hats for us for when we come back on the camera after this break. Yeah. All right. Well, we got 23% now on the side of Last Dance. We are of course getting the players in a group ready to go in the arena, and this is an upper bracket series as well. We know both of these teams really want this Last Dance. Last Dance for sure could use these points, but we're gonna see what they can do. Can the underdog win? Is Echo going to take yet another win here in the upper bracket? It's game number 1. Best of 5, Zico, starting now.
Yeah, let's see it. Who is going to take it? Echo looking to maintain dominance here in Europe. And we are going to see JT on the Mistweaver. So we are going to be seeing RM Chi. And we are going to see the Jungle Cleave coming out here from Last Dance. Need a moment to see exactly what specializations. Actually, I can see it through the door. It's
Ooh.
Holy Priest, it's BM Hunter, and it is Feral Druid. And what spec is the Rogue Mage? Outlaw Frost.
Outlaw Frost, and in Europe, it seems like not as many teams are playing with the Mistweaver Monk, but in North America, there's still a lot of teams that are. So we saw Cubsy, we saw Zhang Bahai playing the Mistweaver Monk in the open bracket, so it's definitely not just completely phased out of the meta. And it's like I mentioned at the beginning of this, it's very important to have cooldowns like Life Cocoon to survive some of the incoming bursts that Jungle's going to be able to do. Likely Raikou going to be the main target here. Waz on the Outlaw Rogue going to be looking to be as disruptive as possible and just put out tons of pressure onto Casu.
Yeah, and Casu right now is going to respond back here with some pressure of his own. Waz taking a little bit of damage there, rolling down with Tony in a kidney shot. Raikou gets interrupted there on the Polymorph, and he's going to go for the Ray of Frost. Nice leg sweep there, sniped onto the Kara. They managed to get a little bit of damage there, but just the Roar of Sacrifice is going to be enough here. And he's actually looking pretty decent so far for Last Dance. They haven't had to use a single one of their trinkets on the very initial go. Casu's in a Polymorph. Raikou is just trying to control him as much as possible. Maybe looking for some crowd control onto the Kara. He's pushing in a little bit. Waz, though, in a stun, takes a decent amount of damage. At the same time, though, Tony gets the Guardian Angel. So a lot of pressure coming out here from Waz and Raikou as well. And JT going to be drinking some mana tea. Looks like he's going to be completely fine. Tony, what are you going to do here behind the pillar, taking so much pressure? I think he actually pre-bear formed that. Waz just manages to catch him outside of his healer's line of sight. And Tony is going to be surviving here with some evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, playing very passive. Doesn't want to be in the open, just afraid. Allowing Casu to kind of be the main target here, but Waz is not falling for the bait. He's going to be chasing down Tony as much as humanly possible. Casu, in the meantime, also under fire. Pressure heavily in favor of Echo so far, but a swap on Waz. Waz could potentially get dropped. He does have the trinket, lots of cooldowns to work with, but at least they get the Life Cocoon out of the way, and I feel like they're going to start trying to pressure Waz. So far, the damage on Raikou hasn't been great, as Echo's looking to strike back here onto Casu.
Yeah, Casu just trying to kite away a little bit, but I think Tony actually is the main target here. Waz just trying to get as much pressure as possible. Here's the Ray of Frost. Tony, how are you going to respond? He trades out the Bark Skin. Is it going to be enough? Trades out the Survival Instinct as well. There's too much damage coming out here, but Waz now getting swapped to, taking some damage, but looks like he's going to be completely fine. Still holding on to that evasion, still holding on to his trinket and his Cloak of Shadows. Those are all his major defensives. He's going to have those available. And now the Guardian Angel also traded onto Tony. Tony's got nothing. He has a trinket, but he's got nothing to press with the trinket. He might just die through it if they have enough damage here on the side of Echo. An excellent opportunity awaits. The Kara in Angel form right now, trying to do just deal with the damage that's coming out here from Waz and Raikou. But now he is susceptible for CC, and there's JT. Nice, he deft'd the Paralyzed from JT. It's caught up in a leg sweep. That Shadowwood Def might actually be what keeps Tony alive in this position. The Kara with an excellent outplay right there, keeping his team in the fight.
Yeah, nicely done. But Tony, like I said, he's just having to play so defensive here. Gets interrupted once again. Just hitting what he can. And this might be indicative that Last Dance wants to try to win this game on mana. Just keep Tony alive as long as possible. Deal as much damage as possible with Casu and the Beast Mastery Hunter. And maybe just win the long game. Because it seems like they're not really able to make great offensive pushes. They're playing very passive right now. But I don't think an Outlaw Rogue really minds the situation. Going to be a very durable brawler. Raiku's going to be happy to let those Ray of Frost rotate off cooldown. That's going to be lethal damage that he has in the match. So still not exactly sure who's going to win this one, but Last Dance doing what they can to stay alive. Tony getting absolutely rocked in bear form. Tosses out an instant regrowth. What a dangerous situation that really was. And Tony doesn't have much left. That was a Guardian Spirit. I don't think they procced it. They didn't. And Tony's just on the run, crossing the map, just literally allowing Casu to pretty much try to win the game for him.
Yeah, and Raikou is kind of rotting down. I think that's the win condition here for Last Dance. Just Tony needs to just be very evasive, trying to survive as much as possible throughout these goes. Then eventually that BM Hunter kind of unavoidable damage is going to start to really add up. But now a little bit of a swap here onto Casu, as Tony is maybe playing a little bit too defensive. Casu is going to be able to survive that one without having to use any major defenses. But Tony, once again, is just struggling. He's regrowthing himself. And meanwhile, Raikou is just not under any kind of pressure. Ray of Frost finally does get kicked, but Casu is dropping lower and lower. Exhilaration is going to heal for now. Nice chastise onto Waz. Takara pushing in for some crowd control. They get a stun onto JT. He ports away to avoid the crowd control. They get a full blind onto Takara. Casu dropping to 1% there. Activates the turtle. Full sheep onto Takara. Can they get anything more? Song of GG for JT, maybe. They get the stun there, kidney shot. I think that's lights out. They proc the Guardian, Song of GG coming out onto Takara. No way out. Casu dying through every single button imaginable. He manages to survive, but they did proc the Guardian, and Echo are just a couple of setups away here from taking game number 1.
Yeah, that is super brutal situation. Casu looks like he is going to fall. The damage is just completely unstoppable, and Echo claim a dominant game number 1. Tony was afraid the entire time, and he basically wasn't able to put out damage. And I like the way Echo adapted. At first, it was like, okay, Tony's our target. We're going to go after Tony no matter what. But basically, what they started doing is just they go after Tony. He runs away. They instantly swap onto Casu. So they're keeping up the pressure. They're keeping up the damage. And eventually, Casu's just in the situation where Tony's playing so passive. They have no pressure whatsoever. And he inevitably falls over with this nice crowd control chain coming in here from Echo at the end. Kidney shot into Song of CG. And this is where Dakar gets put into the leg sweep. And I think he just kind of runs out of healing. He's even in Spirit of the Redeemer right now. And I think he literally just dies through free casted heals. Like, he's literally just free casting right now. Uncc'able, uninterruptible. And the damage is just too overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a crazy game from Echo here. I feel like Raikou just too unafraid. That's the problem. Like, when you have a jungle that's just running the entire game, the Frostmage just gets to do whatever he wants. He gets to cast Glacial Spikes, he gets to cast Polymorph, he gets to do whatever he wants. And JT also just pushing in, completely unafraid, doing basically God's work here on that Mistweaver. Did receive a couple of hits to the kit, but still looking very, very strong here for Echo. JT pushing in here as well for the Touch of Death there. And it's just too connected for the killing blow for Echo. And this matchup is looking very rough because as the jungle, I feel like you don't have too many targets. It's very scripted who you're going after. You're trying to go after Waz in stuns, and JT is just ready for that the whole entire time. You can't really develop too much pressure on the mage because he will just blink away from those stuns, kite the pets, slow them, and just play very consistent from Raikou. And if you're going for CC as well onto JT, he's just going to transcend away when you stun him, making it very difficult to also land those traps. So I think the Mistweaver pick is very nice for Echo in this matchup. And they know what they're up against, and they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, just a fact, too, of Mistweaver Monk is the rushing wind kick is just such a powerful kind of like soft counter to Beast Mastery Hunter because it kicks out in a cone, and the more things you hit, the more it heals. So when you find a Beast Mastery Hunter, you are hitting many, many targets, all the pets that they're able to summon. It just brings in super effective healing for JT. And I don't know. I think the main problem with this game is Last Dance just cannot get Tony enabled. He did half the damage of Waz in this match. He was just forced into bear pretty much the entire match. And I'm starting to feel like you guys had the right prediction with the Echo 3-0. I don't want to count Last Dance out, but they're really struggling into this match. And I feel like Echo, they kind of picked the perfect counter. And that's one of the things about Rogue Mage right now is you bring in a different healer and it changes the dynamic of so many matchups. You know, like you could play Rogue Mage with a Priest. You could play Rogue Mage with a Monk. You could play Rogue Mage with a Prez. You could play Rogue Mage with the Druid. Like at this point, we've pretty much seen it all. The only thing we haven't seen is a Shaman. which I don't think would work out very well in this particular meta. But yeah, it makes it really difficult, and it's one of the problems when you fight this comp is there's so many variants that they can run. And when they change one, you know, variable like the mage specialization or the healer, it completely changes the matchup. And Last Dance is really struggling to kind of figure it out.
Yeah, the cartel has many layers here, as it appears. Many bodyguards to allow them to conduct their business here. But Mugambala could change things up a little bit. Maybe they can drag JT out of his port range on this map or something. I don't know.
This map is probably one of the least selected, I think. So anytime we do get it, you know, it's like
SP times.
You're looking for an unconventional, like the way I see it, like Mugambala is one of those maps where you're looking for kind of like an unconventional map. You're looking for a weird strategy. You're just trying to like edge out some sort of advantage, some uniqueness, but you can play it in so many different ways, right? Like this map is like many different arena maps layered on one. So I wonder how Last Dance decides to navigate that.
Yeah, there's definitely many strategies we've seen on Mugambala. Some teams choose to run around in that middle portion, just around that big, gigantic pillar. Some people play more around the room, and some people just kind of cut off the entire bottom section and just only play on the top. So there's many ways you can use the map, but ultimately we are going to see the exact same thing locked in here. Kasu flexing his transmog in this situation. Got the Tabard of the Void. Kind of like that Tabard, but not sure if it goes too well. Oh, Tabard of the Arcane. Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah.
Come on, Zico.
Tabard of the Void is the black one. That's my bad. Tabard of the Arcane, of course.
Oh, it's difficult. They're going up against an incredibly difficult opponent. They've been struggling into the Rogue Mage, you know, pretty much all season. I think it's very unlikely we see Kasu switch his specialization. You know, we actually have seen him even try things like Devastation Evoker and Frost Mage. So, you know, that's not completely off the table. But at this point, I feel like in terms of melee DPS, Outlaw is kind of like a clear favorite in my mind. So I think if it comes down to like a mage, you know, pretty much all season, I think it's very unlikely we see Kasu switch his specialization. You know, we actually have seen him even try things like Devastation Evoker and Frost Mage. So, you know, that's not completely off the table. But at this point, I feel like in terms of melee DPS, Outlaw is kind of like a clear favorite in my mind. So I think if it comes down to like a mage mirror match where you have Tony on Feral and Waz on Outlaw, I feel like that's going to be a very uphill battle for Last Dance.
Yeah. Last Dance trying to make something happen here on Mugambala. They're sitting in the room. You know, see if they.
This is one of the arenas.
Go for the room strats.
Like you can. This is like Mugambala was so fun because you can play it in so many different ways. Like right now, they're just opting to play in the smallest arena possible. You know, maybe they feel like they actually can't win till dampening, so they're just gonna sit here with flares. It's actually not a bad strat. Like. I really feel like Last Dance right now, they're kind of desperate. So doing anything they can to get an advantage, I feel like is respectable to me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a popular strategy to just camp in the rooms. You know, actually, let's see. Do you think Echo is going to push into that room? Or do you think they don't want anything to do with that place?
I don't think I would mind if Raikou moved in and at least like threw some blizzards in there, you know, like put some blizzards, at least poke them a little bit. You know, Dakara might be able to get some dispels, but Kasu is just flaring the entrance, and that basically means Waz has to get flared out if he wants to play the game. So they're just completely denying Waz any kind of opener. It's a very natural choke point here. The flare is down, as you can see on the ground, and that will reveal stealth. JT is going to be moving forward. Kasu putting out a little bit of damage on him. And we're going to see a little bit of a game of chicken here where Waz, he has the option. I don't think his stealth actually matters that much. So if he wanted to make a play, he could move in here. But the problem is for JT, if he plays in this room, he's going to get feared out of a trap. And that's going to be an annoying spot for him to be in. Waz right now just strafing back and forth. Raikou trying to get out Tony, shooting some damage here onto Kasu, and A very interesting stalemate here at the beginning of game number 2.
There's attacking the pets here. Last night I was pushing some rating in 3v3. Oh, never mind. Let's okay, the game has started. Full cheap shot here on Dakara, and we are gonna see Echo finally go into that room, see if they can find the crowd control they need. They get a full blind there onto the car. Did he def that blind, or it might have broken just to damage from Raikou? Not sure, but either way, Dakara gets away from the blind and doesn't have to use his trinket, which is a great opener here for Last Dance. Now they're going after Raikou. Beautiful Ring of Frost connects onto Dakara. Raikou is going to be under a little bit of fire. JT set through a trap there as well, and he did have to use his will, but Tony now sitting in bear form with the Guardian connected. Both teams are having to use a lot of cooldowns. Here's the smoke bomb on the Angel as well. Big damage. Ray of Frost is going to connect. Tony could drop in the opener. Activistic Survival Instincts holds on to the trinket though.
Yeah, really nicely done. And we are just playing in this little tiny arena right now. I don't know who this really favors. Raikou taking a burst of damage. That will be the Life Cocoon. Tony just continuing to line of sight right now, dragging Waz into the deep end. And this positioning, like I said, allows the car to potentially push out and get fears onto JT, causes all kinds of weird line of sight issues. But you'll notice all the pets are kind of funneled up, which is amazing for the rushing wind kick of JT. He's able to easily top off his team every single time he's landing those kicks on those pets. Full fear lands on JT and to Raikou, but it looks like Waz is just not afraid whatsoever. He gets stunned up. Tony goes for a Cyclone. He gets locked out. Kick on JT. Good pressure here for Last Dance, but Waz will stabilize. JT runs into the trap on diminishing return, and now they're making a move. Beautiful leg sweep onto Tony and Dakara. Just a random Song of Chi-Ji to sleep all the pets, and that's the thing about the Beast Mastery, Hunter. I mean, you're dealing with Song of Chi-Ji. Tony's just dead. Leg sweep on your pets. Ring of Frost on your pets, and this is looking absolutely desperate here for Last Dance. They're in trouble. Tony falls, and Echo, pure domination. This is exceptionally one-sided. Echo's never afraid. They haven't been afraid once in the last 2 games.
Yeah, Rogue Mage just kind of running in, playing close quarters against Jungle Cleave like that. That's not something you see every day. Usually you are terrified as a mage to play into Jungle Cleave, but Echo has found a good answer and a good strategy. So he's going to try to play it out a little bit here. But I don't know if I give them too high of a chance here with this one. Kara is gonna get hit by the Song of Chi-Ji, and Last Dance. They're gonna hold on actually. Nope. No, there it is. Icelands is gonna take him down. Song of Chi-Ji.
Yep, and it's like I mentioned during the cast too. It's like, if you're a Beast Mastery Hunter, the most annoying thing you deal with is just random crowd control on your pets. And Echo is doing a great job of that. Like, they're running in, they're getting the AoE leg sweeps on the pets, they're dropping Ring of Frosts to just crowd control the pets. JT's literally just throwing in random Song of Chi-Jis that aren't even meant to try to control players, they're just meant to control the pets. And when that happens, it's just so difficult for Cassie to actually get any kind of pressure rolling. Tony's literally just dead in bear form the entire game. Raikou, he's not even having to trade an ice block in these matchups. This is like just so one-sided, unfortunately, for Echo, that Last Dance, I almost feel like they need to make some sort of change, but I don't know what that would be.
I mean, if I know Last Dance correctly, it is Devastation Evoker and Feral Druid, or it is going to be MM Hunter from Kasu and like a really large map, you know, something like Tolvir Arena. I think those are their only options. What I'm seeing right now is just not working. Echo are just holding down the gas pedal the entire game. I mean, look at Tony's damage. He's getting out damaged by a Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah. It's not looking good. JT putting out a lot of damage on that Mistweaver Monk, and it's one thing I think that's really important to note is we saw a lot of Mistweaver Monks in Cup number 1, Cup number 2. They received nerfs, like many rounds of nerfs, and the last one has actually made a lot more healers kind of pop out. You know, we're seeing the Holy Priest, we're seeing the Wrestler Druid, we've seen a little bit Discipline Priest, we're also seeing, you know, the Evoker. But Mistweavers can still be played. They still bring, you know, some interesting utility. They bring bonus damage with their Zen Sphere and their Mystic Touch. So they really do add a lot of extra damage, especially for physical damage like Outlaw Rogues. It's still a very powerful pick, and I guarantee you we're going to be seeing a lot of it in North America. But we are going to the Robodrome Last Dance, what are they going to do?
Yeah, what are they going to do? What do you want to see here, Van? I feel like I've seen the Dev Evoker too many times. I'm not a big believer in it. I don't know about the Casu Mage. Maybe Casu just joins the cartel. I want to see the MM Hunter. I feel like an MM Hunter and then just try to delete Raikou pre-block. That's your best bet.
So the way I see it is I feel like Last Dance, they kind of need to risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. They need to just go in, do as much damage as they can, spam Purge on Raikou. I feel like the more afraid they play it, the more it plays into the favor of Echo. And I know it's scary. I'm not even saying they would win doing this, but I think their best option is to play way more aggressive onto Raikou and just throw caution to the wind. Play Jungle Cleave the way it's meant to be played. All out aggression. And they're probably thinking, you know, Vinruki, that doesn't work. But what they're doing is not working. This like dampen Rogue Mage is not, it's not happening. You're not going to dampen an Outlaw Rogue and a Frost Mage right now. They do too much damage. They're too tanky. I think the only way we see Last Dance win this one is if they play a little bit more aggressive. And Tony just completely plays aggressive here.
Yeah. I don't know. Clock's ticking here for Last Dance. Not sure what they are going to be doing, but Robodrum wouldn't be too bad for MM Hunter. Maybe he can stay on the top pillar and just fire some nukes onto the mage. I don't know. Something's got to change. They know it. We know it. The question is, what is going to change? Maybe the healer? I feel like the Kara is playing really well, but he just can't keep him up also throughout the pressure. So maybe the Kara locks into a different healer. They're gonna join the cartel.
I feel like Last Dance, just based off how we're seeing them play this games, I want to say they went into the series already a little bit defeated. Like, I don't know how you feel about that, but they're just not playing as confident as they normally do. They're going into Rogue Mage mirrors against arguably the best Rogue Mage in the entire game. I don't know if this is a statement or what, but this is, I mean, I don't know. He's playing Assassination too, which is arguably the worst rogue spec. So, I mean, good luck, Tony. That's all I got to say. Good luck, man. This is going to be a tough one.
Good luck. I mean, I like it. They're bringing offense. They're bringing chaos. They're like, well, you know what? We're just gonna do our best here and see what we can do. And I mean, honestly, imagine if they actually were to win. Like, the amount of smack talk, it would be legendary. So yeah, I don't know. I'm rooting for them, but doing it against Echo is definitely a statement, and we'll see if it works out. I don't know. Maybe, what do you think they should do? Maybe they just go after the rogue with just all their cooldowns, or maybe they just try to kill the healer, like a healer all in, like something crazy. I feel like if they play a standard mirror, like a longer game, I think Echo is just gonna destroy them. Yeah.
I honestly think, like, I don't mean to be too harsh about this, but I'm thinking this is a 3-0. I think you guys were right in your predictions. Like, in a world where, you know, your Casu going up against Raikou and your Tony on Assassination going up against Waz, like one of the absolute best rogues that's ever existed. He's a machine on rogue. Like, this is going to be a difficult matchup. Like, this is, like, these guys also, just keep in mind, when these guys are practicing, Rogue Mage is like one of the biggest threats of the tournament, right? So I guarantee you that Raikou and Waz probably have about 1,000 times more war game practice in this matchup.
Yeah.
The only thing that might, like, if you're asking me to, like, give a chance here to Tony and Casu, the only chance they have is that they are playing Assassination, which if they, on the off chance, had some practice with Assassination, like, maybe that would give them enough to win a game. Like, you know, maybe these teams haven't practiced in the Assassination Rogue and there's some unique strategy they could bring, but that's as generous as I can be, like, truly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you said, Raikou and Waz, just one of the best Rogue Mage duos of all time. It's going to be tough. But let's not count them out. Maybe they can do something crazy here with the Assassination Rogue. I honestly want to see them just do a full all-in onto Waz or a full all-in onto JT. Tony Farrell Movie said, we join. Sorry, chat. So this is Tony confirming that they are joining the cartel. And this is their debut performance here as fresh recruits. Let's see if they can take down the leaders.
All right, here we go. What is Tony going to be able to do? He's on the Night Elf Rogue, and that's just so we can re-stealth an additional time, get out the Garrote Silences, which can be a little bit of a nuisance. It seems like Raikou will be the target. Tony immediately gets paralyzed, making a swap here onto Waz with Cheap Shot, but Tony gets caught into the leg sweep. Kasu gets interrupted. Games are not looking good so far. Tony might just die. Dakara, though, slipping into Angel form, just going to be throwing out heals. Looks like there will be no interrupts for that. No way to stop it, really. Cheap Shot's coming in. Great setup here. Tony really struggling. Look at Tony's damage so far. Basically done nothing. Like, he hasn't been able to get out any kind of pressure so far in this match. Finally, Garrotes are going to be coming in as he's looking to get the pressure rolling onto Raikou. But Tony's literally doing less damage than Dakara at the moment.
That is crazy, actually. Tony, I mean, he does have all his cooldowns. He does have the death mark here. He's just holding on to it for the perfect moment. And Dakara gets paralyzed. Tony now with the Garrotes coming out here. One onto JT, one onto Raikou. So they are rotting down the healer. And the mage seems to be the strategy here, but Kazu might just be forced into his ice block. Ulti time on 20%, so he actually lost HP with that ulti time. He gets into the ice block. Smoke bomb is going to drop for Waz, and they get enough crowd control.
Nice
leg
sweep
onto Dakara, and they find the kill. They're so close, and they will find it here. Tony did outdamage Dakara and JT, though. Barely outdamaged JT in that one, so that's at least something here. But last dance, I mean, it's obvious here. They are absolutely hard countered in this matchup. They had no, response to Echo, and Echo once again, we've seen them play with the Druid healer, Rogue Mage. We've seen them play Mage Warlock. We've seen them play now with the Mistweaver as well. So once again, they've been taking this kind of week off that we had and prepped a lot of different things, and seems to be working out for them.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of knew it was going to be desperate because not only were they locking in Rogue Mage, they're locking in like the inferior Rogue specialization. So that's a tough spot to be in. But I think they're probably just frustrated. I think at this point they're just frustrated. But going down to the lower bracket, we've seen them beat lesser Rogue Mages, so they're just a real threat. What I want to see for Last Dance is just like focus up. I know Rogue Mage is a hard matchup right now. But I think they can lock in, potentially play it more aggressive, and maybe win, because they're a phenomenal jungle cleave. Some of the best to ever do it, if not the best to do it. So they're not out of this yet, but they will be going to the lower bracket for some elimination games.
So sorry, to clarify, you don't want to see their Rogue Mage again. You just want to see them lock in their mains?
Yes, I think
okay.
I think nobody wants to see the Rogue Mage again. That's no disrespect to them, but
Yeah?
it was looking a little rough. I'm not gonna lie.
Definitely was. Go ahead.
A few decades of experience difference
Yeah.
between them when it comes to this.
it's like
it would be like Echo trying to mirror
jungle,
Last
yeah.
Dance on jungle, yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's just
it's
never
not even
gonna
that.
happen,
It would be
right?
even worse. It's like Raikou playing Survival Hunter, into Beast Mastery Hunter in Jungle Mirrors. Like, it's not gonna work,
Yeah.
I mean, they gave it a shot. You don't think that Rogue Mage could work against other teams that aren't Echo?
Just play jungle.
Maybe.
Okay.
No.
That's fair.
Don't listen to Nico.
Okay. All
I'm
right,
trying to give them
Last
something
Dance,
here, man.
You heard it. We'll see what they do. They do come up with in the lower bracket. They're going to be moving down there. Echo going to be staying nice and strong in the upper bracket. And I forgot I made a hat.
Nice.
You can see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my foil. Yeah, my foil hat for the cartel since they joined. Yes, it's going to protect me from all of the bad juju from the Rogue Mages. But maybe Last Dance needed this hat. But they are going to be going down to the lower bracket, so I'm excited to see what they do come up with Echo moving forward. The next up series that we've got is Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus HABOS BABOS. I am really excited to see HABOS BABOS play Zico. We haven't been able to see them yet on the live broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of experience. We have seen them around on other rosters. We've seen Oscar do really well. Obviously, Warwick's been a staple of the Warlocks for a long time. Queener, we've seen him kind of pop in and out of the AWC, as well as Dex had a really strong season in the past as well. So we have seen them on other rosters, but this is our first time actually seeing this roster together. And this is a really strong roster in terms of like individual skill on the players. This is a really, really good roster. They haven't made it all the way into the broadcast yet. This is the first time we get to see them on broadcast. They are in the best seats in the house, and they have a great opportunity to play spoilers here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. So if they can knock out Stop Nerf Mistweaver, Streamer Zone is pretty happy about that.
All right, we're going to see what they are capable of. We're heading to a break. When we come back, it is Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus HABOS BABOS coming up next.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got another series, Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus HABOS BABOS. A lot going on in this series, of course, HABOS BABOS. We gave an overview of them before we headed into the break, but I mean, if you weren't familiar with this team, then you definitely should be.
I mean, absolutely. We kind of talked about it, right? This is the team that's been keeping their head above water during this like phenomenal Mistweaver meta. Cup number 1, Cup number 2 was all about the Mistweaver Monk. Dex, he wasn't playing that game, but luckily for Dex, he is one of the best druids to ever do it, just in the entire game in general. So this is his opportunity for HABOS BABOS to actually, pull off a win in this Cup number 3. It's a phenomenal roster. You got Queener, you got Walrix, Oscar, and Dex. They've got lots of different compositions they can run. I think we're probably going to see Rogue Mage Druid, which is good for them, and maybe a little bit scary for Stop Nerf.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. All right, so Stop Nerf Mistweaver, D-Machine. They did kind of get their wish. We had some class changes come within 12.0.5. How do you feel like that's going to affect this series or this team in particular?
I mean, it's the rise of the Rogue Mage is really the kind of the story that I've been identifying so far, not only in the European region, but also in North America. The biggest difference being like which healer is rising to the occasion. A lot of players are saying Resto Druids are very good, and some other players in North America especially are still saying Preservation, maybe Holy Priest, but Mistweaver is still somehow viable. I mean, the changes came through. Everyone said that they were going to be completely gutted, but we still see, the titans of the spec before they were even, cool to play. Bank still rocking the Mistweaver. We've seen this composition do some crazy things. We've seen cross kills. We've seen this team go the distance. We've seen this team kill in openers. So I'm not counting out by any means, please stop Nerf Mistweaver or whatever their name is. Stop Nerf Mistweaver by any means. But HABOS BABOS, they're no slouch, and the meta seems to be in their favor for their main comp. And if Venruki is saying Dex could be one of the best Resto Druids to do it, I mean, that's got to mean something. That's a lot of merit behind them. I'm serious.
Right.
I didn't know much about them, but now I'm going to be studying them.
Yep.
Okay, we've got chat predictions coming up. 17% Stop Nerf Mistweaver, 91 for HABOS BABOS. Just flipped a little bit. D-Machine, let's start with you. What is your prediction for the series?
Well, at the end of the day, it's us versus the Cabal, and I'm putting my tinfoil hat on.
Yes! Join us, David. Join us, David.
And I'm going to say Stop Nerf Mistweaver is going to take it 3-1.
Wise choice. Venruki,
Yeah.
what say you?
I'm not going against Rogue Mage again. I saw that last game. I'm not Johnny. I don't got a hat. I think I'm with Chad on this one. I feel like this is the opportunity for HABOS, right? Like, if anything, Stop Nerf might be at their weakest, as Mr. Monks have kind of just been getting nerfs every single week. And at this point, HABOS BABOS, this is them at their strongest with them on the Resto Druid. I do think it'll be a close series, but I'm going with HABOS 3-1 is what I'm doing.
You're fixing your... You just made
Perfect.
it worse. All right, I think for my prediction, I gotta go with you, of course, D-Machine. I'm excited to see Wally back. It's cool to see these players with this roster.
Wow, I'm surprised I'm alone on this one.
I am also. I'm gonna
me
go
too.
3-1. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and looks like we're all wearing our tinfoil hats except for Venruki. Join the resistance, Ven. Come on.
Can't do
He's
it.
part of the Cabal. It's confirmed.
Tony was right. All right. Well, I'm with you. I am definitely surprised that we're also one-sided with Stop Nerf Mistweaver. It really does feel like, just given the composition alone,
You guys are all
HABOS
against the
BABOS
chat.
could have this.
Yeah,
and
true.
chat also 83%. I mean, on paper, D-Machine, this is a team that should win.
I mean,
Jokes aside.
Looking at their previous performance, even if we don't have too much data on it, but for Cup 3 especially, after all the shakeups, yeah, I mean, it makes sense if HABOS BABOS is able to take it. But Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they've been here time and time again, even when their composition wasn't in meta. There's a reason why they're in the upper bracket. This is it. This is the last Cup of the season. If they were to put their best foot forward, it'd be right now. But yeah. Let's just say I'm not using my logic brain. I got my tinfoil hat on, okay?
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. No worries. But I mean, we are in the upper bracket as well, Fen, so they do have a couple more chances. I mean, it gives them that flexibility. But I mean, giving everything that's going on in terms of the standings right now, do you feel like that's weighing on them a little bit?
Definitely. I mean, stop NERF. They want to solidify a position in the top 3. And for HABOS BABOS, they want to make sure that they solidify their position in the top 8. So for both of them, very, very important. And even if you are in the top 8, you're in the gauntlet, you want a better position because, you know, if you're in that 7th, 8th position, you have to play the maximum amount of matchups, which gives you the maximum amount of chance to be eliminated. So every position you can move up in the gauntlet saves you a match, saves you an opportunity to lose, and it's very important. So for HABOS BABOS, I think they're going for gold. They want to win this cup, which will put them in a much better spot.
All right, well, here we go. Game number 1. Stop NERF Mistweaver versus HABOS BABOS, starting now.
All right, here we go. HABOS BABOS, if I were to interpret this team, they seem like a pretty happy-go-lucky team. I mean, their team name literally refers to a meme where you, like, throw, it's like shaking up soda on the ground. Like, they just seem like a team that can continue to keep the positivity going. But against a team like Stop NERF Mistweaver, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Quinier looks like he's going to get stopped on his opener with that in cap into a full leg sweep on his kidney shot, adrenaline rush opener. It looks like a nice stop to the opener. Stop NERF Mistweaver doing a good job so far, preventing the Rogue Mage from getting that patent pendant opener that they love so much.
Yeah, Dex doing a good job of winning the first sleep, but it looks like one will inevitably land, and Oscar's in trouble. He's getting shredded by Cassidy and Smite. Smite going to be time stopped right now as Bank's in a blind. Really good preemptive play there by Smite. One of the only devastation evokers we're seeing in the AWC, and he has been doing a phenomenal job. Finds himself in a kidney shot, though. Queener all over him for the time being. Oscar's already burned through one ice block. They need to start finding some pressure. Big deep breath into a sleepwalk. Paralyzed on Dex. Oscar is getting absolutely owned. Finally, the Iron Bark will land, but HABOS, they need to find some control in this match. They're getting run over, and a lot of that is down to Smite doing such a good job with his sleepwalks and those big deep breaths.
Dude, that was a lot of damage on Cassidy right there, and it wasn't the cocoon, but now Smite taking a bunch of pressure will catch the cocoon from Bank right before he gets put into that follow-up clone. Cassidy in the kitty shot, in cap form, in the bomb. Bank needs to run in. He gets caught into a polymorph. Cassidy going to go ahead and jump into that bear form, negate some of that damage from now, and it looks like Oscar sees that the tides are shifting out of his favor as Cassidy reconnects onto him. Quinier gouging him up, stopping a little bit of that momentum, but Stop NERF Mistweaver wants blood. The double DB to Dragon's Breath. Can it get followed up on Bank? No, it doesn't. Nice cross CC on the other end of things. Oscar getting interrupted. Quinier getting in a cycle, and the cyclone switches over out on the Dex, but it is DR. Kidney shot, adrenaline rush, go on to Cassidy as the full polymorph onto Bank lands, and that will be his trinket and survival instincts, Ven.
Yeah, Smite, though, he lands his sleepwalk out of the deep breath. The Dex is in crowd control. It breaks, though, unfortunately. And Dex will be able to just heal up his team. Mana's looking good for both sides, so I don't know if Mana's really going to be an issue for either one of these teams. Pacing has been very fast so far. Oscar's been under some heat. There's been good swaps onto Cassidy and Smite. Cassidy has pretty much all his cooldowns rotated back up, so he's going to be feeling pretty confident here. Ray of Frost drops down, or Ring of Frost drops down. That's not going to be landing onto anybody, as Oscar does have a Ray rotating up in just a few short seconds. Big setup, though, onto the Rogue. Queener's in trouble, might get dropped. It looks like Dex, he doesn't even commit the Iron Bark. He's so confident. He doesn't even use the Iron Bark during that really tense situation.
And it pays off, man. He's got it for the next go. It's some nice presence of mind from the rest of Druid on the side of Dex. Quinier now getting out of that Cyclone is going to go ahead and try to reconnect on the Cassidy. Cross CC on Bank and Smite right now. Cassidy will respect it with a nice little bark skin right there. Maim stun follow-up onto Bank into the full polymorph, but where's the damage? It's Quinier who's actually on the back foot. He's going to have to commit that evasion for now, but they swap the damage over out onto Oscar, locking him out as well. He still has that one ice block and that bark skin like we mentioned, but here's the Maim. Here's the big go, the Disintegrate. Oh my god, Quinier's in so much trouble, and he just goes down to the Song of Chi-Ji follow-up, and Stop NERF Mistweaver just get an alley-oop go and take out that Rogue, taking game number 1.
Yeah, and Smite using the new battle visage too, so just kind of some cool tech from the Evoker, one of the new features of the patch. You can see his shape shifting in and out of that dragon form, looking pretty cool while doing it and getting the win in game number 1. Stop Nerf Mistweaver showing they're not out of this yet. Mistweaver's got nerfed, but it is not enough to slow down this team, honestly. The damage that they're putting out, Smite doing excellent jobs landing, these triple deep breaths into the sleepwalks, and I feel like Bank just complements him so well. Cassidy finds these stuns on a Queener, and they're a really threatening team. I mean, they're the only ones running this composition. They've been running it for multiple seasons, multiple expansions, and just absolutely owning while doing it, so it's really impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, they look so disruptive. That immediate opener, just getting in-capped into the stun on Queener's go. It just seems like every single one of them have each other's back. And not many people know this, Ben, but I've actually transitioned to like a healer, mainly to play in arenas. I've always been like that Rep Paladin, that Windwalker Monk, but lately I've been a healer, and playing with DPS that have the awareness to understand when to be disruptive, where to, position, where not to position. It's really refreshing when you play with someone who knows to back each other up when your healer gets caught in the inevitable CC chain, And with Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they've had a lot of reps here in the AWC. They've been around. They've been doing so good so far in Midnight, and even with the Mistweaver nerfs, this team just seems like an absolute powerhouse, and one of the very few teams, as you were mentioning at the top of the show today, that is capable of going the distance without that meta rogue mage comp.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to be wrong 3 predictions in a row. I feel like HABOS BABOS, they're forced so defensive in this matchup. It's like, seems really difficult for them to get anything going. There was a few moments where we saw some nice like smoke bombs, we did see Oscar land like good polymorphs and followed up with a Ray of Frost and almost take people down, but it just felt like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they always had an answer. They always had something to rotate through, and even the things like, even the time stops we're seeing from Smite, very heads up. He does a really good job of it. It's one of the most interesting utilities that we see a lot of devastation. Well, not a lot of devastations, because we're not seeing pretty much any of them. We're basically just seeing Smite do it, but yeah, using the time stop when Bank gets blinded, just completely freezes you. It basically puts you in like a cyclone, essentially, where your health is frozen, they can't attack you, you can't get healed. But if you do it at high health, then you're just buying time for your healer to get out of crowd control, and it's definitely something we need to look out for in these games, because it's hugely impactful.
Okay. Same compositions being locked in for HABOS BABOS. I think that's smart. I mean, we've been talking about this rogue mage composition over and over and over again. It just seems like a very versatile team. We've seen them basically out attrition players. We've seen them, set up on teams, but Stop Nerf Mistweaver also seems just as versatile so far. You got the Feral Druid, who's going to be able to put out a lot of consistent pressure, that Mortal Strike effect as well, and then at the very end there, you saw how devastating those Devastates can be, or Disintegrates? What's that? Disintegrate. The Godzilla Beam is what I like to call it, where the dragon just kind of melts their opponent. Yeah, I'm a big Godzilla fan, so when I saw that channeled ability come out when Evokers first were dropped, I was quite excited. But man, people do not believe in the Stop Nerf Mistweaver dream. They really don't.
Predictions are locked now, so you can't go back. Can't get your points back after the first game, sadly.
That's right.
Maybe
I mean, not sadly. Zico would just be farming points, man. That freaking guy.
I may have, I don't want to say I talked them up too much, because they're a phenomenal team, but I think maybe I just miscalculated how good Stop Nerf Mistweaver is. So it's tough.
It happens, man. Happens.
The thing is, like I mentioned it, like the Mistweaver Monk was a key component in some of these matchups to keep up the Rogue Mage. Like basically keep them immortal as they get their setups and find their damage. But I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, their composition, they're really keeping these other healers on the back foot. It's difficult for Dex. He's getting caught. He's having to avoid sleepwalks the whole game, which is not an easy thing to do. If he ever does get sleepwalked, then he's going to get paralyzed out of that. He's going to get stunned out of it. It's like they can just chain together the CC so well.
It's a good point. Sap and Polymorph on the opener here for HABOS BABOS. A much cleaner opener. What can they get done with it? Doesn't look like much as Cassidy gets a disorient into a full clone, full sleep onto Dex, and Oscar is alone and he knows it. He's just in the back line avoiding any of the damage, but finally is going to get connected on by Sights. Disintegrate. Oscar in a bit of trouble. Will force out the tree form from Dex to be able to pump that healing out, and now Oscar trying to get aggressive with that Ray of Frost himself. Cheap shot lands onto Smite. The stun onto Cassidy from Dex even getting aggressive. Love to see the aggression from HABOS BABOS try to take back control of this game, but with no CC on the Bank Mistweaver just yet, means that Stop Nerf Mistweaver will continue to be aggressive.
Yeah, Fire Breath coming in, Disintegrate. Smite's all over him right now, putting out a ton of damage on that Evoker. Disintegrate after Disintegrate. Getting a nice little knock there on Cassidy, disrupting the go, using that tail swipe to knock everyone up and then knock everyone back. Smite looking for a sleepwalk. Unfortunately, they shut him down, but the Song of Chi-Ji lands. This is what I'm talking about. Such a good backup there. Smite low on health and Cassidy, but a setup here onto Queener, who was the target that fell in the last game, and needs to be very careful. They're not overlapping. Use the evasion. That should be enough to survive, but Dex is really struggling to keep him alive. Good interrupt there by Smite.
Dude, look at Bank's positioning. He's on top of this Druid, putting him into that leg sweep, but here's the kidney shot in the Cassidy. The Polymorph on the Bank. Well, I don't even know where that Cocoon went, and went to Smite. A hard swap to the Druid. Oh, but the time stop will save the cat at the last second into the double stun from the Dragon, slowing things down. Smite's got his cat's back, but for how much longer? Incapacitate from Bank does go out onto Dex, and that will be a Cloak of Shadows committed by Quinier. They swap the damage over out onto Oscar, interrupting him, and it's HABOS BABOS now are trying to regain control of the game, pumping that damage into Smite. Bank with no Cocoon available. He does have the trinket, but Smite is in trouble. That's going to pop his wall, but is it going to be enough? The full clone lands. He's still holding on to his trinket through it all. It looks like he's going to be able to stabilize regardless, but that was a scary moment, and the DR for Kidney is still available. Smite gets put into a full Kidney. Incapacitate, however, from Bank Mistweaver into the full leg sweep onto Dex. They could easily swap onto him, but no, he gets caught into some more CC, and the CC chain is just devastating when Stop Nerf Mistweaver can land it.
Yeah, Smite looking for damage once again, goes for the tip the scales, but his health is not getting topped off. Bank finally connecting some heals here. Cassidy getting swapped to. Big stun by Smite. He is just owning on this Dragon, this Evoker. Big damage with the Disintegrates. Oscar in danger in the midfield right now. Dex doesn't really have many cooldowns to trade, but he moves in. He's getting aggressive here. Manages to find the stun, but Smite is now in danger, and Bank is in crowd control. Smite lives at 1% health. 1%. They make a swap on Cassidy now. What a close call that was.
Dude, Dex with that Cyclone.
Cassidy!
Oh my god, Cassidy could easily just fall. There's no Cocoon available. It's committed onto Smite. Cassidy's going to get away with just the Bark Skin, not overlapping the survival instincts just yet. They seem to have stabilized, but man, HABOS BABOS are here to play. They are not messing around. You cannot give them even a moment of an opportunity, or you could easily fall. And now I'm kind of seeing what you're saying about this Dex guy. He seems pretty good, Venruki. Here's the kidney shot going out onto Smite with the blind onto Bank. The cross CC polymorph onto Cassidy, but the evasion has faded onto Quinier. He could be vulnerable to a swap from Cassidy. Cassidy reconnecting over out onto this Rogue, but this Rogue is trying to get Smite to be a defensive, and they're just going blow for blow here in the middle of Tolvaron Arena.
Queener caught into a stun. Dragon's Breath, though, shuts it down. Nicely done there. Good backup by Oscar, keeping his Rogue alive. Dex did trade out his trinket. Big setup on Cassidy. Time stop. Time stop lands from Smite, and this is the technology we're talking about. Freezes his health, but a Cyclone on the Bank. Do they have any more? Allows Cassidy to get off the survival instincts. Really good play there by Smite once again. And these time stops are one of the things that sets him apart and allows his team to find the success. Cassidy is still just so low on health. Oscar is just owning him with Queener right now. This is really difficult for Bank. He does have the Life Cocoon rotating back up, but who is he going to use it on? His entire team is just rotting down. Scary situation for Stop Nerf.
Yeah, the buttons are becoming less and less prevalent. There's the kidney shot into Cassidy, the Cyclone on the Bank. If there's any follow-up, this could just easily be it. Smite bringing his bear out of line of sight for just a little bit, but Cocoon does rotate off a cooldown, and Cassidy is going to be okay. Now Smite trying to get aggressive. The double stun. Iron Bark committed out onto Quinier, but it does fade very shortly. It should be fading. Blind available on the Quinier side of things. They're ready for a go. Full Cyclone lands onto Bank. Cassidy in that bear form preemptively doesn't want to get get stunned out of form, but he also needs to get aggressive onto this mage. Everyone always says, I always say rather, the best defense is a good offense. And look at the cross CC. Sleep. Now Quinier putting Cassidy into a kidney shot into the cat form. Bank caught into that polymorph, but he's right on top of him. And a beautiful time stop will slow down that go from Smite. Man, I really wish my evokers and my soul shuffles knew how to use it like that.
Yeah, it can be really rough when they don't, that's for sure. Or Smite right now, still managing to get out some damage. Mana still even. Smite's low on health, might just outright die. Bank has no cooldowns. He's got no response, but Obsidian and Mantle will trade out here for Smite, reducing some of the incoming damage. He gets cloned on it. Dex doing a really good job with his Cyclones right now. Now going for the Disorienting Roars, and this is where Dex shines, getting the offensive crowd control out. Lands another Cyclone on Bank into a MAME, and Cassidy gets dropped. And I feel like this is one of those games where we saw Dex really shine. He's getting the Roars, he's getting the Clones, he's getting the MAMEs, he's playing in your face. And if Dex isn't able to do that, it's going to be a nightmare for Stop Nerf.
We got ourselves a series. Absolutely. HABOS, BABOS, the first game, it was something. Stop Nerf Musteer just seemed to have the momentum from start to finish, but maybe a little bit bigger of a map gave Dex the breathing room he needed, not only to keep his team aggressive and stabilized, but also, man, those Cyclones just seemed like a game changer from my perspective. That one Cyclone that was right at like a sliver of health, man, if he Cycloned him right before Cocoon and you Cocoon into Cyclone, that is the worst feeling ever to Cocoon into Cyclone. But if he was able to get it, it would have been a legendary clip. He was just milliseconds off. HABOS, BABOS take game number 2, and we'll be moving on to game number 3, where Stop Nerf Mistweaver, however, will now choose the map.
All right, I wonder where we're going. It seems like, I think it's likely Stop Nerf wants a small map, so my guess will be Ruins of Lordaeron. They seem to really favor that map, especially with Bank. It's going to allow him to quickly move in and out of line of sight. Not as many LOS points for Dex on the Resto Druid, but the Resto Druid, one of the main things that they have in this expansion, they didn't have last expansion, that's really, really threatening. And honestly, when I play my Druid, I have a Druid named Uncle Elliot. When I play him, my favorite thing to do is the Nature Swiftest clone. So they have a new PvP talent. You hate it. Most people do. They just can run at you and just instantly clone you with Nature Swiftness. You don't even use Nature Swiftness for healing anymore. You basically only use it as an NS clone about every minute. So it's very strong. And we saw Dex do a really good job with it that last game.
I hate it because I have so many buttons to immune it, and like when I get caught off guard and I'm like, oh, I could have angeled that, oh, I could have faded that, but no, I did not know what he was going to do because he Nature Swiftest. It immediately done it. Not all of us can have that game awareness to be able to do it immediately, like Bank getting that Cocoon off just in the nick of time. But yeah, Ruins of Lordaeron, you nailed it, dude. It's like you've been watching this team for a whole season or something. It's weird.
I actually play and I watch a lot of World of Warcraft, so.
Oh really?
I had a hunch.
I didn't know that. Oh. Speaking of which, make sure you go and check out twitch.tv/Venruki for all that high-end analysis and gameplay. I'm not even kidding. Wow. My rating went up by like 500 points. It's not a joke. So I'm now 1,500.
Yeah, Bank told me a really cool story, actually. He was in my stream the other day, and he said the reason he started playing Mistweaver is my guide in WoD, which that made me feel really cool.
And he's old, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And we've been doing this for a minute, huh, man? It's been a good time. I
had another realization yesterday. Meat Monk was hanging out in my stream. I realized my first Gladiator mount is older than he is, so...
Oh my god, dude. I don't even have one of those, and I've been playing that long too. That's awful.
Yeah.
What's worse? But here we go. Ruins of Lordaeron. A much smaller map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and nowhere for Dex to be able to get those awesome Cyclones. We're going to have to wait and see. Stun opener into the Roar opener onto Oscar. Cassidy just taking control, but gets caught into a stun himself. But Dex in the full sleep. This is a little spooky. Kidney shot. Adrenaline rush committed from Quinier, but the stun followed up on the Dex. They're actually going the Druid, it looks like, into a leg sweep to follow it out.
Oh man!
Oh my gosh, that was scary, Ven.
Yeah, this is when it gets really scary as a Resto Druid. when they start putting pressure on multiple opponents. The only time it's not scary, though, is when you're grouped up. So Rusted Druids, actually, the way they heal now is if you can Swift Mend and then apply a Soul of the Force Rejuve, you actually kind of AoE heal up your whole team. If you're spread out, that doesn't happen. So a lot of times as a Druid, that's why you're playing in with your team, is you have really good AoE healing in that situation. But Sleep now onto Dex. Good pressure on Oscar. Cassidy getting low as well. Oscar now into an Ice Block. Beautiful plays in this small map. It just makes it a lot more difficult for Dex to get away. Queener going to 1% health and touch of death range. This is an absolute nightmare for Dex to deal with.
Yeah, you said more than one target taking damage. Well, there you have it. Iron Bark, not enough Iron Barks to go around, but Dex somehow, some way does stabilize. I think it's because Sleepwalk is finally on DR, and Smite's not able to just shade them off himself. But a full leg sweep on the Dex, another Sleepwalk, a full one lands. Oscar could be on hypothermia here. He's got to be careful. The barrier will be committed, and he is just on the run. He is out of there, but Smite is on his tail. Alter time at half health here. Could easily get purged. He's got to be careful. Cassidy reconnecting out onto him, but Smite on the back end of things will be getting that cocoon to keep himself aggressive. A sleep followed up on the Dex. Dex looking for a cycle, and he finally lands one out onto Smite, slowing things down.
Ooh, full polymorph for Frost. Beautiful play here. Cassidy gets time stop. Smite is so annoying in a good way for Stopper of Mistweaver. I mean, if you're HABOS BABOS, you are not happy with these plays. Smite right now in a maim stun. Cassidy gets interrupted. Great push here by HABOS, but this is a game that is all about control. Both teams have infinite crowd control and tons of damage, so it's all about that momentum, keeping your opponents on the back foot, reading the situation appropriately, not overreacting, and overlapping defensive cooldowns, and so far both teams have done a great job of that, and it's still anyone's game.
This is still Incarnation. It finally fades. Oscar is feeling it. Dex not committing too much of his defensive cooldowns just yet. Double leg sweep. Oscar's going to blink right out of that. It's no follow-up CC as it does get locked out onto Smite from Oscar, but now Smite caught into a bit of a stun. Big swap over onto him, started by Dex's stun. Huge play by him. Dex looking for a Cyclone. He can't land it. He preemptively goes into that tree form, but the full Song of Chi-Ji does land. Oscar's got to be careful. This could easily be another ice block, but it looks like he's the one who wants to get aggressive. Cassidy just pressing that Barkskin, gonna respect this damage for now, but now it's Smite who's taking a bunch of pressure. But Bank and Dex not caught into any CC just yet, keeping their team alive. As I say that, a polymorph lands and Cassidy immediately in bear form before that maim stun lands, catching the cocoon between the Cyclone. A little bit of a gap, but then they just swap the damage over onto Smite. They get his wall immediately throughout that. Adrenaline rush still going through. The incapacitate onto Dex, not able to follow it up just yet, but the full sleep finally lands, but the kidney shot committed out on the Bank. Nothing to follow it up just yet. Both teams just desperately trying to find their go. Double leg sweep into the double song. Oscar could be in some trouble then.
He's got 2 ice blocks. He seems to not be overly greedy here. Mana slightly in favor of HABOS, but I don't think it comes down to that once again. The game's just too explosive. It's too fast-paced. Full Cyclone on Bank. Smite's getting low. Smite could fall. No Obsidian Scales to survive, and he is just getting owned. His health is going down. Cassidy, in the meantime, also getting destroyed. Dex, this is where he can make some serious plays. Paralyze goes out onto Dex into a sleepwalk. Bank is there for the follow-up. Can he get the Song of Chi-Ji? Scary situation for Oscar. Might have to trade the ice block, and he does.
He does.
A respectable trade in that situation as Dex is able to top him off. And now HABOS, they need to get aggressive here. They need to find the CC.
Yes, they do. Dex still holding on to that Iron Bark. He's got holding on to his trinket as well. So HABOS BABOS, there's the NS clone. They want to get aggressive. Is there anything to follow it off on the Bank? There is a full polymorph. Smite does have Obsidian Scale available to him. Is he going to commit it? He's holding on to it. Incapacitate comes out from Bank immediately onto Quinier into the full Cyclone to slow things down from Cassidy. A nice alley-oop play from those two. Cassidy, though, is the one who's taking a bit of the pressure. He gets kidney shot, but he bear formed right before it. Great job by him having that presence of mind to know when he's a possible swap target. And in the back line of all this, Smite is just lighting people up. Double leg sweep goes out from Bank. Cassidy can't get the follow-up Cyclone. He does get kicked out from Quinier, and it looks like both teams are just constantly pushing the damage and constantly being disruptive to each other. Oscar and Cassidy both low. Cassidy's going to catch the cocoon. Dex is going to use the Iron Bark. Defense is finally being committed, and both of these teams just seem to be at each other's level.
Yeah, this is insane. Full blind now on Bank. He's got no trinket, but they weather the storm. A Mame stun comes in. Great follow-up by Dex. Cassidy could fall. A full kidney shot lands, and Smite has already used the time stop on himself. That's not going to be available. Bank trying to reverse the pressure now. Paralyzed into Song of TG. Smite's low on health. Who are they going after? It looks like it will be Smite that potentially falls in this situation. Bank immediately gets out of that polymorph to follow. Bring Frost. Cassidy might just die. All pressure in favor of HABOS. This game is unraveling for Stop Nerf, but the big deep breath might reverse the pressure as Oscar and Queener are in trouble. This is still anyone's game, David.
Oh, it's unreal. Sleep lands out onto Dex, and he trinkets it. He knows that the game is winding down. He knows that a win condition is coming for either side at any moment here. Cassidy's trying to push in. He's looking for the Cyclone. He gets stopped yet again. He's in so low. The Mame stun from Dex as the Druid gets aggressive for the side of HABOS. BABOS, can he get the follow-up? No. He Bank trinkets to go for the CC of his own. He can't get the Song of GG because he's got to keep Cassidy alive, but now he gets caught into the Cyclone, and Cassidy is on the run. Dex and Queener just chasing after him desperately. Cassidy looking for a Cyclone. He gets stopped on it, but he gets stabilized. He's alive. Now Dex needs to keep his team alive, immediately committing that bark skin, but no trinket on this full clone. They swap the damage over on the Oscar. This could easily be an ice block, and he does. He gets the ice block off, but just like you said, he was able to get another block back. Unreal. They are rotating beautifully. Cassidy caught with that. Oh my gosh, the cocoon is ripped through. We are at 34% dampening. Things are getting so close, Ven.
Oh, Oscar could be in trouble. He does have one more ice block, but he's on hypothermia. Dex keeps him alive. Dex moving in and wants to get the win. He gets the full stun here on Cassidy. They are going for it. Can they get the dub? Full polymorph on Bank. Triple stun once again. And now Oscar's on the back foot. Great save there by Smite. He gets interrupted. A blind on the Bank. It is still a race, but it looks like Cassidy might fall first on the Feral Druid. Cyclone at low health.
Oh my
Beautifully
God.
done. Dex is just destroying in this game so far, but Cassidy might be able to survive. They're going after Oscar. The healing just isn't enough, and Bank is flailing to keep his team up. Is it enough? Oscar's low on health. It could be a cross kill in a very tense situation, but it looks like Cassidy will fall. HABOS is up now 2-1, winning the swing match, most importantly. And let's just not forget how important this is. This is the third cup. You know, winning this, both these teams want to maximize their points. For HABOS, it's kind of do or die. They really need to win this series. Stop Nerf as well if they want to be comfortable in that top 3. It's a very high pressure series.
Every single point that BABOS earns right now could potentially be one less series that they need to go through in order to qualify to the finals and ultimately make it to BlizzCon. This is a huge deal. This is the last cup of the Midnight season, and BABOS, you know, they are coming out of nowhere. They got top 12 previously, but this is their first top 8 of the season, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver is not going to be going down without a fight by any means, but now potentially on match point. And like you said, they lost on their opponent's map choice. Stop Nerf Mistweaver choosing this map and losing on it is a gigantic deal. BABOS could easily make it happen and easily take down not Stop Nerf Mistweaver after a performance that we just saw here on Ruins of Lordaeron. This was supposed to be Stop Nerf Mistweaver's advantage, and I could see it. I could see how disruptive I could see how in their face they are, but BABOS was just matching them tit for tat the whole time. Fantastic. But on the other end of things, Ven, Stop Nerf Mistweaver cannot be eliminated right here. They need to move on if they want to make their guaranteed spot in that top 3 running. They are currently 4th in standings right now, and only 3 players, or 3 teams, I should say, are going to be guaranteed into the finals, and that's really where they need to be. They could easily, you know, run into a counter or something in the gauntlet. They need to avoid that gauntlet.
Well, let's just be completely honest, right? It's like, it's a similar story for Casu and Tony, where if you lose to RMD, there's a significant chance you're going to fight another RMD in the lower bracket. Like,
right.
Most of the teams in the tournament are running Rogue Mage Druid. So if you're not winning these games and they're a struggle, it's not looking good for this third cup overall, because, like I said, it's a very popular composition right now. A lot of the top teams are running it. Look at Oscar. Unfortunately, dang, that's crazy. It looks like Queener was basically that was a full solo. Like, I don't even know what global you could use as a mage to do 3.5k damage. It's like a tick of Frozen Orb or something.
I have no idea. But Solid go at the very end there. I mean, I'm looking at the ancient teachings, just kind of like pushed in between all of that. But every single go from both sides, with the cross CC, with the stops to each other's CC, I think both of these teams have been performing extremely well, and you can tell that they're taking this extremely seriously. But the question really is, who's going to take this next map, and most importantly, the series. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they were my prediction, and you know, I don't even think I made it that close. I think I said like 3-1, but this has been a phenomenal series so far, and I have to say, HABOS BABOS from this series alone has earned a fan out of me.
Yeah, I mean, they're a phenomenal team. Some really big names on this roster, or roster, as I was looking at Oscar, so roster. But,
if they win this game, you're perfect, by the way. Amazing. Okay, looks like we're going to remake, I assume.
It's looking like that, more than likely. So, likely going to get a remake here between these teams.
Or Hidden's going to 1v3. It's one or the other.
I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah. We'll likely get back into this game. We'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, it's going to be an explosive game number 4 for sure. For HABOS, like I said, I mean, you got Queener, you got Oscar. These guys have done a really good job in the past. Queener on that Rogue is looking good. Oscar has been phenomenal on that Mage in the past. And Dex as well. This is a great team. And the thing is, like, you never know how the game is going to change. You never know how it's going to evolve. So for this roster in particular, if we're thinking about the future, which is very important to think about, you know, with things like BlizzCon coming up, you want to have a solid fourth, and they do. They cover their bases with a Warlock. So
right.
Warlocks are not played that much right now. So it looks like I think HABOS is going to claim that one.
Wow.
Just want to get like confirmation on that, but yeah, HABOS might actually end up winning that game. The decisive victory.
Unreal. HABOS BABOS keeping their tournament lives alive, it would seem. And with in 8th place, they need every single win they absolutely can get their hands on. But hats off to Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I mean, it's a team that we've seen time and time again perform on compositions that we don't normally see. They're like, oh, the meta's that? Cool. I'm going to play the exact same thing that I am comfortable on, and I'm going to make it work. And that is the type of team mindset that, you can't help but respect. So make sure you go and check those guys out on their Twitch streams. And check out their gameplay. It's always nice to see them in the AWC IA, but when you're able to see it from their own UIs, their own player comms, it is just an exciting experience. So make sure you guys are following these players on their personal channels as well.
Yeah, could not agree more. We've got a lot of amazing personalities in the AWC that work very hard on their own content and showcasing their skills. So could not agree more, David. Definitely go check them out, support them. But that is going to be the end of that series. And what a fun day it has been so far. We've got more content coming up. Of course, HABOS BABOS, they have won that. Well, who ended up, were we split or we one-sided? Now I can't even remember for the predictions.
I was the only one that won
the
with
only
HABOS
one.
BABOS, yeah.
How you feeling, Ben?
You know, sometimes my prediction so far, I'm still, 1 and 2 on the day, but sometimes it's just nice to read the situation right, just call it the way you see it, and it ends up working out.
Yeah, of course. All right, well, I'm excited to see them continue on in the bracket, of course. And
what did you think, by the way? I did see there was a little bit of a composition change, unless I'm going crazy, which is very possible. Pretty sure it's over for me. But I swear I saw Cassidy sub out for a Hunter? Is that correct?
I think they were playing Beastmastery Hunter Evoker. So that might be a little bit of an insight to what we see in the lower bracket from this team. Unfortunately, they didn't get much time to experiment with that composition, but it looks like they do have some other answers that they're going to be willing to try.
Yeah, I mean, I want to stay on this just a little bit longer, just because this team just coming out with the most random compositions. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like talked a little bit of smack on previous teams, especially like the Rogue Mage that we just came out from, like Tony's team, for example. Or like, just stick with your mains, But this team, I mean, if we see some unconventional compositions, I'm not going to second guess it. I mean, when I first saw Devastation, when I first saw the compositions that they were rocking, I was confused, to say the very least. You know, it's not something I saw in the meta, but they make it work, and they kind of take each other's spec and class strengths and weaknesses and work around them. So it's one of those things where you got a couple of friends that you want to, you know, play World of Warcraft Arena with, and you don't know if it'll work out quite yet. Yeah, give it a shot. You never know. You never know. It absolutely could. For the longest time, I always wanted to play a rogue on my ult with a mage. I was always looking for a mage, and my friend was a boomkin, and I just never thought that that was going to work, and it definitely can. And so even if you don't necessarily see it in the meta at the time, still give it a shot. Who knows? You can make magic happen, and maybe we'll be casting your games one day.
Maybe. And you never know. I feel like when we see teams with their back against the wall, you kind of see weird metas kind of work, or, you know, 3-man rosters, they make it work. You never know what happens in AWC. But 3-1, HABOS BABOS are going to be sticking here in the bracket. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're going to be facing Streamer Zone GG, and then we've got Last Dance versus Borger King down in the lower bracket as well. So that is going to be wrapping up that series, and we're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, it is Last Dance versus Borger King up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got another series. It is Last Dance versus Burger King. We've seen both of these teams play today. Last Dance unfortunately fell 3-0 to Echo. Burger King had a 3-0 win themselves against OK Let's Go earlier today. So both of these teams, we've had a little bit of a warm-up from them, but Stupid Teas, now they're facing off against each other. Do you feel like it's going to be as much of a blowout on the side of Last Dance as it was against Echo?
I mean, Burger King are looking pretty good on the Rogue Mage composition, so I think it could likely be very challenging. And I think the Mistweaver version is particularly challenging for the Hunters in this scenario. So like Rogue Mage Druid, Rogue Mage Mistweaver, Rogue Mage Priest. You play Rogue Mage with anything at this point. It's kind of just like it's like salt and pepper, just great condiment on everything. So Last Dance, I feel like they tried to do Rogue Mage Mirror, got absolutely throttled. I just don't like the Assassination Rogue in the mirror. I just don't think that's an option if Tony can only play that. I'd rather we saw Stop Nerf Mistweaver win at least a game with the Devastation Feral, so maybe that's something for them to consider now for this series as well. Otherwise, I honestly, you could try jungle and I think just attack healer maybe more, but if they play Mistweaver, then that's not an option. If they're running the Druid, maybe you could do that, but I have a feeling Lone Turtle will likely be just copying what Echo just did.
And we had 2 weeks off also, Zico. Do you feel like it was a mistake on the side of Last Dance to not develop a Rogue Mage with Outlaw?
I think that if we're being realistic, considering the other Rogue Mage teams in the tournament, I don't think they're going to beat them at their own game. I think it's more realistic to try to look for like a way for them to counter it. Maybe invest more into their Devastation Evoker or invest more into some kind of jungle cleave. I don't know. I think that it's a tough meta for them, but I think realistically speaking, there's no way Tony and Cass are just going to pick up Mage and Rogue and go against like Maru and go against Raikou and go,
yeah.
It's just not happening. That's just no way.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Stick with what you know, stick with what you're good at, and just make that as strong as possible. But is that roster going to be enough here against Burger King? We've seen both of them play today. We have a bit of an idea of what we want to see in the blinds from them on either side as well. Super Teas, do we want to take a look at predictions?
I feel like my predictions have not been too great. I think I might have fallen below the coin.
As long as you don't fall below me, you're doing fine.
Have you not passed the coin? I feel like you've been having a good day.
I've had a good
spots with me.
Maybe. I was down at the bottom at the beginning of the day. I think it was only 1 point behind you. You or Ben. All right, we've got 27% on the side of Last Dance. Burger King 73. All right,
they're still betting on Last Dance, even despite the cartel. Interesting.
You just got
Do
the
they
people
know
riled
something?
up.
Is there like insider
got the
information
behind him?
Are there insiders in the cartel leaking information here that people are still betting on Last Dance at this point? Or are they just taking a shot in the dark and trying to capitalize on this opportunity is the real question. I am not feeling super confident in Last Dance. I think that Lone Tar is phenomenal at Mistweaver. I think that Zeepai's been doing a solid enough job on Rogue that this should be just as challenging as Echo in this particular matchup. So I'm leaning into Burger King myself personally. If we're making our predictions now, I'd probably say that it was 3-0 for Burger King. Is that too brutal?
No, I don't think so. We've had some 3-0s today. All right, Zico, what about you?
Quick 3-0 for Burger King.
Ooh, 3-0.
And I didn't copy you this time. Yes, okay.
I am going to go 3-0 as well. No, I'll do 3-1. I'll do 3-1.
That's
the
brutal.
3-1. Yeah, I know.
3-0.
I know. It's like brain versus heart thing. We talk about it so much. Like in my heart, I would love to see this team win. I would love to see Last Dance take it. But just on paper, Burger King, I feel like is stronger. But we're all okay. This is the first time we've all been in an agreement today. That is rough. Not even a 3-2.
They just looked kind of defeated on the side of Last Dance when they played earlier in the upper bracket. Yeah, I mean, they locked in their own like assassination frost mage, into Echo. It just looked like they had no answer and they knew it. So facing, a team that can run basically the exact same things and they are very good at it, it's just an uphill battle, Yeah, I'd like to see them take a game, but I would also like to see a perfect prediction, so 3-0 it is.
Yeah, I mean, you are probably still in first place. I think somebody did the math last weekend that even if you didn't predict for the rest of the turn, like the first 3 cups, you would still be on top, or maybe wouldn't lose or something like that. But we will have to see. It is 3-0, 3-1s across the board. I think chat was also overwhelmingly on the side of BORGIR King. So Last Dance, certainly the underdog, but I think they've got more support in chat. So if you're in chat, you want to see this team win, definitely give them your energy. It is tough being an underdog in a situation such as this. It's the last cup as well, Super Tees. This is their last chance to prove themselves as a roster potentially, because this is an elimination series as well.
I mean, they have a chance, I think, maybe top 3's off the table if Streamer Zone does really well at all, but BORGIR King is one of their main points of competition, so this would mean a lot as far as the potential of getting a top 3 position for them. BORGIR King, they want to solidify their position there alongside Echo and Streamer Zone still in the competition, and Bank Mistweaver's team is still in the competition, so this is super tough. It's super tight for every team basically in this race. I don't think anybody is absolutely guaranteed at this point, but the bets are coming in more and more in favor of BORGIR King as we continue our discussion on the desk. So this might be Last Dance. It's last call. Put on a show for us here. I want to see some fireworks. Do something different. Maybe you try the Marksman Hunter, even if it ended up getting nerfed. Try something a little different. Shake it up, because the BM Hunter was just getting the pets crowd controlled by the Ring of Frost and the Novas way too much. I just don't think it's going to work in this situation. So I do hope that they have something different. I don't want to see the Assassination Rogue Mage. I'd rather see a Marksman, maybe a Devastation Evoker from Last Dance.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That blind pick will be coming up. We are trying to get the teams gathered up, loaded into the game. Of course, they've got the blind picks to choose. Definitely an important decision here. I feel like on either side, potentially it might be seeing a couple of specs switch things up, Super Tees. But it seems like we kind of know what BORGIR King is going to be playing. They're kind of just going to be sticking to what they've been playing for throughout the rest of the day. But we've got 2 teams also in the lower bracket, Last Dance and Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus Streamer Zone GG. Is there a matchup that you want to see between the 4 teams that we've got left in the lower bracket, Zico?
That's the one. I want to see Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
Just that one specifically.
I think that's the one that's going to kind of decide the last qualification round. So I'm excited to see that. I mean, as a player, that's the best situation to be in. Your fate is kind of in your own hands. You knock out your competition, you're going to be in a great spot. So I'm really, really looking forward to that one. But yeah, I think Echo, they're looking pretty good. I think BORGIR King are also pretty locked in at this point. So it really is going to be about that 3rd spot battle. But before we get to that, we have Last Dance versus BORGIR King. How are we going to see this play out? I want to see Frostmage Boomkin from Last Dance. I want to see something crazy because I'm down to see one game of jungle, and if it just looks exactly the way it did in the upper bracket, I agree with Sid. I want to see something that is just a curveball, something that just throws them off completely, something they don't expect on the menu on the side of BORGIR King.
Might be the only option to win this series. We'll have to see it. Game number 1 starting shortly. We're in the lower bracket here. Winner of this one moves on to lower semis and will face either Stop Nerf Mistweaver or Streamer Zone GG. Let's see what they picked. Not going to be much of a surprise here. Game number 1, Zico.
Yeah, so we're seeing a Mistweaver come out from Dekara. I kind of didn't like the Priest. Like, he played it really, really well, but it just felt like defensively they were getting kind of rocked. So I like this from Last Dance. They're leading with their strongest foot forward. They're playing with the Mistweaver, at least some kind of adaptation here coming through, and we'll see if it works out for them. Ring of Frost being casted out. Immediate Ray of Frost gets kicked there for Morrow. Tony stuck in a Ring of Frost there for a second. Nice teleport there by the car to avoid the crowd control. Now Morrow going to be in a little bit of trouble. Deep Eye on the Outlaw Rogue, though, just chopping up Tony, doing a lot of damage, forcing out the Bark Skin already. Here comes the Incarnation, though, from Tony, looking to respond. All
right, Dekara in a sleepwalk. Looks like he's using his Will of Forsaken, connects the Life Cocoon. They switch on Tony. His Bark Skin just faded, cutting him down to about 50% health with no control. But they do land a full trap. I'm questioning that Preservation pick from Lone Tar. I feel like it will be easier to crowd control that than a Mistweaver. However, they respond, just immediately crushing Tony in one polymorph, getting his trinket and survival instincts. They followed up with a sleepwalk. Tony is still alone, just hugging bear form and trying to rebuff to boost his versatility to buy time. But how much more time can he really buy? He's just dying. He's dead. Tony is put out a minute into this match. Burger King just absolutely crushing him. I mean, the advantage, I guess, of the preservation is he's doing almost as much damage as Tony as the healer, so they do get more momentum that way, and the trade-off of getting crowd controlled didn't come back to bite them seemingly at all. We got Zepai, the Viking dwarf, on that outlaw rogue making his debut. You know, he's been known for being the Thunderlord of Europe for many years on the Elemental Shaman, but sometimes you got to be able to get with the times, right? Otherwise the times move on without you. So I think this has been vitally important for Burger King to adapt this outlaw rogue into their roster. It seemingly for this weekend in particular. What's interesting is that North America looked just so different. Europe seems to be dominated right now by Rogue Mage, but in North America, it felt like there were some other options that were kind of crushing it. I think it's just the difference in what healer. I really think like a Subtlety Rogue could do well here into a Preservation Evoker, but Last Dance doesn't have that on the roster. And they didn't pick up a fourth player either. They're still just trying to run it back as 3 players. They don't feel that there's anybody out there that can complement, I guess, on the compositions that they could utilize, and they'd rather not split the prize money with somebody who's going to ride the bench the whole time. I would imagine as to why they're not picking up a fourth, but there's drawbacks to it as well, and this is one of them.
Yeah, they could definitely benefit from that. But I really like this CC chain that they did here at the end from Burger King. So we saw the sleepwalk there from Lontar, actually kind of fake casting it. So it's good. You can always tell when there's good coordination between the mage and the healer when they do that. Like when the healer should always let the mage get the crowd control if he can, because he's the main target that's getting interrupted. So they get the first sleepwalk. They got Witness of Forsaken, then they get a sheep onto the Kara, and then they cast the damage, and look at Lontar here. He pushes in, he gets the sleepwalk out of the sheep. Maru gets interrupted, and then now Maru can recast the sheep. Lontar knows that Maru is going to get the sheep, but he's ready in case they stun Maru, in case something happens to Maru, he's ready with the sleepwalk. But he sees Maru's going to get that sheep, so he cancels it, and then he follows it up with a sleepwalk. So, and then they barely get the kill, though. So, you know, you said that you would rather see, you know, a different kind of healer like the Mistweaver Monk from Lontar, but the Prez Evoker definitely also strong if you have that kind of synergy with your mage as the healer, and it does add a fair bit of damage as well. So not too bad here for Burger King. Question is, what are we going to see from Last Dance? Are we going to see more of this jungle? How did you feel about that Mistweaver pick as well from the Kara?
I think it could have done well if it wasn't a Prez Evoker, maybe. I don't know. I feel like the clone and polymorph is just so deadly for Mistweaver, and so is Sleepwalk and Poly. That's why having the priest to be able to death and kind of defend themselves, I think, can be good. They're going to Dalaran Sewers. I feel like they need to do something risky. We haven't seen anyone really like pressure healers at all. I almost want to see them try to do that. Just try a strat where they just try and run down Lontar or something like that. Use Diamond Ice Trap and crowd control DPS, and maybe try something on healer, because it just feels like they're running their face into a wall right now with the same strategy that they're doing over and over, and it feels like it's just getting worse and worse for them. You're going to Dalaran Sewers, so small map is my anticipation that they're going to try and run some type of cleave. It also does give a lot of defense to the healer with the boxes so close to each other on the top side of this map, and then the waterfall occasionally coming down to provide you line of sight, so it's decent for protecting your healer from the onslaught of crowd control that is likely impending from Burger King's composition here with the Mage and the Preservation Evoker. They are running the clock, considering their options. I mean, obviously they don't want to just kind of like surrender this, because this is their last chance to secure as many points as possible, maybe get a top 3 if things absolutely go their way. I think they'd have to probably win the entire thing, and even then it might be like close, or maybe a tie even on point standings here, but they're running the clock down, trying to think it through as far as what they can do. I do not want to see an Assassination Rogue. I feel like Lontar knows how to dismantle that so easily on Preservation Evoker, so if Tony locks in on Assassination, I think it's probably going to be their fastest defeat of the day. I think some type of Feral Dev or Feral BM, maybe try healer a little bit, try and like put some pressure there. whenever I'm playing ladder, healer is such a good target. Like whenever I see teams, like they're just swapping healer constantly, and it actually looks really good, but you never see it in Europe. No one ever takes the chance of ever trying to attack the healer. Maybe it's just EU is ahead of the meta and knows everything and has already run the simulations that healer isn't an option. I'm not too sure, but I think that it is a little untested. You're going to bring Dakar in on the priest so that he can defend himself from the polymorphs, so he can defend himself from the sleepwalks with Fade and Death. I think that does make sense, but their longevity, I think, is going to go down in return for that, so they need to win faster.
I like it. More offense. Like, I feel like the Mistweaver would have been a good pick, but I don't know. The Prez Evoker seemed to do kind of well into it from Lontar, so played out differently than what I had imagined. I feel like there's kind of idea with the Mistweaver was to try to drag out the game, get to a point where the BM Hunter is going to be really annoying to deal with, and then they can just like develop insane pressure and win that way. But that didn't really work out for them, so now they're flipping the script and doing the opposite. They're going to have Priest, they're going to have more threat with Fierce on Lontar, and maybe just go for crowd control chains. The question is, who will they target? We've seen them in the past going after rogues, and I feel like if you leave Maru open, it's pretty scary. So I don't know. It's a tough one for sure.
I think if they're coordinated, they can do Chastise Fears on Mage, and then do like big pushes. I really want to see what happens if they attack healer at all. If that's just like a strategy that's just not been tested whatsoever. Deepai's got this very unique transmog with the Thunder Fury, is a classic set here. This looks so pixelated on his shoulder pads.
That's the Polar set.
Polar set.
Yeah, Polar set. I like that a lot, actually. I don't know about that helm, though, but the rest of the set, nice. I prefer that same set, but with just like a blue, like bandit type of mask. I feel like it works better, but, you know, Deepai putting in some effort there on the Mog, and it's showing, you know, on his damage last game. So we'll see if it can carry him to victory. Plus, having, you know, blue gear on Dalaran sewers could be a secret bonus.
Dude, Casu just ran into melee range of Maru instantly and just popped every cooldown that he has. He's trying to just run down the mage, but they are responding in turn with damage of their own. Rikara denies it with Angel Form, stabilizing his Hunter, but now they're switching on Tony, and they're just constantly swapping. Casu gets knocked, he disengages back on the knock. He's just playing really aggressive, just running down the mage, staying on top of him. I think Last Dance have had enough of this. They are either going to win fast or lose fast here in game number 2 as Dakara trades out the medallion. He deaths the Ring of Frost. He's moving for a fear, but he has to deal with those nullifying shrouds as Lontar does displace away here with these hovers. Maru caught in an in-cap roar. Tony just ramping up bleeds, trying to get in there, get into the mix, but a triple dragon stun and massive pressure. It's crushing Tony as he dips critically low, but their momentum is paying off. They're at least scaring Maru. They're having to trade so many defensives, but they actually are creating pressure. They get a full fear. They're trying to cut through the barriers. Leads are ticking away, and they get an ice block here in game 2. Can they improve their play and force a major cooldown from the mage? Kidney shot on Priest around the corner. Lontar hovers in. He gets kicked by the Hunter, knocked away into a Cyclone possibly, but he's going to Verdant Embrace back to immune it. Maru is still low. They're trying to keep their pressure. Casu is a melee BM Hunter, just pushing in on the mage, trying to close this out, trying to put a point on the board for their team on the day. Lontar gets crowd controlled. Tony drops the Vortex, almost dies. He's bare. He's just praying that he survives here. Casu is trying to carry while Tony is just pinned in bear form. Trinket out of the blind from Dakar. Maru is low. He's kicked on Frost. Not enough damage to finish, though, as he repositions. Frost Nova in the pets. Trying to get out of that stampede. Casu is still just in his face, trying to force pressure to get that ice block.
That was so nice. Maru actually ate the freezing trap there with his water elemental. That could have been a major cooldown that you were talking about, but Casu is taking a lot of damage. Tony as well. Lontar had to trinket in that exchange and use the rewind. So now they have no communion. They have no rewind. They could actually swap to Lontar and try to 100-0 him. You wanted to see plays like that. We'll see if they decide to go for it or if they're just going to keep this pain train rolling towards Maru. Nice knock. Nice kidney shot. Beautiful setup here coming out from Burger King. They are going to force out the trinket there from Tony. And now Tony trying to respond. Big damage potential here with the Incarnation, but he's just dying through Angel Form right now. Does still manage to push forward towards Maro, but Maro's doing a great job kiting. He kicks him, and then he knocks him out of line. Lontar's in a full feed. This has got to be the ice block here for Maro. He's silenced as well. This is an easy ice block. Finally, he will press it there. Lontar manages to recover him. They're swapping to Zipai. Zipai's taking a lot of damage as well, but he is playing that dwarf, so he's going to have that fire blood ratio. At the same time, Tony might have overstayed his welcome here, taking a lot of damage. He ducks into bear form for a moment. Fire breath is going to connect. Full counterspell onto the Kara. Can they finish the job? Can they get something? That it doesn't look like it. Zipai's going to get rescued out of there, actually. They're kind of scared on the side of Burger King, and Last Dance finally showing some signs of life here.
Big Ray of Frost kidney shot. Lontar stuns up. Casu flying through with Disintegrates. It's all three players of Burger King crushing Tony, but he stays alive. They interrupt Lontar looking for Cyclones. They get counterspelled. The car is staying at the pillar, bouncing prayer of mendings onto his teammates to avoid crowd control at the same time. They stun up Zipai with a maim. They're moving towards Maro, but Tony gets crushed by Lontar's damage. Lontar is farming Tony. He's stuck in bear form once again. Frenzied regeneration to desperately try and recover, but he's between a rock and a hard place. Like, does he run it? Does he have to run? He's going to run. He decides to, but it might not matter. Zipai's there. They have to fear the rogue. They're spamming flash heals. Looks like Dakara faked an interrupt. He's trying to cast heals. He can't even top Tony behind the pillar. It's just taking so long. Zipai just farming. Maro blinks in aggressively. Gouge on Dakara into a poly. I think that's game over. Oh, Dakara trinkets. The survival instincts. They buy more time to try and pull off a miracle. Will they be able to defeat the Rogue Mage Cartel in the lower bracket? Burger King is their first opponent. Top 3 qualifications on the line for these remaining teams. Ray of Frost onto Tony from downtown. He's getting annihilated. He ducks back into bear form. Now back into cat, but Zipai is tearing into him. It's so much damage. It's unhealable. Burger King 2-0. Casu does get the second ice block, but it's more of a respect block, I think, from Maro in this position. They're taking steps. They're getting better, but I don't know if there's enough time. I just don't know if there's enough time. Zipai is doing so much damage on this rogue, despite being. I think he played a little bit of rogue in previous AWCs, but he kind of retired for a while and then came back. I feel like he's doing an insane amount of damage, even despite that.
Yeah, Zipai is definitely stepping up on the rogue. I mean, I was just about to say, I feel like he had a great game there. There was that one kick that he missed behind the pillar. But he did a great setup there with the kidney shot into the gouge to force out the Kara's trinket, and then in the end just kind of riding that pressure over onto Tony. This is the moment right here. So here he missed his kick onto the Kara, unfortunately, and he did recover there, but then look at Zipai here. He gets the full kidney shot into the full gouge there, and then Maro gets the sheep out of that. And that's the best feeling when you're a mage and the entire enemy team is just served up for you by the rogue. Everything is stunned, everything is pinned in place. You just have to walk there and just like pick what you like from the cutting board and just deliver. And that's exactly what Maro gets to do in that situation. And of course, just the pressure after that. I mean, you force out the priest trinket, you force out his major defensives. That's gonna cost them later. You know, that was a survival instinct right there. So tough situation here for Last Dance. I would say he looked better in this game. This is probably, honestly, the best game they've had. They forced out Emerald Communion twice from Lontar. They forced out his Trinket Rewind, and they got one ice block of Maro. So, offensively, this was probably the best game they've had, but is it going to be enough is the question. I feel like for Last Dance, it's tough, man. It's tough. It's really tough right now. I don't know how they're gonna be able to kind of swing the entire series. I could see them taking a game with this type of strategy, but turning the entire series, definitely a tall order. They're gonna need to work some miracles.
Especially when we go to maps where it's a lot harder for Dakara to avoid crowd control. They don't even need it though. He wasn't even in CC. Outlaw Rogue just running him down with auto attacks and dispatch, just keeping him in bear form by himself right here behind the box. The fear is the only reason that he's not taking damage for even a second. And they're just hiding. Amaro's like, I know you guys are scared. We're blinking in. We're going for the win. And Lontar is there to back them up as well. They're just all casting crowd control. They're all casting damage. It's very overwhelming for Last Dance to get their footing. They're losing on mana, losing on cooldowns, losing on overall pressure. There's really just no advantage to their side whatsoever in this game, even despite that being their best one. They lasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds to 20% dampening in game number 2, and now backs against the wall. They are cornered. They have to win 3 games in a row if they want to keep their dreams alive of possibly qualifying, getting to top 3, and just having that ticket to the finals, because there's a lot of time between now and the grand finals, and you don't know what's going to happen. And if you're a 3-player roster, that makes it even more difficult, unless maybe they want to pick up a 4th in that downtime. which maybe they probably should. We're going to go to Mugambala. They're going to do the room thing again, dude. They're going to do the room thing again, where they just they lock themselves in the room and say, I'm not coming out until RMP is gone. No, I'm staying in my room.
The Despy room strats. I mean, they had some good pressure on Echo when they did that, but yeah, maybe they're thinking it's going to work better here because it's a Prez Evoker. Especially if they play Priest again, they might be able to fear Lontar if he goes into that room. Maybe that's their game plan here. I'm not sure. Last Dance taking their time here. Potential final game for them before the Gauntlet, at least, which is where we would see them next.
Which I think they are pretty high up on that. I think they're either like first or second in Gauntlet, which isn't, that's not a terrible position, but top 3 is a lot comfier, a lot more cozy. With how much time there is in between. So they're going to try and play this out. They're running the clock. They're considering all of their options here. They've been 0-5 on the day. It might be 0-6. Locking in on mains. Our Holy Priest, Beastmastery Hunter Kasu, Tony Feral Druid. They've got a strat here with Flare down on the room to prevent any sort of sap shenanigans at the beginning of the game, which is honestly an effective way to stall out a Rogue Mage opener. So I do think this is a wise move on their part, but then after you've lived past that opener and your camouflage has run out on your hunter and he's now visible, like what is your play at from that point, which becomes more challenging. It's very tough because if you're a skilled preservation evoker like Lontar is, the new change where Verdant Embrace has 2 charges, you just get nullifying crowd control immunity all the time, and then you get deep breath to immune crowd control. So you just have all these tools that you have to be careful, like, oh no, I maim stunned into immunity, or I chastise an immunity, and oh no, I trapped. Like, if he gets any little outplay like that, and he just gets to avoid crowd control for the next 20 seconds, you're just going to get bulldozed by 3 players. So this is very challenging for Last Dance to get around all of that defense that's coming out from Lontar, and then to just deal with Zeepai's damage. And then Morrow, he's kind of just the damage sponge. He just runs away, he's the distraction, he crowd controls the pets, and I really feel like it's Zeepai and Lontar most of the time that are just going to be kind of carrying the match. Morrow's main focus is to just be the best distraction. He's like the training dummy, just put down to get threat, to keep everybody alive, while Lontar and Zeepai navigate through for the win.
Painful to hear as a mage, man. You're
the training dummy.
You're just a target dummy.
You're
here.
a pretty effective one. They can't break you.
Pretty tanky dummy, especially Morrow. But I mean, he is doing a little bit more than that. But yeah, definitely is a lot about the rogue and the Prez Evoker. I feel like Lontar especially has to kind of take charge in a lot of these ghosts, because that's what the Evoker kit allows. Have those deep breaths. Sure, you can use them to immune crowd control, but you can also use them to set up your team. We saw him, in the last game, getting triple stuns with his deep breath. And as a mage, okay, perfect. The entire game is stunned. I'm just gonna press sheep right now on the healer. Oh, sweet. That's his trinket. So there is a lot of deadly situations, especially when you have your damage, where having an offensive healer player like Lontar who knows when to go in like that, it just frees you up a lot, right? Because having to do CC and then do damage and then do CC again, it limits the damage that you're actually able to do. Whereas when you pop your cooldowns, your healer is just pushing in and doing it for you, and he doesn't get stopped. It's definitely key. So Lontar's going to have to be a playmaker here. And it is surprising to see Lontar on the Prez Evoker, because he is, in my opinion, a main Resto Druid these days. He started as a main Resto Shaman, and then he just played a whole bunch of Druid. But yeah, they're going to just go in here into the starting room. They saw the Echo game, and they're not going to wait around. Zeepai gets open on. Zeepai actually takes a lot of damage here in the opening stages. And Lontar had to use his trinket in this exchange. So actually, successful strategy so far for Last Dance.
As long as they can stabilize, that was the best opener we've seen. They scared Zeepai, they got Lontar's medallion, but now Tony's just getting owned. Ray of Frost channeling through. Bear form, he's praying it will be enough to survive through the crowd control as Lontar continues the chain with a deep breath stun into another polymorph. And they're still just hugging bear form, shadow melding to interrupt Ray of Frost, a very important interaction for Tony to utilize against a Frost Mage. It completely nullifies that attack, but a cheap shot, triple Dragon's Breath, big pressure coming through in onto Zeepai. And Burger King, they're up on match point. They're up 2 points in the series. They are unafraid. They are just gas pedaled down. They have the enemy down on the floor, just trying to suffocate them out of this series. They do not care whatsoever. They're not respecting Last Dance at all. They're just pushing in right on top of them to win this game. Dakara deaths the sleepwalk there, which is a nice play as he avoids crowd control with that for a second, but then Lone Star bounces him in the room on the sleep for a poly, setting him up for an alley-oop, and Tony's like, I've had enough. I'm out of the room. You can have it. I don't want it. He's shielding himself. He's trying to re-stealth, I think. He actually gets a re-stealth successfully. He's going to get a rake stun, or is he going to go with it? Or is he just going to stay in cat form and stealth? They get the double stun. This is a good chastise there as well. Triple crowd control. Good position. Zeepai still disrespecting, choosing not to trinket. Gets a kidney shot with a polymorph on the healer. Big setup, dying through bark skin. Oh no. Huge heal comes through from Dakara, but I think he had to use another crowd control breaker. He gets a fear, but it only hit the rogue. I think Lone Tar immuned it there. They are pressuring Maro, but he's got big shields absorbing the damage. And now, Tony, what are you going to do? Are you going to run, kitty, run? Or are you going to bear form up? He's bear form on the stun. He's still getting crushed. They life grip him twice to get him around the corner here from the mage, but he's still just dead. Zeepai is just farming. He kicks Dakara. He's dying through survival instincts. He gets the blind for follow-up, and Tony is at 1% on match point, facing elimination, and will fall. Zeepai clutched it out in these final moments. Just absolute 1v3. Just absolute 1v3. Kicks the heel, sets it up to the blind, goes for the kidney, runs him over like a freight train. And poor Tony, man. Poor Tony. He is going to Twitter immediately after this.
I can hear the sound of his keyboard, furiously typing.
The memes being made in MS Paint and Control-C, Control-V.
This is him.
Crazy game for Zeepai for sure, but I feel like the moment they left the room, they lost. Like, I feel like we had a gentleman's agreement here that we're all staying in the room no matter what. And Tony was the first one to leave, so I feel like it is a little bit of karma here for Tony to go down like this. But what a great game for Zeepai. And it's, again, like, not taking anything away from Burger King. They played a great game again. You know, in that first game, they force out the will, and when you use the will, it puts your trinket on cooldown for 30 seconds. You come off DR for that sleepwalk after, like, 18. So you have those, you have just, like, a short amount of time to actually capitalize on the fact that you don't have a trinket on the priest. And look at Zeepai here. I mean, he gets the kick onto Dakara, and then he gets the blind, and then he gets the kidney, and then Tony dies. 1 second left on that trinket. So they really capitalize on that small little window of opportunity and just maximize it all the way to a kill. So, I mean, sure, I've seen a decent amount of rogue mage. Seems to be pretty strong in the meta, but still, you also can't take away from the fact that Burger King have been playing these games very, very well in terms of their offense. You can see it here. There's the kick. 8 seconds left on the trinket. Change it with the blind, and then change that with the kidney shot. And then Dakara not able to access that trinket where Tony goes down. So good CC chain, good gameplay. And yeah, we'll see you on Twitter, Tony.
He was in chat. He said GG's, everyone. Something nice.
GG's. Tony.
Yeah, GG's Tony. All right, well, Burger King 3-0. They are going to be in the lower semis and waiting for an opponent from this next series. Given what we just saw, Supatis, do you feel like Burger King is more prepared for Stop Nerf Mistweaver or Streamer Zone GG?
I think they probably prefer not to mirror. I would imagine. I feel like, you know, like R&D mirror could be pretty stressful, but Lone Tar and Maro, I mean, they've got a lot of experience, so maybe they can actually do it. I feel like Zeepai's got the damage output, at least of Rogue, and he's got some plays there that we just saw in the end of that game, although is a little bit favored to their team, at least compositionally. I think they're probably hoping Stop Nerf Mistweaver win, also just on points, though.
Yeah.
Because they're like really far behind, whereas Streamer Zone are kind of like right on their heels. That's more of a threat, at least for second seed in this specific bracket. But at the end of the day, I think they probably want to Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Streamer Zone looks really good against DOBOB.
Yeah, certainly that is going to be the last series of the day. As you can see, we've got Burger King 3-0ing Last Dance. They're moving forward. And then we've got one series left in the day. That is yet another elimination. I'm feeling bad at this. We are going to analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. Let's see if we can do it. I think these came from Spoon, our sound guy, who's been with AWC for quite some time.
Tidal
wave. Yeah.
Okay.
Typhoon, is it a spell?
Oh. Imagine if it's Typhoon and you got that off of one picture. That would have been crazy.
I mean, it's literally the spells animation, though. I feel like, what are the other ones? Is it some type of knockback map? Is it like a map? Is it related to a map that we see knockbacks a lot, like Cage of Carnage?
Okay, there's a fish.
fish.
It could be Dollar on Sewers.
Point.
Point.
Oh, Hook Point. Yeah, true.
We just need like a
Brave fish.
hook.
You need a pirate. Then that
Yeah.
ran away.
Team names
Like
that
a
are
boat
like.
or something.
Wait, what if it's like swim? What if it's like the Warriors, the player? Oh, we got it.
Oh, okay. This hook point. It's got a little
Wait,
chicken.
what?
Yeah, they have the chickens. Yeah, there's little chickens running around.
Yeah. Have you
Yeah.
not seen those? Little chickens
Oh,
like
that was good.
walking around. Yay! You thought
Hey.
we were bad at that, Zico. We crushed it.
Yeah, no, we did. We did a good job with
We did
that.
incredible.
I feel like they gave us an easy one because
Did
you know
the chat
we've been
get it
struggling
before
in the
us?
past.
Is what I want to know.
Probably. They're real smart. You got to take into account I think we're at a 2-minute delay, but maybe they did. All right. Well, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we have got one series left. We just saw a 3-0. Will we see another 3-0? Will it be a close series? Will it be a best of 5?
Yeah, no, we did a good job with
We did
that.
incredible.
I feel like they gave us an easy one because
Did
you know
the chat
we've been
get it
struggling
before
in the
us?
past.
Is what I want to know.
Probably. They're real smart. You got to take into account I think we're at a 2-minute delay, but maybe they did. All right. Well, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we have got one series left. We just saw a 3-0. Will we see another 3-0? Will it be a close series? Will it be a best of 5 or a game 5? Find out next. We're going to head to a break. It's Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus Streamers on GG coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last series of the day. It's elimination as well. And it's either going to be Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver, or Streamer Zone GG. And D-Machine, it might be time to revisit the standings with this match.
It absolutely is. I mean, it's Cup 3. It's the last shot. We've said it over and over and over again. We said how important seeding it can be. And right now we are in the lower bracket with two teams that are basically fighting for that third place position. Now you might be asking yourself, Aya, or not Aya, or random chatter at home, why is first, second, and third highlighted with an additional bit of color there at the top? And that is because there's only 3 positions that move on to the finals directly. Everybody else, all the way to 8th place, move to a bloodthirsty, a very cutthroat gauntlet bracket where it's a single elimination bracket and each team gets buys depending on their seeding position. You do not want to be in that gauntlet. If Stop Nerf Mistweaver it gets locked into that 4th place position, they very well may have to beat the very best team that have fought their way through that gauntlet and beat them as well. And we've talked a little bit about Stop Nerf Mistweaver's compositions and their strengths, their weaknesses, and they seem to be really struggling with Rogue Mage today. They have their main composition, you know, that Dev Evoker, as well as the Feral Druid, and of course bank on the Mistweaver. But we did also briefly see a Hunter come out. Maybe we're going to see him actually perform a little bit later on, but this is kind of the mom spaghetti moment here. This is the last cup. No one wants to be in the gauntlet, Super D's.
I mean, they want to be in the gauntlet if they're not, but if you can be in the top 3, then you don't want to be in the gauntlet. Because that means you're going to have to face a whole slew of different compositions and different play styles that have all been qualifying throughout this cup stage, so it would be a lot more comfortable. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, the final not Rogue Mage tournament in Europe. They stand here to try and leave some diversity moving into Sunday, otherwise it's going to be RM
There's a tinfoil
Sunday.
hat, Aya. This is the last chance for it. I actually don't know.
The tinfoil hat?
I got
it. To prevent the Rogue Mage
right
wavelengths
here.
from mind controlling you.
Yes.
All right, you're
Coming
gonna
in
have...
here, infiltrating.
You gotta make one with us, Super T's. Join the cause.
I don't know if I have any
D-Machine lost
tinfoil.
his. He's not doing a very good job.
I
Yeah.
don't have any tinfoil. I use it all on my house to block it from the RMP.
Oh,
Then you're protected.
tinfoil.
You're protected.
Yeah,
Wow.
I came prepared. I knew that this is going to be a thing, okay?
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, well, I got my hat. D-Machine will find his eventually, maybe during this series, but we can take a look at a chat where they are predicting Streamer Zone GG 92%. And, ooh, my hat's falling off. 8% with Stop Nerf Mistweaver. That's kind of surprising. I thought it would be a little bit more in the middle, but I'm excited for this series, Super T's. I think we've been excited for this one all day with these two teams, hopefully facing off against each other. I mean, what is it about these two teams that just make it like fun to watch? It's going to be the blind pick as well, and I feel like it's going to be, at least for me, hard to predict what these teams are thinking.
I think for me, it's just watching Smite on the Devastation Evoker. He's just played it so long as his main spec, and he knows all the in and outs, little tricks that he can pull off with things like the time stop and pre-meeting crowd controls. I feel like he's very entertaining to watch on Bank Mistweaver's name or Stop Nerf Mistweaver. On Streamer Zone, they're just a unit. They come in and they're very well coordinated, and I think the Resto Druid version of their comp can be very intimidating with the extra crowd control that it allows. And we haven't seen the Rogue Mage Druid, so I kind of wonder like what healer they're going to use, if it's Druid or if they just saw how Prez worked, so they'll see Prez, or if they go Mistweaver. We don't know 100%, so we might see the third flavor of Rogue Mage here with the Druid for this matchup.
All right, predictions real quick. D-Machine, sounds like the gates are almost opening.
I think that Bank and crew have gotten enough reps under their belt to be able to figure out Rogue Mage. I think that this is kind of their time to show adaptation. Their time to show that they belong in that upper echelon. I think they're going to take it 3-2.
3-2, Super T's.
I'm not betting against Rogue Mage anymore. Streamer Zone 3-0.
All right, I'm going to go Streamer Zone 3-1. Is my prediction. Game number 1 has started, D-Machine.
We are seeing a Hunter enter the arena, Beast Mastery Hunter at that. We talked a little bit about how their damage, their onslaught is unreal, but on the side of Streamer Zone, there is not a mage, Supatis.
What is that? An elemental shaman? Are they just trying to like assert authority? Like, we don't need Rogue Mage. We can win without it. See our skill. Elemental shaman, outlaw rogue. It's going to be decently durable, I would imagine. But maybe it's because they have a Resto Druid. Maybe the Druid actually can't keep the Mage up in that type of matchup, so they want to get the Elemental Shaman for some more stability there. Hex is also pretty effective, although not when he's getting knocked back into the corner like this, but there's not really a good way to remove it, so these Hexes could likely be very threatening. We see Incapacitating Roar, Cyclone attempt, possibly from next year. Doesn't go for it, they go for Blind instead. They are focus firing the Hunter, as we see Adrenaline rush out for the Outlaw Rogue. That's typically when they're maximizing their damage with that glowing icon with the eye staring down their opponents. They force Revival amidst that exchange. And I'm not sure if Stop Nerf Mistweaver are happy that there's no Mage. Right now they're getting decent momentum on Jamie. He's going to retreat behind the pillar here. He's going to have to utilize that Earth Grab totem. The pets are starting to chew him apart right now. Disintegrates are coming in from Smite as well, and he's not looking too sturdy, even despite his Astral Shift being activated in this exchange.
I don't think I like the Shaman, man. But here's the big swap onto Hidden. The kidney shot will land. It's going to be his trinket as Bank is caught into that Cyclone. And he follow-up CC, and this surely will be Turtle. The Disorient out from next, but he gets caught in a full trap. They're turning it around onto Jamie, and he's going to have to pop that Burrow. Cooldowns left and right, but Hidden, it needs to be careful. No Cocoon for 3 more seconds. He could easily be Turtle. He has the BM up, though. He's trying to get aggressive on the Jamie. A Cocoon will finally be committed, and Jamie, he still has the Iron Bark. Iron Bark is going to be committed right before the Leg Sleep lands, but Jamie's still taking a huge amount of fire in the onslaught of the BM Hunter, as well as Smite is not going to let up at all, Supatees.
I feel like Streamer Zone, they've gotten some good plays, but like eventually you're going to run out of cooldowns at this pace. Jamie is just taking unhealable damage as Nex is in tree form. They're trying to set up on Hidden. Can they blast him? They gouge the trinket, God! But he feigned death at 1%. He lives off the 1% feign death. Aspect of the Turtle is up. That green shield is immuning attacks. Bank is going to get time to heal, but he still hasn't got him completely to full just yet. Now he's in a kidney shot. They're swapping on Mistweaver, I think. They could kill anybody. Damage from Jamie is sky high right now if he is stable with this Bloodlust up, as he is amplifying the haste of the Outlaw Rogue, giving it even more damage. X on Smite, that's going to break immediately. Paralyze on Druid, Trap on Rogue. They're going Shaman. They force Astral Shift. Can they actually kill him through it? Is really going to be the test right now. Tremor Totem available. He's not putting it down. No Tremor on the sleep here? He's just line of sighting. He's trying to greed it out. He thunderstorms them away, but they're still right on top of him. He's going to die. Bank is there. No, they gouge the Touch of Death. They gouge the Touch of Death. They stop it from coming in, but he's still dying. He's just healing, surging, praying that he doesn't falter and trying to recover. And Next actually saves him. It's been close on both sides in game 1, David.
And Iron Bark committed. The onslaught just not ending. Jamie just running ring around the rosy on this pillar the whole time. And with a few opportunities he does it aggressive, it seems like magic does happen. But Bank this time around has his Cocoon. No trinket, however. Smite caught into the cross CC Cyclone. Can they gain control? The Cocoon is going to be committed immediately on that Stormkeeper from Jamie. And they swap the damage over out on the Smite. Smite taking a huge amount of pressure is just going to go ahead and trade his scales. But that's another go. Next, the next CC that Next gets in, he's going to have to trinket correctly. There's the double stun from the Dragon. The triple stun from the Dragon. Can it get followed up? A Sleepwalk is going to get interrupted, sheared by Jamie, keeping himself still in it. I didn't think that Jamie instead of the Mage was the right call, but so far it's doing okay as Hidden is scared for his life. No Cocoon, no Turtle for 15 short seconds. Smite caught into some cross CC himself. The double leg sweep though, can they get something done with Bank's nice setup play? Doesn't look like it because Smite's caught into a Cyclone of his own, and Streamer Zone GG, they are doing a fantastic job trying to consistently take control of the game, but how long can they keep this up, Supa?
We're following Jamie here. He's just pillaring, stacking them up for the Outlaw Rogue, and they force the aspect of the Turtle from Hidden almost immediately as it comes off cooldown. They try and trap the Druid. They got Binding Shot on the floor. They have to deal with Grounding Totem. I think he actually got grounded on his trap right there by Jamie. That was a heads-up play, but Next's mana, not too good. They paralyze the Rogue, trying to slow down. They can't slow it down. They can't slow down a volcano. That is Jamie erupting onto Hidden and absolutely knocking him out. But it was back and forth. Mana was very even on both sides. Cooldowns were even on both sides. So I'm not sold 100% that the Elemental
Look at the
is
Cocoon.
better than the Mage.
3
but
seconds
it's also,
left. Whew. It's close.
It's close, but I don't know if I like the Ellie. I mean, I want the Ellie because we've seen Rogue Mage all day, but I feel like Mage is probably safer. So like this is them risking quite a bit here on the Ellie if they keep this locked in for the rest of the series.
I don't disagree. This was the blind pick, just to remind the audience that neither one of these teams really knew exactly what they were going up against, other than, you know, like the historical data of their opponents' compositions locked in previous matches, you know. So in a lot of ways, there is a bit of a guessing game. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, we've seen them kind of run the Feral Druid Evoker over and over and over again, with Bank, of course, on that Mistweaver Monk. On Streamer Zone side of things, we have been seeing a lot of Rogue Mage. So potentially they thought that the Elemental Shaman had a little bit more well-rounded for the composition specifically of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, but it panned out for them. But man, there were some close calls, as you kind of pointed out a few times. But I mean, that was unbelievably close. And at the very end there, when they did take down Hidden, that was the Bloodlust rotating back up for Jamie, and no defensive cooldowns really available for Stop Nerf Mistweaver to rotate through. I didn't see a whole lot of like immediate overlaps throughout this game. I just saw Jamie just scared for his life so much. I mean, this moment right here was wild. I mean, just one missed kick, or just like one diminishing return not committed to peeling, and Jamie easily could have fallen.
Yep. Crazy game back and forth here between these teams. Very evenly matched in this specific matchup. Not guaranteed that Jamie stays in the arena unless they want to try and run that back again, because I think even a smaller map could be more deadly, and a map with no pillar I think would be terrifying for Jamie here in this matchup. So I'll just see where this series evolves from this point, but it's good to know that they're still flexing that fourth player, because we don't know what's going to happen after this point, and they are keeping the same even on a large map with the small pillars. Okay. It's going to be more difficult to line of sight and avoid attacks, so they are trusting that this is a better matchup for them than PMake on the Mage. And our bets are in favor of Streamer Zone, and right now that's looking favorable for me so far, at least. Not so much for you.
Yeah, well, listen, it's just game number one so far.
Okay, you still have chance predictions, okay, to carry you from week one, okay?
Okay, he's more like sandbagging me, all right. I don't see the data backing that up, but let's definitely not ever check that, preferably. But
it doesn't exist if I don't see it.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Streamer Zone GG sticking with the Elemental Shaman here in game number 2. It seemed like they were able to really pump out the pressure, but you know, we're talking a lot about the lack of mage in the arena, but at the end of the day, there's still an outlaw rogue, and so there's still a lot of consistent pressure, a lot of consistent control, and Jamie filling that role of the elemental. Look at his positioning. He's like, you want to attack me, you're gonna have to go through the wardrobe all the way to Narnia, and Smite wants to go there, but he's going to have to take a cocoon to get there, Supatees.
And Jamie just posted up Volcano in the corner, like, come at me, bro, and just popped every cooldown. They do exchange effectively, though, and they punish with a triple leg sweep. Bank is getting in there aggressively as he's playing a more hybrid build of Mistweaver. He's going to be able to weave in some big rushing wind kicks like we see him right now, right on top of Jamie. It might actually be a full Fistweaver build with how he's playing at the moment, which is super effective at his consistent damage, like an Elemental Shaman. So this is why Bank is such an expert on this, even with Mistweaver nerfs. So he's caught in the blind. Smite time stops, so he's gold, and when he goes gold, he's immune to attacks. But it doesn't last very long, so Bank will trade Revival to top his team in immune crowd control. Next, into a freezing trap. It's super tough for him to trap the Druid with grounding totems as well, as they're just hugging the pillar. So they're trying to flank them off the pillar with these knockbacks like Ring of Peace, Deep Breath the whole team. They're trying to force them out of that line of sight. But Hex on the healer, Kidney Shot on Smite, so he can't remove it. He might just die. He removes it at the last second, but Cheap Shot on the removal, and Smite is getting cut down. A clone for follow-up. And my God, okay, I was questioning it in game 1, but game 2, that was fast. That was over quick. That was just a 1-minute win there for Streamer Zone on the Elemental Shaman.
Oh, a little bit of tilt perhaps coming on for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. That was brutal. The overextension from Smite in the opener was spooky. I mean, it can easily be punished, but we have not seen a lot of teams be able to punish the positioning of that Dev Evoker. Obviously, they're slippery, they're fast, but look at this. Look at the sap across the map. He had to trinket the sap into the cocoon. Unreal. You never want to be in a situation like that. You couldn't ask for a better trade from Streamer Zone GG. They just like, yes, please trade my sap for your trinket cocoon. That's something that you really need to save for a rainy day and just kind of set up this entire game. And now all of a sudden, Stop Nerf Mistweaver from a small misplay, maybe a big misplay, are now down 0-2 against Streamer Zone, a team that is not going to give them a lot of opportunity to earn this back. This is quite an uphill battle, and it looks like Streamer Zone is here to solidify the 3rd place position, maybe even go higher.
Yep, they're looking to try and lock it in right now. They're looking very strong. They're utilizing all 4 players as well. A lot of the other teams are using only the 3 players, just relying on that Rogue Mage. I'm actually curious how Ellie would fare actually in a Rogue Mage matchup, if it could do as well or worse in that type of scenario. I wonder if they're preparing that possibly for Sunday, because right now it looks like they're going to be pretty easily getting there unless Stop Nerf Mistweaver can step up to the plate here and do something. Their Hunter Dev Evoker comp just not as stable as the Feral Druid. I think the Feral Druid stuns and the threat of Cyclone as well to soak interrupts provides more durability, whereas so the Hunter is just all consistent damage and pressure and not really a lot of utility and support. So it's even, yeah, they're bringing the Feral Druid back in. It's Runes of Lordaeron. It's match point. Stop Nerf Mistweaver might just be knocked out of the top 3. Streamer Zone look to steal that position and guarantee their spot in the grand finals for Europe. They just need to win 1 more game.
I feel like a Feral Druid has the tools necessary to rip through the defensive shields of a Elemental Shaman. So when we're analyzing the differences between these two casters, Elemental versus Mage, one of the first things that pop into my head is obviously mobility, right? You got blinks that you don't have to deal with, maybe not have to deal with alter time, but the passive defensive-ness, the short cooldown on the Shaman wall, Astral, what's it called? It's not Astral Shift,
Astral
right?
Shift.
It is Shift. Those things are gonna make them a bit tankier, but with more uptime from like a Feral Druid, I feel like those things they kind of they're not as effective as a well-kiting mage, in my opinion. And there's not going to be a whole lot of place for Jamie to run to in a place like Ruins of Lordaeron, and this happens to be match point. I'm just for one of the teams. I don't know, just throwing that out there. If only this was, if only there was like a slogan that you were known for in this type of situation.
Only there was a catchphrase that you could spend channel points on in the chat room right now. I really wonder here.
If you guys want the classic catchphrase from Super Tees, make sure to drop those channel points right here, right now. We're Cup 3. It's the last cup of the season. No better time to spend them here. And I've been really enjoying these arena games here on this Friday, Super Tees. It's a beautiful day outside, a perfect day to stare at some AWC Arena.
I'm getting my suntan monitor, okay? My monitor suntan. I don't need the real vitamin D, all right? I'm getting vitamin damage.
You got vitamin D machine on the desk with you. That's what you got.
True. 8 seconds away, 7 seconds away. There's going to be no going back once these gates open. Stop Nerf Mistweaver need to win 3 games in a row, and if they don't, Runes of Lordaeron would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
He's got the statue. He's got the port. Cassidy is in stealth, waiting to find a target. Are they just going to open disrespectfully? They do. They just get the sap and the stun. They go right away, but Jamie gets intercepted. So he's not going to be able to add any damage in the mix. Here comes Smite with Dragon Rage, but he's immediately cloned on it. Great Cyclone here from Nex, denying that damage cooldown. And now they've interrupted him on the Disintegrate. Smite is getting locked out of the match. Stun on Bank, pressure on Smite. He gets kicked. He's critically low. They trade out Life Cocoon and they trade out Barkskin, preempting the swap. And then rushing the Resto Druid. This is what I wanted to see, was rushing the healer and going after that Resto Druid more in the matchup. I think this is very important. Bouncing between the Druid and other targets is how you create an opening against a Resto Druid. If they tunnel him too much, though, it might not work out.
Right.
He's back into bear form. Maybe they can just train him down. He gets an in-cap roar. They get away with a kidney shot, but there's a Cyclone on Bank. Oh my God. He's dying to the Evoker. Gets gouged on his Disintegrate. Next is recovering behind the pillar. They got to keep pressure, though, on other targets. Just tunneling a single target is a bad idea. The clone comes out here from the Nature Swiftness. Cassie has to trade out Survival Instincts. They're still just going after the Druid. It's all or nothing. They're throwing caution to the wind. They're putting a third-place qualification on the line, just zugging the healer right now.
Nex has got full hots, man. He's chilling. They got to get off of him, and Cassidy's finally going to be forced defensive as Bank gets caught into a Cyclone. He's going to Barkskin, and he's going to get back onto Brunhilde, getting some cross damage out. Now Nex finally has to go and heal more than just himself, but now is he going to get swapped to yet again when he's a little bit behind here? Brunhilde looking for a re. He's not going to find it just yet. The swap goes out on the Nex. Big damage onto him, but Cassidy gets completely stopped with the kidney from Brunhilde. They got the follow-up. There's no cocoon for 15 seconds. Trinket on Bank. He's not going to use it just yet.
Time stop.
Time stop. Something to note, when he goes golden from that smite damage, he also cannot be healed. 5 short seconds until Cocoon comes off a cooldown, and Cassidy wants to get aggressive. Next knows that he's already in bear form. Damage going out onto Jamie and Brunhilde. Next in that tree form, keeping his team aggressive, but the swap on the maim. Next got a little bit of hots on himself in anticipation this time around. He's not going to get caught off guard. A double leg sweep from Brank on both of them as they switch the damage over on the Jamie, but Cassidy gets stopped in a kidney of his own. That's going to be a Cocoon. And now Bank has got to be a little bit careful on Ruins of Lordaeron not to get too aggressive there. They could easily swap to him too.
I like this route on Brunhilde. Great Cyclone as well. They need to crowd control the Outlaw Rogue. It's just, I think they're tunneling Druid too much here. They caught him off guard a little bit at the start, but they're really just training him into the dirt. Triple Incap Roar will peel them into a Rake Stun on Bank. Cassidy has Bark Skin. He's back into bear form. Frenzied Regeneration to recover his health. And he's just training down next. He gets knocked off the pillar. Jamie is low. That's what we need. Pressure on multiple targets. Force next out of bear form. And switch on the Life Bloom on the stun locks. Cassidy gets put into a kidney shot. Blind on the healer. He Bark Skins right away. Bank is right next to him out of this blind if they don't get any follow-up, and they do have follow-up, a full maim stun from next. Cassidy's trying to go after him, but Smite is now low as they're switching to him on match point, really keeping the pressure on at this moment in time. They are winning on mana slightly if they can keep up this momentum. They interrupt next. They're switching pressure on Jamie, and now he's just on the outskirts of the map, just lava bursting, avoiding cleave damage, and trying to keep pressure going for his team, but here comes the leg sweep. Next is Greedy. Barkskin's a bit late. Looks like he'll be able to recover behind the pillar, maintaining full hots. Soul to Force Rejuvenation's really effective healing for him. Cyclone, no trinket. Cassidy trinkets out of the bomb. He gets time stopped. Brunhilde swaps over to Smite to interrupt him. Gouges Bank. Comes back onto Cassidy. Looking to crit him and kill him here. Looks like Cassidy gets an Incarnation Restyle stun, knocking Brunhilde into the wall. They paralyze the healer. They get his evasion. They swap on the Elemental Shaman. This is what I wanted to see. Just switch targets. Run the Druid Keep him guessing as to who you're going to attack. They swap on next here with the maim stun. Trying to cut him down with no Barkskin, but he bear formed it. Great anticipation from next. He will survive. He's also running the Void Barrier embellishment. Smite's in trouble. Match point, has Trinket. He's greeting it. He manages to get away with the greed for now. Trades out his Obsidian Scales to reduce damage. And he's free casting Disintegrates on the 2 players with that Mass Disintegrate. Trying to get pressure going. Struggling. Just interrupted at the moment. Looks like he doesn't have a hover. He's just choosing not to move. Goes for the Fire Breath. He's still low. He manages to hover finally away from the Rogue. Goes for the Dragon Rage. Stun on Brunhilde, but he's still dying. Jamie is just overpowering Smite right now with Lava Bursts. Brunhilde in a swap has to cloak. Bleeds are ticking. He might die to physical damage. Next in Tree of Life. Spamming desperately regrowths to sustain Brunhilde. They blind Bank. They're still trying to turn it around despite being slightly on the back foot. This is the best that Stop Nerf Mistweaver have looked so far on the day. They get triple stuns across the whole team, but Cassidy needs to be careful. He trades out the Bark Skin. He should be able to survive with that, but he gets Cycloned on his Bark Skin. They switch damage over to Smite. Brunhilde, he's pushing in at 50%, no evasion. Brunhilde is the opening. He is the opening that they need to take. If they were the Death Star of RMPs, although they're playing with an Ellie right now, that is the opening to shoot the missile. They need to use the Force to guide it perfectly and not die before they get there. He time stops. Critical moment. And Bank save him. He has Life Cocoon. He doesn't need it. He tops off. Mana is still tight. This is too close to call. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. If they lose here, they're out of the tournament. They lose their opportunity to get top 3. Can they do it? Can they take out Streamer Zone?
A double leg sweep, but it was DR'd. Smite is just taking so much pressure throughout all of this, and now with no Obsidian Scales available for a few more seconds, it's just Bank's Cocoon that they really need to bank on the next go. Brunhilde does have that kidney shot. They're just waiting to go. Obsidian Scales used on cooldown. Swap over out into Cassidy. Will force the trinket. The maim stun on the Bank. If there's any follow-up CC, Smite's going to slow it down with some stuns. Brunhilde caught into a full maim. Here's the window you're talking about. He gets out of it, and he gets that evasion up. Now blind available, ready for Smite. Next popping that Iron Bark. This is the Cocoon onto Smite. Both teams running lower and lower on cooldowns. Stop Nerf Mistweaver need to survive this game if they want to take another chance in the series. Can they do it? So far it looks like they have a real shot to do it. It could be either side. Next has a little bit more of a mana advantage so far, but we have to see the Manatees coming out for Bank. There's the kidney shot going out into Smite. The Hex is going to be decursed immediately from Cassidy. No follow-up CC on the bank just yet, but the mana is becoming a problem, Supatis. Can Smite just go down to the raw pressure right here, right now? Energy said, a Cyclone comes out from next, keeping Smite low. If there's any follow-up CC on the bank, this could be it. So he's going to incapacitate preemptively onto Brunhilde into the double deep breath. Do they have any follow-up CC? The Astral Shift onto Jamie to prevent some damage, but everyone on the side of Streamer Zone are starting to feel it. There's the stun coming out from Cassidy onto next. Everyone is so low. Kidney shot onto Smite. Incarnation gets slowed. Stop Nerf Mistweaver has all the momentum in their favor, but can they do it, Supa?
He innervates. He can heal with 0 mana for a couple of seconds here, but it's over now. He Iron Barks. There's a couple more seconds of damage, and next is certainly going to fall. He's fighting in Defiance, but he's caught in a full stun, out of form. They can't topple him. He's managed to recover somehow, someway. Next survives that miracle moment here on match point for his team to close it out and secure top 3. Can he survive long enough? He's in cap form. He can't do anything. He's at 0 mana. He's not Barkskinning, though. He's so greedy. Barkskin's late. They're trying to run him down again like a lawnmower. Trying to take out a blade of grass as that Resto Druid. Barkskin's over to the corner. He's spamming Wraths. It's all he can do. It doesn't cost mana. He gives for the Nature Swiftness Cyclone on the Druid. He's trying to line of sight the Dragon. He's doing what he can with 0 mana and somehow still holding on, but a deep breath from the skies. As Smite stuns up the team, they stun the Trinket. Can they take next down? Can they finish him? He's had 0 mana for so long, but he just refuses to die, and Smite is stunned up. Star Surges are coming in. Life Cocoon is up, but it's almost halfway gone at this point as they're breaking it. They hit the triple incap roar. Next is trying to reposition. Smite keeps going for it. They can't believe it. Next just won't die. He refuses to die. He's at full health, and now Smite's on the back foot, rescuing them in. They're still committed. They're still going for it. No matter what it takes, they want to take next down. They will exchange Smite if they have to. Can they finish it? Smite is critically low. Next is critically low, and they can both fall at any moment. Lava Burst coming in from Jamie, but somehow he's alive. 1 second left until the time stop, but Smite will fall, and Streamer Zone do it. Next, the Immortal Tree.
Wow, now that is World of Warcraft Arena. That is what I like to see. The distance, the blue bar, just completely exhausted on both sides. And in the face of sure death, just defiance, calm, collected rotation and teamwork to stay alive. And Streamer Zone, even on Ruins of Lordaeron, was able to survive and eliminate Stop Nerf Mistweaver out of the tournament here in the final cup of Midnight. Unreal. These 3 on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver are absolute class acts, just unbelievable players, very, very skilled and talented. There's a reason why you only see a player like Smite rocking a specialization like this, is because they're not afraid to break the mold, and they are able to find so much success with it. I cannot wait to see what they do in the gauntlet, but that we will be moving on with Streamer Zone GG just making their way through that lower bracket.
Certainly are. We have had so many 3-0s today, I feel like, as well. Just been a really fast day of games, really competitive series. We're going to be seeing the final moments of Streamer Zone GG taking that 3-0. Loving the adaptation with the Ellie Shaman as well. Supatis, do you feel like that's going to be a spec that we see again from Jamie?
I don't know 100%. I don't want to say yes or no right now.
You hope
to
so.
That. I think it's possible they could experiment with it, but I imagine their Rogue Mage is going to be their main focus. I think they'll probably only use Jamie if they feel like they just have no chance in the mirror, would be my expectation.
Secret weapon. All right, well, that's going to look very nicely for them in terms of standings, and they've only got 1 day. They got a half day, Championship Sunday, for the teams that are remaining to squeak out a couple more points. But there it is. That is the end. 3-0 from Streamer Zone GG. Last series of the day before we head on over into North America. Overall thoughts, Steam Machine, on the EU teams this weekend so far?
So far, no immediate surprises, but the level of gameplay is absolutely intense. I'm excited to continue to follow these teams as we go into Championship Sunday. The Final Four have solidified here in the bracket. HABOS, BABOS. We got some newer faces here in the upper bracket going up against Echo. That's gonna be unreal. And on the lower end of things, we have 2 heavyweights as well, Burger King versus Streamer Zone. So if you were to make like on paper predictions, everybody but HABOS, BABOS here makes a whole lot of sense. So there's still some wild cards left in the competition, and there's still some high-end teams that just feel like they're getting stronger as the meta kind of unfolds here. The Outlaw Rogue just seems to be the ticket. So I'm going to see who's going to take the most advantage of that specialization is going to be what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, could not agree more. That is the EU bracket before we head into Sunday. Here are the standings as well. If they've got a star next to their name, that means that they are still in the tournament. And how do you feel like this top 3 is looking like right now, Supatees?
I mean, it's pretty stacked for the current meta, right? These guys, now that Z-Pi's in on Outlaw Rogue, I feel like these guys were definitely the best of the best. But I'm curious to see how Specialty can do we saw their Rogue Mage, beat Burger King in second cup. So there's potential there for them as that 8th place in the gauntlet, which means they have to beat every team series after series. And considering it's their first season in AWC, I think that's likely going to be a really cool experience for them. I'm curious to see how they prepare for it moving into the future. And HABOS BABOS are having a crazy debut right now this week. I mean, they're looking to climb up all of the gauntlet basically right now this weekend, so they don't have to do it when the gauntlet comes out into the future.
Yeah, that would be nice for them. I'm excited to see how that team does on Championship Sunday, looking to break the combo on the side of HABOS BABOS. Dude, I had to look up that meme. Somebody was trying to explain it to me, but that's not all. Also, tomorrow, of course, we are moving into North America. We've got 8 teams over there as well, 4 facing elimination in the lower bracket, 4 in the upper bracket, and it is looking just as competitive over there. It sounds like there was some interesting compositions going on, Supatees, in the offline bracket. I heard Devoured Demon Hunter, double Devoured Demon Hunter.
I mean, that was a Direwolves thing. Direwolves, whenever they can play double Demon Hunter, they do it.
I love it. I love it.
They do it.
Why not?
Oh, you're a Demon Hunter main. It makes sense now.
I'm a Demon Hunter all day, but please.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm still sticking to Havoc, but I don't know. I mean, it makes sense, especially with the changes that they had come in, super bursty. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we will be seeing in terms of the bracket or the compositions for North America. D-Machine, any team that you are most excited about?
There's a couple of new ones. What was it, like I'm Smiling or something like that? There was like a newer team.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, Sure Ha Smiley Face with Nazem and Dippy. That's a team that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. They were playing a lot of like Mage Warlock. So, a bit of a dampener composition. I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out in the North American meta.
This is the first time we've seen a spell cleave, like a main spell cleave team in the top 8 on both regions.
We've seen a spell cleave team in the very first cup, but I don't think they went very far.
Okay.
And did not pan out for them.
Well,
we didn't see them for long. We'll leave it at that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if they can stay alive a little bit longer. But let us know what you're excited about for North America. And with that, we're going to head out. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. We are also on Twitter @WowEsports. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.